Hello, sir. Vivekananda, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
You are
Good
audible,
morning,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, I'm Tirmal Rao from IIMC.
Sir, call just done customer. My Morning. Once again, I welcome all the members present in the meeting for the second day of two-day multidisciplinary international conference. We are very glad that yesterday, that is 23rd December 2022, the conference was conducted offline and approximately about 36 papers was presented during the day. So the conference continues today in online mode and the day begins now. We we ask our once Vice Principal Admin Madam Srimati Sarita to introduce today's keynote speaker to the participants. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Vanida. Today I'm going to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Ravintiran Vivekanantara sir, working as a lecturer at Faculty of Education in Open University of Sri Lanka since 2016. Also instructed in the field of English language in various government institutions in Sri Lanka and a director of an NGO in Sri Lanka. He was a resource person in various local and international educational organizations in many countries and also a keynote speaker, panelist, resource person, and judge of the local and international conferences of many countries. He also has a number of articles published in different journals and also book chapters, a reviewer in number of journals in India, Nigeria, Philippines, and Iraq. A specialized personnel of educational management, comparative education, educational measurement and evaluation, teacher education, child rights, and special needs education. We welcome you, sir.
Yeah. Yes, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay. Thank you very much. So, first of all, I will have to thank everyone for inviting me this international conference as a keynote speaker for the second day. So I'm extremely sorry for that. Yesterday I missed that event. I think it's an offline event. So due to some my busy schedule at the university level. Okay. This is the second day. So I welcome all. Before that, I have to thank everyone for the kind introduction and for inviting me. That's my first task. So the short introduction about me. Thank you very much. And I cannot name the people who invited me. Anyway, I normally I am I am communicating with one of my professor from India from the respective university for inviting me this. And thank you, sir. Thank you very much, everyone. So now can I start my presentation, ma'am? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me to share my PowerPoint. So can you all see my PowerPoint presentation? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. So, we can, if we when we talk about the different various things at the time of new normal, we can talk many things because we are undergoing many problems, many challenges around the world. So still we are facing. So we are not sure about that what will happen in the future. Now also, that we are again going to face some issues. That COVID-19, some of increases, even China and some part of the world, you know. So with that, with the current situation, so that's why I have selected this topic, and the main theme of this title. So whatever the things we can face in future, and how we can face the all challenges through education. So you know that according to Nelson Mandela, also education is the only weapon by which we can change the world. So if we are going to face all the challenges uh, using education as a tool, how we can make education effective and efficient, that is uh, that is actually the use of different technologies. So different strategies, different ideas. That's why I have selected this topic, education and technology in the new normal. So you know about me, the small introduction. So this presentation will make you to understand the concept education and technology, and find the use of educational technology in teaching learning. I mean in education, in various sectors of education, right? That may be in various fields. So the third objective is determine the factors to be considered in the use of educational technology. What are the factors that we can determine? So that we can consider, so when we are ready to use the technology, that's a problem that now we are facing. We don't know how we can accommodate that concept technology in education. So we have all the resources, we have all the access or flexibility and everything, but we don't know how we can accommodate that, how we can make best use of it, and how we can make the students also to use it as in a proper level. The some students, or maybe in academic level, some educationists are also using the technology in not an appropriate way. They are just using for their personal, or maybe some negative side. I can mention that in a way, that negative side. So here I will determine the factors to be considered in the use of educational technology. The fourth objective is ensure the role of teachers and students in educational technology. Though we are using, or we are having all the facilities as a Asian countries, not like European countries, we are lacking with some technology. So when we compare with Europe countries, so anyway, how we can ensure the role of teachers and students to use education and technology. So whatever the facilities or whatever the access that we have presently. So finally, I will emphasize the future resilience along with education and technology. That's the main point of my presentation, and also my takeaway point is future resilience. How we are going to make education and technology to build up a better future resilience in upcoming days. Right. So, I just want to start my presentation with a great person in the world, Mahatma Gandhi ji, with one of his quotations. Once he mentioned that the future depends on the what we do in the present. So based on the present condition, we have to plan our activities. We have to go with new ideas and strategies to make our future effectively and efficiently. That's why he mentioned the future depends on what we do in the present. So the activities that we are doing in present are very crucial and very important to make our future a very bright one. Right.
Sir, I think you are not audible, sir.
Can you now?
Sir?
You're audible, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. It's clear also, sir. Sir, now your mic is off.
No.
Yes.
Yes,
Now
sir.
it's unmuted.
Okay. Sorry for that. I have some disconnection. Right.
Yes.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the future depends on what we do in the present. That is from the great person in the world, Mahatma Gandhi ji. So what is the main idea of this quotation? The activities that we are doing now, the way of focusing or the way of thinking at present, that may be among students or educationists or all the people in the world, it will decide the future. So to make our future better, how we can make the education system properly. So along with education and technology, that's my main point here. So now we are in the 21st century. We all know that. So the time we are living now is different from the time we have come up from the past, or maybe some incidents. So now the 21st century is normally it's known as a conceptual age, with the concept workers, with the different ideas of conceptualizations. That's the main point. Though we are talking about information or technology or new technology or artificial intelligence or robotics, many things we are talking and many things we are going behind. Anyway, the conceptualization or the conceptual ideas are very important. That's the main point of 21st century. How we are going to use the technology with the conceptual ideas, with the purpose of conceptualization. That's the main point. The conceptual age is the age of highly creative ideas and invention drawn from the unfamiliar areas of things. That's the main point. How we are going to draw some ideas from the unfamiliar things. That means the new things with the use of technology. That's the main point of this 21st century. Furthermore, I can tell about this conceptualization or the age of conceptual in 21st century, inspiring high desire and high demand from the perspective users and audiences. That is also one main point. Right, the term conceptual age was popularized by Daniel Pink in his book The Whole New Mind. Right, that he introduced that the term conceptual age, looking at the reasons or considering the current scenario around the world. Right, that we had the 19th century or 20th century. Now we are not in the information age. No, we are telling about that we are living in information age or like. So that was started in the 20th century. That's not a new for the 21st century. Okay, because now we are in the time of conceptualization. The conceptualization have different meanings or strategies. That's a main part of the conceptualization is how we communicate with others. How is our communication? How is our the feelings and how we understand the people, how we try to communicate with others. That's the main point of this conceptual age. The technology will make that way very properly and in an effective way. Right. So that the second part, the next point I have to emphasize here, that we are living in the fourth industrial revolution. Now today that it is called 4IR, fourth industrial revolutions, with new technologies. Right. Now maybe we had come up with third industrial revolution and second industrial revolution or first industrial revolution. The present world is known as fourth industrial revolution. So with different new technologies. Internet of Things or artificial intelligence, big data, cloud, cyber, physical system, robotism. The robotism is very important thing. Now, some of the countries have already practiced or have already started to employ the robots in some factories or even the school system, in South Korea and Japan. Those two countries are appointing or maybe using the robots for the education system. Normally in South Korea, robots are teaching some certain languages at classroom level, in classroom levels, English language or some other, some like that, some more techniques that we are using. We are going with a new technology. That's a main part of this fourth industrial revolution. So this is the time that we are now living. Though we are living in the information age or whatever the conceptualization age, our education system is totally different. Not like the European countries, as we are Asian country people, even Sri Lanka, India, especially I have to focus South Asian countries, but some countries are okay, better than some countries. Anyway, the common concept are repeating. We are completely exam oriented. We are completely test oriented. We are not testing the skill of the students. We are not focusing different way, diversity, right? That's a thing. Einstein also once mentioned that everybody is genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. We are measuring, we are evaluating, we are considering all students or all people who are coming for the purpose of education or purpose of learning new skills or abilities. We are using the same concept for a long time, though we are using different technology or ideas. That's the main point. So we have to go with the different, diversity in testing the people, diversity in measuring the people or maybe students, right? That is the main point here. So now I come to the point technology. So what does it mean by technology? How do we consider the concept technology? Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. The main idea is the transformation of education. Transformation of education will lead all the developmental factors in future. So how we can make the transformation in education? Through technology. Even here it is mentioned that in the hands of the teachers, technology are very effective. This is from the George Soros. So, according to the World Economic Forum 2020, the COVID-19, so I don't need to mention more about this concept, the COVID-19. We all know, we have come up from that. And also I don't know what will happen in future. So some issues, and again, it seems like we will have some problems in future also. So according to some statements from some of the scientists around the world. So the COVID-19 has resulted in schools across the world globally. Over 1.2 billion children are out of the classroom at the time. Nearly 1.2 billion. Right? As a result, education has changed dramatically with a distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. We fully depend on e-learning or maybe online learning, right? That was a one way to continue the education system around the world, which is also known as a remote education. So from where the concept educational technology started, we started to feel the importance of the concept educational technology. How we can use the concept educational technology for the skill development, right? Those are the main concepts we learned from the COVID-19. Research suggests that online learning has been shown to increase retention of information with use of technology. According to a research in United States of America, they found that the interest learning the materials, learning the ideas through all information started with the use of the technology after this COVID-19. So if I move to my next slide, so what is learning when we are talking about educational technology and the current system of education, the current scenario? What is learning? Learning can happen in different ways. We can learn from different things, not only classroom teaching or classroom learning. It is different. It is brought, the formal education. We have formal education or informal education or even non-formal education. So that is different from various factors. So, for example, moving from teaching to learning, we learn from experiencing phenomena, right? And we learn from that is experiencing phenomena. Maybe that it can be objects or events or activities or process. Interpreting those experiences based on what we already know, right? First, we learn from experience, then we interpret. Then the third point is reasoning. After interpreting, we reason the concept. That is another part of the learning, right? So next point is reflecting. After reasoning, we reflect what type of experience that we have learned. This is from Johnson et al. These are the main concept of learning when we talk about the moving teaching to learning. Right? We are learned from experience, interpreting, and reasoning and reflecting. Right. Learner-centered education. So, in the time of conceptualization, or in the time of conceptual age, I mean that conceptual age is the main idea of conceptualization. So, we are almost focusing on learner-centered education. What does it mean by learner-centered education? The learner is the beginning and the end point of the learning process. That's a main part of the education system, of present education system. We are not focusing on anything because as I am a teacher, I have to almost focus on the learner, the purpose of the learners, the future of the learners. That's the main point. The learners needs the focus of the course, program, or organizations. Anything, whatever the things in the education system, right? The learner is in the control of the learning experience, right? So telling is not teaching, telling is not teaching. Teaching is something different. When we talk about teaching, it has different meanings or different perspectives or different ideas that we should accommodate. So normally we know that communication is very important in teaching, right? So it can be the learning or teaching can be through the way of communication process, right? How communication happens? It's a relationship between the sender and receiver, right? They are conveying the messages, they are passing the messages, the main ideas. So that's a communication process. You can get clear understanding from this fixer also, right? So when we think about the learning, it's a part of the communication, right? We are focusing on learning different ideas, teaching different ideas. Right. Now I come to the point, what is technology? So until now, I have discussed about, what time we are living and what is teaching and learning, how we can, how the communication is playing a role in the teaching and learning, right? What is the relationship between communication and the teaching and learning, right? If I come to the point education technology, along with the new normal, how we are using this concept education and technology in the time of new normal. So how can we define the term educational technology? Educational technology, so there are different definitions, you can find from various websites or various blogs or various books as a definition for the concept educational technology. Anyway, we can define the concept educational technology, a complex integrated process involving people, procedures, ideas, devices, and organization. For what? For analyzing problems and devising, implementing, evaluating, and managing solutions to those problems involved in all aspects of human learning. This is from EACT. So simply we can define the term educational technology. It's a complete and integrated process that we are using for the betterment of the student through learning, through education. Right? Learning resources, it leads to messages, people, material, devices, and techniques. That's also part of the term educational technology. Right? According to Moffolato in 1994, technology is not a collection of machines. Almost we are thinking about, when we talk about the technology, we suddenly that comes to my mind that only technology means the machines or the tools or the equipments that we are using. Not like that. Okay, technology is not a collection of machines and devices, but the way of acting. That's a very important point here. The way of acting, how we teach, how we learn. That's the main point of technology. Not any devices. We can use the devices, or maybe without devices also we can learn. We can continue our education. Right? Though we are using different devices or machines or tools, it's a part of supportive. No, it's a part of support to the education system. That will also come under the term technology, but completely we cannot say educational technology is all about machines or tools or collection, or maybe any collection of machines. So very important thing is a way of acting, how we act for a task, especially the learning task or teaching task. That's the main point of the term educational technology. Right. Educational technology focuses on instructional tools. As I mentioned before, instructional tools are very important in the concept educational technology. Instructional procedures, I told that tools are not only educational technology. Even the instructional procedures also will come under that. Right? The process of applying the tools for educational purposes guided by the learning theories, right? Though we are using different tools or machines, right, which are guided by different learning theories. Based on the learning theories, based on the ideas that we learned from various aspects, we are using the tools or machines. Anyway, we are almost focusing on tools or machines in the purpose of education, but the instructional procedures or maybe the way that how we act for the development of education, for the betterment of education, also will come under the concept educational technology. So educational technology is not only machines or tools. It will talk about the way of teaching or the way of behaving in the teaching learning process. Right? Right. Technology in education is the application of technology to the instructional process. Right? As I mentioned before. So you just see this quotation. I mean, some 3 lines. You can understand the meaning of educational technology and how we can use the term educational technology for the betterment of education, even the resilience, for the future resilience. I hear, I forget. I see, I understand. I do, I remember. That's why we are using different machines or tools or equipments. how we can practice or the related machines or maybe tools for the betterment of education. That's why it is mentioned here as a third line. I remember. When you do only, you can remember. When you hear, you will forget in days. When you see only, you will understand, but it will also disappear in times. But when you do only, you will remember. To do the things, you have to use different ideas or strategies or machines, right? That is the main point of here in educational technology, right? Even more, I can say that sensual experiences from the foundation for intellectual activity. This is also for the definition or for to understand the concept educational technology, right? So my next point is aids to teaching and learning. This is that's a main part of the educational technology. As I mentioned you that before, machines or tools or the equipments also will come under technology, but we are not completely depending on that, right? We are just using that for the betterment of education. Even more, we are using for the betterment of education. We have to focus on the ways or how we act, how we reflect for the different process. When we talk about the aids or machines, we are using different aids or different machines. Now I am connecting with everyone from Sri Lanka using different machines or different aids. That's also part of the technology, educational technology, right? Even when I list out some of the aids or machines that we are using in the current education system, the projected or non-projected. There are two types of aids. We can define that the way the projected and non-projected. When we talk about the projected aids, films, slide projector, OHP, MMP, everything will come under that. Non-projected, that all hard materials, right? All hard materials, printer, display boards, graphics, smart board, e-board or different things, or 3D aids or audio aids, all hard materials will be considered as a non-projected aids, right? So even I can say when I talk about the aids or the things that we are getting through the aids, or audio things also will come under that, or visual ideas or pictures or photos or graphs or slides, even AV, AV technology, films, videos, multimedia, everything will come under aids to teaching and learning. Right? Use of technology in teaching and learning will, right, at the present time, when we use technology in education properly, what are the advantages, what are the benefits that we can get it from that, right? The first advantage, or I can say the first benefit is increase motivation. We can increase motivation. No, motivation not only the student side, but also the resource person side also. I mean the teacher side, the educationist side, right? They can increase their motivation. That's a first advantage that we can get from the concept educational technology. Gain and sustain attention. When we use the technology, different technologies, the concept, the different ideas in technology, we can gain and sustain attention of students, and also we can also focus on the concept continuously, because if you lose the focus, that will collapse. That's why that's a main point, that's an intention of the technology. We have to fully settle our focus, right? So the third point is facilitate understanding. We can facilitate understanding the concept through the betterment of educational technology, right? Enrich experiences. We can enrich the experiences in different ways when we use technology, educational technology, right? Increase retention. That's the main point. Retention. How we are going to sustain on the concept, how we are going to sustain on education. Now, according to the research around the world, now almost that is not common to all the countries. Even some African countries and Asian countries are not capable for that concept. When we think about the Europe countries or American countries, all students are very interested in learning via online. They are just getting back from the physical education system. They are going through the online education system, remote education system. Now that's the main concept. So though the COVID started or finished or whatever the things happen, very sad things, all sad things happen. Now students are fully interested to continue their education through online. That's a common thing for the Europe countries or some American countries, but that's not capable for Asian countries and African countries. We have some drawbacks. We are facing many challenges in using the concept educational technology. I mean, in continuing the online education system, even in Sri Lanka or maybe in India, right? We are facing some challenges, right? So direct learners towards thinking, concept formation, problem solving, etc. So when we use educational technology, the concept educational technology in teaching learning, it will make us to develop the idea of problem solving. It will develop the thinking capacity or concept formation, right? Concept formation is very important in the time of conceptual age, how we are going to create our concept. So through the proper creation of the concept only, we can benefit in a proper way from all aspects of education, right? So finally, to provide meaningful learning experiences. That's also main point of meaningful learning, main point of educational technology, in use of educational technology, right? So furthermore, I can list out some advantages. Knowledge explosions. So we can use our knowledge for different purposes, or through knowledge we can develop our skills. So it will use for different purposes. That's a main point of knowledge explosion. And obtaining up data information, right? We can gain different data through different concepts, or maybe different devices, or different aspects. That is also another advantage of obtaining up to data information. Then quick communication. I already mentioned the communication. Communication is a part of teaching. Teaching means communications, the effective communications. So exchanging information, how we are going to exchange the information, right? Sharing of resources, right? Through better use of technology in education, we can share resources to everyone, among all of us, even country to country, person to person, right? So these are the advantages of using technology in education, right? So when I talk about educational technology, I have to emphasize this concept, computer assisted learning, CAL, right? Computers are very important, you know, in the teaching and learning process. Without computers, even here also I cannot join to this conference without the help of computers, maybe the computer technology, right? The role of computers are different. When we think about the role of computers, the computers are used as tutors. Students learn directly from computers. That's the main point of tutor. And computers are used tutees. Students learn by teaching the computers. So finally, computers are used as tools. Students use software to assist learning. These are the main three roles of computers: as tutors, as tutees, as tools, right? In education and technology, computer assisted learning is a vital part, right? Things we can easily do using the computer technology. What are the things that
Sir? Sir? Hello, sir? Madam, now on that? Hello?
Can you hear me, ma'am? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
extremely sorry for the disconnection. You know that now we are continuously having some interaction in the maybe the electricity level in the country. You know the problems of Sri Lanka. So that's why though I joined through two devices, I am facing some challenges. Okay, now it's okay, it's fine. Now let me to share my slide. Give me 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Right, is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So things we can easily do using the computer technology, right? The computers assisted learning. So preparing learning materials and storing information, analyzing data, communications. So these are the four main points, or maybe the four main factors of computer assisted learning. So we can prepare the learning materials and store the information, analyze data and communication. As I mentioned earlier, the communication is a part of teaching. When we do the communication, computer will help in a more ways to ease our education system, right? So I can make it as a slide mode also. Wait, okay. Give me 1 minute. So, right, if before moving my slide, I'm just going to the slide. Give me 1 minute. Right, okay. I talk about this, and now I think I'm in the point of computer assisted learning. Give me 1 minute. Yeah. So as a tutor, as a tutees, and as a tools, I already explained those things. So this is the point I stopped, and I again starting. So we are using the computers for main purposes: preparing materials and storing information and analyzing data and communication. Right? Okay. A rationale for using technology in education. So what is the rationale? What is why we are using the technology? Technology is everywhere. You know, it helps for motivation, unique instructional capabilities, and support for new instructional approaches, and increased teacher productivity. So these are the main rationale of educational technology. Role of technology in learning. So what is the role of technology in learning? You know, students learn from technology. That's the main part of the technology, educational technology, when we take the concept educational technology in teaching and learning. Here, technology is used to deliver instruction, right? When students learn from technology, it is used to deliver instruction. When I talk about another aspect of technology, students learn with technology, right? Here, technology can only support learning, right? When students get ready, learn with technology, technology can only support learning. So these are the main role of technology in learning and teaching, right? Students learn from technology and students learn with technology, right? Role of technology in learning, there are two views, traditional views and contemporary views. When we talk about the traditional views of technology, role of technology in learning, it experts teachers to transmit the knowledge to passive learners by embedding them into technology-based lessons, right? Expert teachers should transmit knowledge to passive learners, right? That's the main part of the point. That's the main point. The passive learners, by embedding them into technology-based lesson. How we can make the passive learners to involve with the concept of educational technology. That is the traditional views of technology in teaching and learning. When I talk about the contemporary view of educational technology in teaching and learning, students cannot learn from Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So contemporary views are the students cannot learn from teachers or technology, but they learn from thinking. That's a contemporary views. So students are learning from the from thinking. That's a contemporary views. Right. Meaningful learning with technology. So it can be uh, different kinds of challenging activities and provide by teacher technology and teacher and technology, and will engage learners in thinking. I don't know about my time limitation also. Please let me know the time limitation. Maybe sometime I can go beyond my time also. Anyway, I will try to finish it quickly. Building up their own knowledge. So these are the meaningful learning with technology, right? Finally, result in meaningful learning. So meaningful learning with technology. Furthermore, technologies need to be used as knowledge construction tools, and computer applications should be used as cognitive tools that enhance the cognitive powers of human beings. Challenging activities will engage learners in thinking. Right. Mindful thinking is meaningful, right? You know, this is also from some quotation from, I got it from somewhere. So constraints, when I talk about the constraints of educational technology that we are facing now, lack of resources and time constraints and expense and lack of training that we are facing, resistance or fear, so negative attitude. So these are the constraints of using educational technology. And the next point is that I have to focus on here when I talk about the educational technology for the new normal. Factors to be considered when integrating the technology into education. What are the factors? So the first factor is media choice, and the educational factors, and resource factors, and organizational factors, finally evaluation. These are the main factors that we have to consider when we use educational technology in the teaching and learning process. Right. Role of the learners in the educational technology. Right. They have to be adapted to attitudinal change and interest, awareness, skill development, identify the facilities of new technology, analyze their strength and weakness. So these are the role of learners when they get ready to use educational technology in teaching and learning. Right? When I talk about the role of teachers, education is they also have to be adapted with attitudinal change, motivation, and awareness, knowledge and skills, and selecting appropriate technology, and preparing rich learning environment with the use of technology. So those are the role of teachers. So, with all the things that we discussed about the educational technology and the different role of educational technology, the meaning of technology, educational technology will really create the quality education in the world. The 2030, the purpose of UN 2030 education, the Sustainable Development Goal. Number 4 is, the quality education. How we can make the education system very quality through the use of educational technology. So we need technology in every classroom and in every student and teacher's hands, because it is the pen and paper of our time, and it is the lens through which we experience much of our world. This is the quotation from Daniel Warlick. So this clearly emphasizes the importance of educational technology in teaching and learning. So this is the final my takeaway message to all the listeners or to all the educationists here. Transformation of education is the main point of the present education system, the main point of the new normal, the education system of the new normal, transformation of education. How we can make the education system transformational? So through effective and efficient approaches in education, how we can practice these efficient, effective approaches in education through better use of educational technology. So the final takeaway point here is educational technology will lead the transformation of education in future that will help for the future resilience. So thank you very much. So this is my final point of my PowerPoint presentation. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you all. And I'm so happy for inviting me, and thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And Srimati G. Santoshi will present vote of thanks for the session. Thank you, sir.
I take in privilege in proposing formal vote of thanks. I thank the today's keynote speaker, Sri Ravindran Vivekanantarasha from Sri Lanka. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us education and technology, the role of teaching and learning in the role of communication in teaching. So the various instructional tools and instructional procedures which are necessary for education purpose in the today's scenario, the importance of computer technology and the role of technology in learning, the various traditional and contemporary views which are the need of the hour, and which you have enlightened about the ages various from agricultural age to conceptual age, where the innovative ideas play a vital role in the present scenario for the students. Even in the contemporary views, the students they learn from thinking. So the overall, the education system is a very quality. So here, the education technology will lead to the transformation of education for the future in the current scenario. Thank you, ma'am, for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir, once again.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful opportunity to be a keynote speakers in this wonderful conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we start the technical session of day 2, and the technical session begins with the paper presentation. The paper ID number is IIMC IC 06, Role of Transformational and Inclusive Leadership in the Innovation, editing by K. Kavyapriya from Chennai. Kavyapriya, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning to everyone.
Yes. You can present your PPT, and if possible, you can switch on your video also. And to the auditors, let me tell you that the time given for the presentation is 5 minutes. After 4 minutes, you will be given an info. We'll you unmute and you need. The total presentation time is 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I will present it. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So good morning to everyone, dear professors and my colleagues. So my topic is impact of employee engagement and how it impacts the well-being. So myself, I'm Kavya Priya, research scholar from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. So these are the contents of the study for today, my presentation. So now let's go to the introduction part. So according to the author D. Lacan, today, 2021, he argued that the authors argued that the psychological pressure and uncertainty in the present context of fast-changing workplace environment that leads to negative consequences for workers, such as facing difficulties in disconnecting from work demands because of the fast-changing work environment and new being not expected like COVID-19 situation. So so that situation we can it really affects the employees' lifestyle in the working role. So that is in the sense of facing difficulties, and it will disconnecting from their work demands, that is time rush or whatever may be. So automatically this leads to automatically this leads to affects in a bad way in their well-being. So furthermore, handling workforce issues plays a challenging role than before the new normal situation. In addition to that, employee engagement is one of the wonderful strategy that that we can gain the excellent performance from the individual, because once the employees are engaged, we will get innovative ideas from the individual employee, and it will also helpful for the organization also. So that is, employee engagement creates a positive mindset. So it creates a positive mindset among the employees, and also it produces a certain level of energy, dedication, concentration while doing the work. And there is no enthusiasm and happiness in the job performance without the presence of employees' engagement, motivation, satisfaction, and productivity. After the pandemic situation like COVID-19, organizations are seriously focused on employee engagement, being or not. So once the employees are engaged, they can put extreme efforts for achieving the individual and organizational goals, and thus impacts the worker happiness, satisfaction, and productivity. We know all that engaged employees are happy employees, but not happier employees are engaged one. So if in the organization employee engagement is present among the employees, automatically the employees are well in the well-being. So work engagement is very, very essential for any organization to strongly impact employee well-being in the sense of commitment of productivity, and also in their better performance. So this is research cap. So according to Singh et al. 2019, so there is lacking in evidence of challenge and hindrance demands for supporting JDR theory. So there are various job demands and job resources in JDR model. So in more advanced, there are a lot of, we can able to notify that organizational politics and job crafting, and also role in transformational leadership, inclusive leadership. There are a lot of various job resources, and also job demands in the sense of organizational, time pressure, and some various job demand. So our paper is mainly focused on some specific job demands and resources, and that's how it impacts employee engagement and also their well-being. So these are my objectives of study. So the study contribution is threefold, and the main objectives are: does the job resources such as social support and organizational justice positively predict work engagement? At which level of time pressure, that is job demand, positively predicts work engagement? Does work engagement positively associated with employees' well-being or not? So research methodology in the sense, I can I used secondary data collection methods based on the integrated literature reviews of 24 studies, and also I searched in some magazines and news articles also. So this is my conceptual model. So for based on the construct, I will collect the literature reviews. So social support, time pressure, organizational justice, these are the three constructs or the independent variables, and employee engagement is a mediator, and well-being in the sense of employee satisfaction, motivation, and productivity. So once the employees are these three constructs, that is independent variable affecting employee engagement, and how employee engagement impacts well-being, we'll see in the literature reviews. So in the literature reviews, according to Krishnamurthy and Monica 2017, the relationship among social support on employee engagement, the results showed that social support emerged as a prominent indicator for higher levels of engagement, particularly in supervisor support.
Savya, sorry to disturb. Please concentrate on the analysis and findings, ma'am. Please.
Sorry,
Not
ma'am,
any
it is in
literature.
conceptual study, ma'am.
Okay.
So, okay. So, according to Nasruddin and Khan 2018, so the study results showed that peer support alone has a direct and significant effect on employee job performance via employee engagement when compared to supervisor and organizational support. And relationship among time pressure and employee engagement. So, high levels of time pressure negatively related to work engagement, even if the unrelated tasks are up. So in the time pressure, in the sense of there are 3 levels: high level, low level, and moderate level. So when compared to the 3 levels, so the various authors suggested that high levels, moderate level of time pressure is positively predicting employee engagement, and also it will give good result for the organizational success also. And next, the construct is organizational justice on employee engagement. So organizational justice considers an employee's perception of fairness in the workplace, and it consists of mainly 3 components such as distributive justice, procedural justice, and interactional justice. So, and according to the author of Connor and Crowley 2017, organizational justice become a strong foundation for any organization for gaining employee job performance. And employee engagement and employee well-being. So according to the author of Redick et al. 2020, the findings revealed that work engagement has a positive effect on well-being of cruise ship employees, and also Make et al. 2014, if their employee engagement in that, so that is engagement atmosphere is in the presence of organization, that we can able to see the continued resistance for psychological well-being. If there is engagement, we can surely expect the well-being of employees. So based on the literature reviews of some 24 studies, I found out that, so that is job resources.
Conclude, time over. Have you
Okay.
time done? You can conclude, ma, please.
Okay. So that is the organization. If the organization promote moderate level of time pressure, they can gain more engagement by the employees, and also job resources promotes employee engagement among the employees for their organizational growth and success. So finally, job resources and some context of job demands positively influencing employee engagement, and also the through the mediating role of employee engagement. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kavya.
Thank you, ma'am.
So it is a request to all the to please concentrate on your objectives, analysis, and conclusions. Time is limited only to 5 minutes. After 4 minutes, I will give you an alert because of presenters waiting in the line. So we need to do it in a stipulated time. Thank you for the cooperation. Now I call upon IIMC IC01 Gauri Kalon from Vijaypuri, Karnataka to present.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, you can share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Myself, Gauri Kalgon, a research scholar and guest faculty in Karnataka State Akamadevi Women's University, Vijaypura, and it belongs to Karnataka State. I am here to present my paper titled Determinants of CSR Practices, a study related to listed companies in India. Introduction, we know that liberalization, privatization, and globalization, which has both positive and negative impacts on the society, economy, and environment, have provided newer responsibilities to the corporate world and brought in a new phase to CSR. There is an increasing and diverging demand from all stakeholders that the businesses should take larger responsibility, and this has made the this responsibility is gradually turning from voluntary to obligatory mode in many countries. Corporate social responsibility practices vary among different companies, and these practices depend upon varying characteristics, features of the companies. That is, CSR practices, it varies among different companies, and different financial considerations like turnover, profitability, leverage, stability, liquidity, etc. And the non-financial considerations like age of the firm, origin of the firm or ownership, listing status, audit firm size, industry type, that is the company belongs to which type of industry, also influence the CSR practices of the companies. In this present study, the financial considerations like turnover, profit after tax and net worth, which are also the eligibility criteria for CSR under Companies Act 2013, are considered to examine their relationship with CSR practices. Non-financial considerations like age of the firm, industry sensitiveness towards environment, foreign listing status and audit firm size are examined to identify their association with CSR practices of the companies. The study signifies to utilize the areas of strength and reduce the negative effects of weaknesses. Objectives: the present study aims to understand the correlation, that is Carl Pearson's correlation is used here, correlation of turnover, profit after tax, net worth, age of the firm, industry sensitiveness, foreign listing status, and the audit firm size with corporate social responsibility performance, and this CSRP, which is measured by the extent of adherence to 2% mandate as per Companies Act 2013. Profile of sample companies, how the sample companies have derived from. So companies listed in NSE Nifty 100, NSE Nifty Mid Cap 100 and NSE Nifty Small Cap 100 as per the NSE Indexogram or NSE Indices Limited as on December 31st, 2020 are considered for this study. From the above indices, the companies belonging to financial services sector and the companies whose data is not available are excluded, and finally a total of 235 companies are selected as sample. The study covers 6 years period from 2014-15 to 2019-20. A total of 1,387 annual reports are collected from the company websites and data pertaining to CSR is analyzed. Further, the data relating to financial aspects, board of governance and general characteristics of the companies are collected from NSE and Capitaline database. So just a glimpse of the companies or the sectors from where the companies have been derived from. So from automobile sector, we have 18 companies forming 7.66%, cement and cement products, 10 companies, 4.26%, and so on. So the highest number of companies fall into consumer goods sector, that is 44 companies with 18.72%, and next followed by pharmaceutical companies with 28, and percentage is 11.91%. Right, this is a distribution of companies based on sectors. Next, in this study, what is the dependent variable we are going to consider is corporate social responsibility performance, which is coded as CSRP. And this is calculated as extent of adherence to 2% mandate as per Companies Act. So the companies which are going to fall within the eligibility of CSR.
Madam,
yes,
one more minute to go.
Yeah. So the dependent variable here is CSRP. It is calculated as CSR amount, and actual, what is the prescribed amount of CSR and what is the actual amount of CSR, a comparison is made every year, and on this basis whether the company is falling into excess, whether the company is spending excess of prescribed amount or the less amount of prescribed amount, that is calculated. And the different independent variables are turnover, profit after tax, net worth, age of the firm and industry sensitiveness, foreign listing status and audit firm's size. The study hypothesis is determinant characteristics of the companies have no relation with their CSR practices, and the determinant alternative hypothesis is determinant characteristics of the companies have relation with their CSR practices. So the research actually evidence that, or it gives, it supports the alternative hypothesis that the determinant characteristics of the companies have relation with their CSR practices. Now, the correlation analysis, what is the interpretation we can make is the relationship between turnover and CSRP is positive and it is significant. So we accept the alternative hypothesis and conclude that turnover and that is size of the firm is having positive relation with CSR performance. As profit after tax also has positive relation with CSRP, the net worth actually has more positive relation with CSRP. Age of the firm, industry sensitiveness, and foreign listing status. Foreign listing status is the companies which are listed in the foreign exchanges. The also has the positive correlation with CSRP. Only the attribute audit firm size does not have, it has insignificant relationship with CSRP. Now the findings.
Madam, you need to conclude, madam, please.
Yeah. Findings.
Already
There
6 minutes.
Yeah, there is statistically.
Already 6 minutes done.
Yeah.
Please go directly to conclusions, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
CSR should not be an optional add-on to businesses, but it should be about the way in which businesses are managed. Eligibility criteria of turnover, profit, and net worth for CSR provisions of the companies is in the right direction, since all the three are positively correlated to CSR performance. Turnover and profit after tax have the same level of significant relation, for which a thought must be given, since both are correlated, as high turnover leads to higher profits. Among all the variables, foreign listing status has more positive correlation with CSRP, specifying that companies listed on foreign exchanges are more likely to comply with CSR requirements. Industry sensitiveness is positively correlated to CSR compliance, so as the age of the companies is also positively correlated to CSR practices. But it should be clear to the businesses, whether they are old or new, sensitive or not, listed or not, that CSR initiatives enable corporates to build a stronger brand that reverberates with key external stakeholders. That is, CSR, instead of adding it as a responsibility, it should be the way to do the business. That is my conclusion. These are various references I have taken from, and thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this chance to present before you all.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Now we call paper ID IIMC IC02, object detection with audio feedback. Venkat Sampath Sivaramakrishna from S University, Kanchi, Tamil Nadu. We request all the presenters to please stick on to the time. Concentrate on your objectives, analysis, conclusions. At 4 minutes, I'll give you a warning note. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. My name is, I'm Ram Prakash. I'm finally grad student at SCSV Kanchi University. My current focus is to present my paper on object detection with audio feedback. Nowadays, object recognition is one of the challenging applications of computer vision, which has been widely applied in many areas like autonomous cars, robotics, and security tracking, and guiding visually impaired people. Here, my main objective is to detect an object and give an audio feedback with synthetic audio using some functions. Here, we look into the helping the absence of vision impairment or restrain the movement of a person in unfamiliar place, which is very essential to take help from our technology and train them to guide blind people whenever they need. It is challenging to apply these methods to resource-limited edge devices for real-time applications, which is inspired by YOLO. You only look once. It is an algorithm that utilizes single convolutional neural networks for the object detection. Our algorithm is based on CNN, convolutional neural networks, and YOLO, which help us to develop a model to our requirement, as in detecting an object and displaying in our front end. Our architecture shows user will display come in front of a device, and it will process by taking an image to the processing model to the mission model which we are training, and it will displays an output and with an audio feedback. UML diagram. Our UML diagram is unified modeling language diagram. Unified modeling language which displays what we are currently doing in our current technology. Here, the input image will given to the system, and system will capture using the device camera, and it will recognize the image, and it will detect the image as in output as with the audio feedback to the user. User gives an contribution of image and audio, getting the output as a audio feedback. Activity diagram. Here our activity diagram displays the graphical representation of our unified modeling language diagram. Here system and users will contribute the same amount of system. Here system will process the image and recognize with capturing that image and process with and function which is used from front end JavaScripting language. The function name is synthetic system iteration, which uses to give an audio feedback from the detected object. Our implementation. We will gather the data which we required from the user, and we will pre-process the user's data, and model will be done using two long short-term layers with which will help the model to recognize an object. Next page.
You can conclude. Already
Okay.
it's time over. Yeah.
Okay. Conclusion. These are the objects. Okay, we conclude here with object detection. We will detect an object with giving an audio feedback to the blind person. Here, blind person will get an idea about what he's facing through these our technologies, and get an audio feedback through our technology. And our future study would be recognition of an action from an environment, and giving audio feedback to the blind person. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Next paper presenter, paper ID IIMC IC03, a research on new skill expectations of corporate world by Dr. Lara Priyadarshini and Ms. Divya Lakshmi J. Coimbatore.
Hello, good morning to everyone who are presenting here. I hope that my screen is visible to everyone. Okay, so this is Dr. Lara Priyadarshini, working as an assistant professor, GRD Academy of Management, and my research scholar, Divya Lakshmi. We are going to present a topic on a research on new skill expectation of the corporate world from MBA graduates post-COVID. So this is an introduction. So post-COVID-19, the corporate expectation from management students are gradually changed, especially after the COVID period, due to the lot of expectations in the business world, as well as the business world has also faced a lot of problem in sustaining their things. So in order to avoid that, the corporate have literally changed all their expectation, especially from the MBA students. So we have taken this glimpse as a main point, and we just proceeded with our research. So this is the major statement of the problem. We have discussed with a lot of HR people, and we have gone through a lot of articles, blogs, and a lot of literatures also based on that. What is the actual problem existing during the post-COVID? and what are the real expectation of the corporate people, whether it is in the same position or it has changed a lot. And he have found that a lot of a problem are existing, like most of the students, they're not having the skill set what is expected by the people. So based on this problem, you just proceed with the research process. We have taken two major things after discussing with a lot of HR people and blogs, articles, a lot of databases. We have taken two major independent variable as cognitive load management. The other one is the computational thinking. So cognitive load management is nothing but, for an example, if a person is explaining to you, two persons are explaining the same thing, means in order to avoid taking all the points, those people, if the observer is having a very good cognitive load management skill, means he can able to get only the fragments of both the people's explanation. That is the most demanded skill, especially from the MBA students. So that's why we have taken this as a major factor. And the other one is the computational thinking. Computational thinking, as in today's research portion, also insisted the same point that computation is nothing but directly involved with the system. It is not like that. First, the people need to understand what is the actual problem and how we have to approach to that. Based on that only, we have to proceed with the next step. What are the program? What are the technologies are available? So in understanding the problem is very, very important in today's scenario, because a lot of constraints are happening up, a lot of misconception, a lot of interventional things are happening. So in order to avoid that, computational thinking skill is very, very important, and the HR people are expecting this type of skills as a major one from the MBA people. So for this reason only, we have taken both these things as a major independent variables. So this is our research questions. So how to identify the new skill set expected from the corporates, especially during the post-COVID. We have taken the account and finance firms. The major reason in selecting this firm is based on the GMAC recruiter survey. The accounting and finance firms, they have just recruited the MBA people in a high percentage comparing to the other type of people. That's why I've taken the specific industry. The other research questions are here. So the major thing is we want to analyze the impact of both the skills on the corporate expectation. So these are the, based on the research questions, we have proceeded with the objectives of the study. So the major objective is in order to find out whether the cognitive load management and the computational thinking is having a positive impact on corporate expectation. That is the major objectives of our study. So based on these things, we have proceeded with the review of literature, and we have framework like this. We have taken each and every paper and we have categorized as theoretical framework, what is their research question, methodology, and what is their result and conclusion. So these are the major review of literature. Based on that, we have found out that only very few studies conducted in Tamil Nadu, especially with the accounting and finance firms, and no one have taken this particular skill set in order to find out the impact among the corporate expectations. So this is the major research gap. So based on this, we have formulated our hypothesis. The first hypothesis is there is a positive significant relationship between cognitive load management and corporate expectation. And the second hypothesis is there is a positive significant relationship between the computational thinking and corporate expectation. And this is our research model. This is the methodology. We have taken the quantitative research. Then this is the nature of data. We have just gone with the primary data and questionnaire. We have set the questionnaire. The question is framed by the researchers only because no question is available. Structure question is available in the past studies. So we have done our own questionnaire, set our own questionnaire based on a lot of things, based on articles, blogs, having an interaction with the HR people like that. Then we have designed a closed-ended questionnaire. The area of study is HR recruiters and hiring managers. Population is unknown because due to the very hectic period, we cannot able to find out the real number of HR recruiters are available in Tamil Nadu, especially in accounting and management firm. The sample study is 384. We have used the structure equation modeling, and the sampling techniques is non-probability sampling. So
Lara,
the first
you can conclude, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. So this is our analysis. We have done the CFA and we have found out that the value is perfect. Then we proceed with the structural equation modeling, and we have found out that both the factors, that is cognitive load management and the computational thinking, is having a very good impact on corporate expectation. So based on this, what we want to tell is in the college perspective, both the academician as well as the management, they have to formalize their teaching methodology mainly on these two particular factors. If so, means definitely the MBA students can get a lot of influencing things. Based on that, their placement activities also become very good in the future. So this is a major recommendation for the academician and the management to take this two major factors as a more influencing to get a better job for the MBA people. So thank you so much for providing this opportunity.
No questions, madam. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presenter, paper ID IIMC IC21, challenges primary education, Indo-Bangla border area within the functional by Saurabh Chatterjee from Bilaspur, West Bengal. Saurabh sir, are you there?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. If there is any presentation, you can share the screen, sir.
Yes, madam. Is it visible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible, madam, my PPT?
PPT is not visible, sir.
You are visible.
You are visible, sir. Your PPT is not visible. You can share the screen, sir.
Yes, I'm sharing.
You can start.
Actually, is it how, madam? Your present your entire screen or a window, a tab. Which can I select, madam?
Window, sir.
And madam, I'm unable to share. Can I read the paper?
Yes, sir. Sir. No problem.
Or okay. This is Saurabh Chatterjee from Guru Ghasidas Central University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Today, my topic is challenges to impart primary education at Indo-Bangla border area within the functional jurisdiction of Raghunathganj Police Station, Murshidabad, West Bengal. Abstract, primary education means education given to the children from class 1 to 5 level. Students' future fully depends upon their quality of primary education. According to APJ Abdul Kalam, creativity is the key to success in the future. And primary education is where teachers can bring creativity in children at that level. In the present study, researcher conducted a survey to know the condition of primary education at Indo-Bangla border area within the functional jurisdiction of Raghunathganj Police Station, Murshidabad, West Bengal. For this purpose, researchers selected two primary schools named 86 number Chor Bajitpur Primary School, 29 number Chor Pirojpur Primary School. Those are located very nearby Indo-Bangla border area within the functional jurisdiction of Raghunathganj Police Station, West Bengal. Researcher used to go for field visit or observation and also take an interview from guardians, teachers deployed in those schools. Few burning challenges of primary education come out through this study. These are insufficient government primary school, transportation problem, lack of medical facilities, non-availability of pure drinking water, electricity problem, less availability of educational resources, lack of educational awareness among parents, insufficient teaching staffs, and strong surveillance of border security force, etc. After understanding all facts related to concerned topic, it is highly recommended that government should formulate special policies relating to border area to cope with the above mentioned issues. Now, introduction primary education means education given to the children from class 1 to 5 level, and in West Bengal, primary education denotes education given to the children from class 1 to 5. The international border named Indo-Bangla border is the fifth longest land border in the world. Bangladesh and India share a 4,096 kilometer long international border. The length of land border in West Bengal is about 2,217 kilometers. The district named Murshidabad is very historical place of West Bengal. Murshidabad district not only known by his incredible history, but also known for its geographical dimension. This district is situated very nearby Indo-Bangla border area. Total population of this district was about 71,38,007 in 2011. Total primary schools in this district are about 3,187. Researchers visited two villages named Chor Bajitpur and Chor Pirojpur. Those come under Borsimul Gram Panchayat area, are situated very nearby Indo-Bangla border area. As per 2011 census data collected from reliable source of Borsimul Gram Panchayat, total habitants of this Panchayat area was about 21,702, and now the figure is about 25,756, whereas currently two villages named Chor Bajitpur and Chor Pirojpur have 3,513 and 4,438 number of habitants respectively. Researchers noticed only two government primary schools are running in these villages. These two villages are situated far away from the civilized society. Cultivation is the main occupation of habitants of these areas. Mashon is another well-known occupation of the habitants of these two villages. Some burning issues are transportation problem, health issues, non-availability of pure drinking water, non-availability and electricity problem, less availability of educational resources, strong surveillance of border security force, insufficient classroom and modern facilities. And some suggestions and conclusion are: government should build more concrete roads in these villages. This will help students to reach schools in monsoon session. More number of primary schools has to be started, keeping in view the local demand. More number of teachers has to be deployed in the present government primary schools of these villages. Central government of India should complete the fencing work on border area, which will help the BSF to easily monitor the border, and by this way villages as well as will also be benefited from the strong surveillance of BSF. Parents and or guardians then can easily cross the Padma River for any requirement. Shopkeepers also will be benefited to carry and store products in their shops. Shopkeepers can easily maintain their stocks related to educational needs. Better equipment better equipped health centers should be developed in these villages. Doctors, nurse, paramedical staff should be deployed in health centers. Prevailing health centers should give service for 24 into 7 hours. It will help students to maintain their proper health. Purified water facilities should be provided in government primary schools. It will help students to maintain their health and hygiene. Government should allot ambulance in health centers of these villages. It will help parents to rescue their wards from health hazards. More powerful solar plants should be developed in these villages for uninterrupted power supply in these areas, so students can easily read and write anytime. BSF should be more familiar. Border security force should be more familiar.
Time to conclude, sir.
Okay. So overall development of rural areas cannot be possible without proper basic education of children. Utility of labor, punctuality, discipline, health and hygiene, etc. will be developed among children through primary education, which ultimately help children to become complete man or woman. By this way, rural population as well as population of the whole nation will be benefited holistically. So this is my paper, and this is very unfortunate that I am unable to present my PPT. If it is needed, then I will mail my PPT to your official email ID. Is it needed, madam?
Yes, you can send it.
Sir, yes, sir. It's better.
Moreover,
you can send immediately.
I have a question for you, Mr. Saurabh.
Yes.
What special measures are to be adopted by the government of India to improve primary education at the Indo-Bangladesh border area?
Yes.
Do you want some investments in education by the central government? apart from what the state government has been spending there?
No, actually, sir, primary education is given by the state government.
Yeah.
State government, and
Okay.
the part where I have visited, that is a very remote area, and that is beside the river Padma river, and flood is a common thing in the monsoon session, and during that time 1 or 2 months the school has to be shut down. Yes, because I have some pictures in my PPT that teachers and students are going crossing the river, crossing the river, and they wear a towel and crossing the river during the monsoon session. And the muddy way, all pictures I have enclosed in my PPT. I will mail the PPT. Shall I mail it?
Right. It's very good topic. Very good. Primary education.
Yes. And I have sent the full paper also, sir. And BSF, due to non-fencing, fencing is not done. Therefore, those smugglers, they are using the children to earn money, and their innocency is being used by the smugglers, and they are more going to they are more familiar to smuggling related works and neglecting their education. So this is a very tense. This is very horrible thing which is going on in this type of district or this type of remote areas, and this is a very burning issues relating to our security, national security, sir.
Right. We can understand. Excellent. Thank you so much. Excellent.
Yes. So, I am going to send my PPT in your mail ID. So, shall it send to the registered email ID where I have registered?
Same, sir. IIMC Conferences mail ID.
Yes. I am going to mail the PPT. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right. Very good. All the best.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the very wonderful paper and wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir. Now, the paper number IIMC IC22 Entrepreneurship and Business Growth by Ms. Lopamutra Chaudhary, Padai, West Bengal. Madam, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I am audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Yeah, can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you can share your screen.
Yeah.
Please start. Please start.
Yes, sir. Okay, ma'am.
Madam, your screen you have not shared with us. Please, yes, it is now visible. Start, madam.
It's okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
My topic is entrepreneurship and business growth under the theme of 21st century skill, a global scenario for sustainable development. I will discuss the matter in following way. It's not changing,
చాలా
ma'am.
బాగుంది కదా.
Site is not changing, sir.
What happened?
1 minute, sir. Madam, you can use F5.
Can I speak? Can I speak it without sharing?
It's, if you are comfortable, it's okay, madam.
Yeah, I can actually. I cannot do it properly.
Or you can go to view menu and you can see your or slideshow is there, no, madam. If you are able to move your.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm doing it without slides sharing. It's difficult for me.
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. Actually, my topic
Click
is
on second side. If not,
yes, ma'am.
Please speak out. You can speak.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. My topic is entrepreneurship and business growth. I will discuss the matter in following way. That is introduction, literature review, methodology, findings, and concluding discussion. Introduction. The pandemic has forced us to reimagine way in which we as a nation economic and social demands and our ability to harness and develop to meet the critical priorities. In this phenomena, now every country.
madam, you're not audible clear. Please set your mic
is
for.
encouraging
Madam, are you able to hear?
entrepreneurship skills are required to develop a growth-oriented skill might be enhanced. Literature review. The objective of how small business can be transformed into growth-oriented funds remain inclusive and despite the magnitude of research on growth funds and the studies seek to identify answer what entrepreneurship skills are required to develop a growth-oriented business and how this skill might be enhanced. Methodology. Entrepreneurship is a skill that can be learned. The educational methodology needed in today's world is one which helps to develop an individual's mindset, behavior, skill, and capacities and can be applied to create value in a range of context and environment. And with a view to identify the effect of the entrepreneurship on economic growth, our one key independent variables are total early stage entrepreneurship, that is TEA, which consists of opportunity-driven early stage entrepreneurship, OEA, and necessity-driven early stage entrepreneurship, that is NEA. Data on these entrepreneurship variables are collected from the GEM, the most widely used source of entrepreneurship data. And that the key independent variables are GDP growth and GDP per capita growth, the most two widely used measures of economic growth. Data on this indicator were taken from the World Bank's World Development Indicator database. Finding. Entrepreneurs are willing to explore, create, and take risks, and subsequently growth is continuing in the talented individuals that the entrepreneurs is able to attract, motivate, and live on the growth trajectory. Growth should be seen as a vehicle of reaching something by action rather than as an end result of action. 3. Entrepreneurship today is the part of the societal force acting as a part plug of the which stimulates and activates most of the economic activity. 4. Capitalist economics are not alone in encouraging entrepreneurs, but managed economics such as China are beginning to encourage and facilitate entrepreneurship. Thus, 5.
The socio-economic environment, including structure, economic system, culture, and condition, affect entrepreneurship. 6. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research to 2020, innovation and entrepreneurship are activities, especially in some regions like Silicon Valley. 7. We do not find any statistical sufficient significant link between total entrepreneurship and economic growth, but we do find significant links between the growth and the introduction of sectoral shares and different types of entrepreneurship. 8. An important finding of this study is that entrepreneurs, when presented in the opportunity to connect with the other entrepreneurs, is a non-cooperative environment builds significant social capital. This social capital used by all participants in the industry to advance their own knowledge and expertise. 9. Other parameters needed to be considered, such as support structure, outstage, and training program, are all parameters the desire to grow a business afforded tailored support to ensure that they have the best prospect of succeeding. Discussion. Ingredient of socio-economic development.
Set your mic properly. In between, we are losing your audio, please.
Concluding discussion. Entrepreneurship is an indispensable ingredient of economic development as well as economic growth. The emerging and developing economy is a service-based economy which makes it easier for small business to exist, whereas developed economy is manufacturing-based economy. It reveals from empirical analysis that the introduction of the lack of total early stage entrepreneurship, that is TEA, and lack of necessity-driven early stage entrepreneurship, that is NEA, with the share of the manufacturing sector have a significant and positive impact on economic growth. Moreover, for developing economies, the imperial analysis indicates that the expansion of manufacturing implies the positive growth effects of OEA, opportunity-driven early-stage entrepreneurship, whereas the expansion of services strengthens the positive growth effect of NEA, that is necessity-driven early-stage entrepreneurship. So it is very clear. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The level of entrepreneurship varies among economies at stage of economic development. According to this approach, entrepreneurs and regions entrepreneurship capital due to the impact of regional industrial diversity like Silicon Valley are the missing link in the Rogers theory explaining business growth. Thank you, ma'am. This is all from my side.
Okay, I have a question for you. What is a managed economy? What is a managed economy? Can you give an example apart from China?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
What is a managed economy? Apart from China, can you give one or two more examples? What is a managed economy? In your paper, you have stated about this.
Yeah, that is China is the managed economy, sir.
Huh?
China, I indicate that China is the managed economy.
Okay. Apart from China, is there any other economy that has been managed? Okay, leave it. What is the difference between economic growth and economic development?
So economic growth is the whole country is developed with that is economic growth, the growth of the whole country.
Okay. What about the economic development?
Economic developments also affect the GDP.
It is?
GDP, it is develop the GDP, the whole structure of the whole society.
Right. Thank you. Madam, go to the other one.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Next presenter with paper ID.
Thank you, ma'am.
IIMC IC. Madam, you can stop sharing your screen, ma'am. Lopamudra, ma'am. Please stop sharing your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Now the paper presented is IIMC IC 25. This is about challenges of HR managers due to moonlighting by S. Ambika from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Ambika Subramaniam, are you there, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Indira?
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Morning to everyone. Myself Ambika from CIT College, Coimbatore, MBA department. My topic here is an analysis about challenges of HR managers due to moonlighting intentions of employees in 21st century. I did this presentation under the guidance of Dr. Krishnamurthy, head of MBA, CIT College. So the objective of our paper is to determine the factors that enable for the moonlighting concept. As we all know that human resources are considered to be the most important asset for any organization. The economy is intensifying itself to be in the global competitive world. Maintaining the human resources to retain in an organization is a very difficult task by the HR managers. So I took this topic to analyze how the moonlighting concept is affecting the HR department. So the main objective here is to identify and analyze the positive and the negative aspects of moonlighting concepts in HR department, in HR view. So going on to the next, moonlighting. What is moonlighting? Is nothing but a dual employment by an employee. It is not moonlighting the arise in the organization not only by the employee's dissatisfaction towards his salary, but then also some people have a passion towards other aspects other than the professional life, so they will be indulging themselves to do their passionate work. Like for example, one may have interest towards fashion designing, but still they, to earn an income, they will be working on in an IT industry. So in free time they will be doing the other fashionable job. These kind of jobs will be coming under moonlighting. So here since though a moonlighting concept was available before COVID also, but after COVID crisis only it is being increased because employees during COVID crisis, they faced many issues like salary cuts, and they were not given enough bonuses, or their working hours were being reduced. So they were approaching for the other side jobs or the other part-time jobs to earn an income. So then during and after COVID crisis only, the rate of moonlighting concept has been increased. So these are the motives and the various categories under moonlighting. The major motives of moonlighting are additional revenue, to earn other many income, so that uh, they can balance their work life. They can have a work life balance, in because the cost of living and the earning income is not suitable, is not sufficient for them, and to prove their capabilities in different job profiles, and also to non-recognition by the employers. They are shifting their organizations and to utilize their spare time. And coming on to the various types of moonlighting, there are blue moonlighting, quarter moonlighting, half moonlighting, and full moonlighting. Coming to the methodology and data, to analyze the research, we plan to have a matrix framework wherein we determined 20 factors, that is 10 internal factors and 10 external factors, through factor analysis. And these internal external factors were being categorized into SWOT factors, that is opportunities and threat factors will be under the external factors, and strength and weakness will come under the internal factors. And framing all these into a matrix, we need some variables. So under each opportunity, under each factor, like opportunity, we had 5 variables. Similarly, for threat factors, we analyzed 5 variables. And similar to opportunity and threat, for strength and weakness, we gathered five variables. So analyzing these variables, we gave a weightage for each variable, like ranging from 0 to 1. We gave a weightage for each variable, and we gathered rating for each variables from the respondents. Like 1 to 5 was the metric we specified, and we have specified the weightage and rating here. So from that, we gained the weighted score. So we calculated the weighted score for both internal and external factors, and we have framed the mapping of internal and external factors matrix. The left one, which is shown here, it is the sample, that is which is the IE framework, we say, that is internal external factor, which was developed, or which was given by Freda David in his strategic management book, wherein the nine cells depicts the position of a firm, wherein whether or how the level of growth of a firm, whether it is in a growth stage or it is in a decline stage, or how far it is in its timeline. All those we can be depict from the matrix. So here we use the internal and external factor matrix through the weighted scores obtained from the external assessment factors and internal assessment factors. So if we see that the intersection point here, it is lying in the second cell. That is, it determines that it depicts the factors, these factors, that is the both internal and external factors of moonlighting concept, will not make any organization or make the organization go to a decline stage, but it will be staying in a build and growth level. It can even be brought to the first level, that is the strongest level, that is the company can sustain in the compatibility market, so competitive market, if they follow some policies for the moonlighting employees. That is our conclusion, and it can be given as a further study also to the HR manager. That is, HR managers have to develop the policies to gain the positive aspects of moonlighting, and also to avoid the negative aspects of moonlighting. What I say is, the positive aspects what the HR managers face through moonlighting is, if an employee works on to the other organization, or as for example, say an employee works as a trainer in other organization, that becomes that can increase the reputation of the current organization where he is working. So that is a positive aspect from moonlighting. And also the employee will gain an additional skill, which is also in turn a positive aspect of his current working organization. Coming to the negative points of moonlighting, if he is working in other organization for his spare time, like side jobs, he might not have the full concentration or dedication towards his current job. So that may result into a production less production, or any wrong aspects in his current job. So that might affect the organization's overall productivity will also be getting affected. So that is a negative point. And also the other negative point, one, if employee is working in his current organization and he is using the resources of current organization for the side job organization he is doing, might be the side job organization might be the rival for the current organization. So usage of such resources, or even the confidentiality of the documents, which can be very risky for the current organization. So these are the negative aspects. So if an HR manager keenly frames the policies to avoid these negative impacts and also by benefiting the positive impacts of moonlighting, they have a scope to even achieve in this kind of competitive market. So these are the various conclusions I have provided. That is, to provide us policies to scale the expectations that employees will prioritize the primary job, and to which can be followed by a conflict of interest policy to mandate them to not to work for competitors, and expand the additional condition with a path or a structure of getting prior sanction from concerned executives. Motivate and encourage the employees with a consistent reward system to acknowledge their contributions, which will be helping them to emphasize their strength. So finally, I conclude that moonlighting, though it has a positive, negative aspects for any organization, there are major negative aspects like confidentiality can be a very major risk factor, and also productivity loss, that is profitability, and even the productivity in turn, production, it gets less, it in turn affects the profitability. So if those negative impacts are being reduced, they can even succeed in this competitive world, not avoiding the moonlighting, but they can incorporate the moonlighting intentions of employees. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Ambika,
Sir,
thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, this is not a problem. Moonlighting is not a problem.
Yes, sir.
In the United States, Canada, and other advanced countries.
Yes, sir. Yeah, correct.
IT employees of Indian origin, they are doing more than 3 jobs in the Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
For them, it is not a problem. Why all of a sudden it become a sin in India? As you have stated in your article, that one can generate additional revenue. Number 2, it brings about a work-life balance. And the other major thing is non-recognition by the employer is forcing the employees to go for moonlighting. When the advantages are more, why should we discuss this moonlighting at all? Is it not?
Yes, I agree, sir. Because still in India there are some negative aspects of moonlighting, such like as we say, IT employees, they are working for the current organization, and also they are not revealing their side jobs. That may be the reason. They can have a clear transparency in their moonlighting intentions. That might create an negative impact for the organization. That the employee might reveal the confidential documents to the rivals of those current organization, or he might not or whether he is afraid about the employee attrition level might increase if we don't accept the moonlighting. These are all from employer side, and employees, they don't provide their details of their side jobs which they are making. With the fear that if we say that my income is not up to that level which I have that is to my knowledge, I'm not gaining the income, and so I'm going for the side job. He has a fear that that current job will go on, so that he's not having the transparency with his own or current organization's management. So those factors can be improved, and they can have a mutual understanding about the personal levels also. About each employee's work-life balance also can be considered by the employers, and maintaining such policies, that is, you should not you cannot work more than the working hours of the present organizations to the side jobs, and not releasing of any confidentiality informations to the competitors, or not employing or not getting employed to the competitors itself it can be given as a policy. So but it is a very good point, sir. For India, it can be improved a lot.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
my
yeah.
point.
Thank
I
you
have
so
question.
much for your presentation.
I
Thank you
have a
so
question
much,
for
sir.
you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
One question for you.
Yes,
So,
sir.
do you think moonlighting will become a way of life?
Sure, sir.
Because
It is becoming. It
most
is
of the
becoming.
jobs are outsourced, and the younger generation are employed in consolidated salaries like that. Now,
Yes, sir.
in
Yes,
course
sir.
of time, in the 21st century, will it become a way of life?
Sure, it is actually it is becoming a way of life. Most of them, not only the IT sectors, not only it is affecting in IT sectors. For example, even our teaching sector is also have started the moonlighting concept. For example, if a teacher is working in a school for full day, the tuition they are undertaking the tuitions or extra classes from their own private locations, even that becomes a moonlighting concept. Mostly the major point why the moonlighting concept is taken by each and each employee is because of their to satisfy their cost of living and to bring a balance with their income and their cost of living. So they're moving on to just gain the money, and but some percentage of the people, mainly the youngsters, they are going to attain their passion, so that they need income, but also they don't want to lose their passion in the school days or the within the college days. So to continue their passion, for example, some may having a dance academies at the evening. They might be working in some their offices. Evening and weekends they will be opening their extracurricular activities like gyms or dance academies. Even other example, we can have farming. They used to even manage their farming works, and also they will be concentrating on their official works also. That is also moonlighting concept, I think. See, but most of them, they are preferring for moonlighting concept nowadays. It becoming a way of living.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ambika, for the most presentation. Now I call upon G. Nagendra with paper ID IIMC IC 33.
Yes, ma'am.
Attendance management system using face recognition of the paper. Presenting from Sri Chandrasekhara Saraswati Viswa Mahavidyalaya, Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu.
Good morning, everyone. I am Gopsetti Nagendra. I am from the SCSVMB University, Kanchipuram. Our project title is Attendance Management System using Face Recognition. The main abstract of the attendance management system is to take the attendance by using the face recognition and avoiding the manual effort of taking attendance with pen and paper. Attendance details can be known easily from the face recognition by saving the data into the database, and we can fetch the data and we can know the details of the student when he is present or when he is absent. This automatic attendance management system will be different from the manual method, which is used to take the lot of time consuming, and the possibilities of errors may be occur. That can be decreased by using this facial recognition taking attendance. The main objective of this paper is to optimize the manual process of taking attendance with pen and paper. Even though the technology is increased a lot, but the many schools and colleges, the teachers are using the same process, manual process by taking the attendance with pen and paper. But by using this facial recognition as a biometric process, we can take the attendance without using of any manual process of pen and paper. We can directly take the attendance by using the face recognition, and we can save the data into the database. And by that, we can extract the information about the student, details of timing, and also we can send the message of the details of the students about what time is present in the class and what time is absent and what time has moved on to the from the class. And we can send that message to the parents. So we explored many algorithms in the deep learning method. We explored some SVM algorithms and some other algorithms related to the deep learning concept. Finally, we are succeeded in taking the LBPH classifier, which is the local binary pattern histogram algorithm. By this algorithm, we can predict the students' faces and we can save the data into the database. This will reduce the time consumption for taking the attendance. The working of this LBPH algorithm will be, if you take the original image, if we collect the image from the camera, that will be changed into the black and white from BGR to RGB, so that computer can understand. So and also based on the intensity, the image intensity, the data will be transformed into the binary format, so that computer can understand to start the process of the working of the algorithm. So the middle value in the every intensity will be changed into the binary format. That binary format will be formed into the form of matrices. Each pixel will be turned into the matrices. Based on the threshold value in the middle of the matrix, we can find the limits and we can form it into the histogram, or we can change into the histogram, and we can add all that values in the form of histograms. And based on that, we can recognize, when we want to recognize the facial recognition what we have tested and trained, we can use this histogram of each region of matrix, and we can compare the images and we can save the attendance. This is the architecture of our working model. Firstly, we have to take the student details. By taking the camera from the camera, we have to take the details of face images, and we have to train the data. And also we have to enter the details like registration number, name, mobile number, for saving the database and saving the details of the student. So after that, after the training will be completed, means again we have to take the attendance. For taking the attendance, the database our facial data is saved in the databases. For taking the attendance, we have to open the camera, and after that we have to based on the LBPH algorithm, our faces will be recognized, and that will be automatically, our attendance will be marked and saved in the database. These are the methods. Firstly, we have to gather the data. By using the webcam, the images will be captured. Mostly like 200 frames of images will be captured, and that will be converted into black and white images for training purpose. All the captured images will be trained, and it will be kept in one folder. After the training completed, using the LBPH algorithm, which is based on the CNN model, convolutional neural networks, the testing will be happened. Testing will be happened by using of the camera, by detecting our faces. By detecting our faces, the comparison of the faces from the saved faces of trained images will be done, and the attendance will be marked. The timing also we can see based on the time when the student left and when the student came. And if we enter the data, after taking attendance, after the detecting of the facial images, we can view the attendance in the form of the CSV file, or we can use the data. We can also see our attendance by according to our month or date-wise attendance or month-wise attendance. Also, we can explore and we can see. Here we have to enter the details like this. The website will be open. We use the Flask front-end model for developing this outlay. This is we have to enter our details like name, registration number, and mobile number. If we click this capture image button, then the camera webcam will be opened, and then our video images will be taken, like mainly around 200 images will be taken, and that will be converted into the black and white. And after that, we have to do the training the model. We have to click this button called training model, and after that we can find our data by predicting our numbers. It will be shown as predicted this number about the registration number. It will show the registration number and it will detect the faces of the human students easily. And finally, we can get the data about the when at what time he is present and is he early coming or late coming, and at what out time he is there, and the status of the everything will be saved permanently in the database, MySQL database. We use the MySQL database, which we also added as a backend environment for this. And this is the demo video which we have recorded for the total execution of our project. Firstly, after we
Give
say
your
this,
conclusions, ma'am.
okay, ma'am. This is the result. What we will get about the result means the saved database, the attendance details can be saved in the database, and we can see from this website what we have created. And also we can get the message from for our mobile about the details of the student attendance details, and also time can be shown in the message. And in this way, we conclude that using the LBPH algorithm, face recognition method can be possible for taking the attendance, and which is the helpful for minimizing the manual method of taking attendance. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Nagendra, for your presentation. And with this, you are your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation. Yes, with this your presentation, you are decreasing the burden of the teachers. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I call upon the next presenter, paper presenter, with paper ID IIMC IC31. Paper title Telangana Katha Sahitya Prapanchikarana by Dr. Gandra Mahesh from Bodhan, Telangana.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Ma'am, it is
Yes, sir.
audible. Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
మొదలు పెట్టండి
సార్ సార్
Start చేయండి.
సార్ నా పేరు గండ్ర మహేష్, తెలుగు అతిథి అధ్యాపకులుగా పనిచేస్తున్నాను, గెస్ట్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ, ట్రైబల్ వెల్ఫేర్ డిగ్రీ కాలేజ్. సార్ నా అంశము తెలంగాణ కథా సాహిత్యం ప్రపంచీకరణ. సార్ ప్రపంచీకరణ అంటే ప్రస్తుతం గ్లోబలైజేషన్ అనేటువంటి పదముని మనం ఆధునికంగా వాడుతున్నాము. ఈ పదానికి గ్లోబలీకరణ, ప్రపంచీకరణ అనేటువంటి పదాలు ఉన్నప్పటికీ మనం ప్రస్తుతం ప్రపంచీకరణ అనేటువంటి పదాన్ని మాత్రమే ఎక్కువగా తీసుకుంటున్నాం. సార్ 1960లో ప్రపంచ ఆర్థిక ప్రయోజనార్థం వెలువడినటువంటి భావమే ప్రపంచీకరణగా మనం చెప్తున్నాం. దీనిని ఎక్కువ శాతం ఏమంటారు అంటే ప్రపంచంలోని ప్రజలందరినీ ఏకం చేయడానికి పుట్టుకొచ్చినటువంటి పద్ధతి ఈ ప్రపంచీకరణ అని చెప్పడం అనేటువంటిది జరుగుతుంది. 1991లో మన దేశ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థలోకి ఎల్పిజి అనేటువంటివి అనే భావనలు రావడం వలన మన వీటి ప్రభావం వలన ప్రపంచీకరణలో భాగంగా ప్రజల్లో ఆహార అలవాట్లలో, జీవన విధానంలో చాలా మార్పులు రావడం అనేది జరిగింది. ప్రపంచీకరణతో అందరికీ మంచి జరుగుతుందని, విశ్వజనీయంగా ఆర్థికంగా లాభపడటానికి, ఆరోగ్యంగా ధైర్యంగా ముందడుగు వేస్తున్నారని చెప్తుంటారు. ప్రపంచీకరణ వలలో సమాజంలో చాలా లాభ నష్టాలు జరుగుతున్నప్పటికీ మార్కెట్ మాయాజాలం మూకుమ్మడిగా మనకు మనిషిని అనేక నష్టాల వైపు మాల్చుతుందని చెప్తున్నారు. వ్యక్తికి వస్తు వ్యామోహము ఎక్కువగా అలవాటు పడింది. సంఘంలోని అన్ని రంగాల్లోనూ కార్పొరేట్ కల్చర్ విజృంభించింది. మానవ సంబంధాల్లో డబ్బు ప్రాధాన్యం పెరిగిపోయింది. మానవ సంబంధాలన్నీ ఆర్థిక సంబంధాలే అనేటువంటి సామెత నాలుకల్లోకి వచ్చింది. చిరు వ్యాపారులు నష్టపోవడము, వృత్తులు మాయమవడము, మానవ సంబంధాల్లో మార్పులు రావడం అనేటువంటిది మనకు దీనిలో భాగంగా కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. ప్రపంచీకరణ అన్ని రంగాలపై తన ప్రభావాన్ని చూపింది. ఆర్థిక, సామాజిక, రాజకీయ, సాంస్కృతిక రంగాలతో పాటు సాహిత్య రంగాన్ని కూడా ప్రభావితం చేసింది. అలా ప్రజల్లోకి చొరబడినటువంటి ప్రపంచీకరణను సాహితీవేత్తలు సాహిత్యంలోకి తీసుకొచ్చి సాహిత్యంలో ఉన్నటువంటి సాహిత్యము సమాజం రెండు ఒకదానికొకటి ముడిపడి ఉంటాయి కనుక సమాజంలోని ప్రపంచీకరణ ప్రభావం సాహిత్యంలో కూడా మనకు కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. సాహిత్యంలో చోటు చేసుకున్నటువంటి ప్రధానమైనటువంటి ప్రక్రియ కథా ప్రక్రియ. ఈ కథా ప్రక్రియ మన సమాజంలో ఉన్నటువంటిది చాలా చైతన్యవంతమైనటువంటిది, ప్రయోజనవంతమైనటువంటిది, దీనికి ఉన్నటువంటిది పేరు. దీనిలో ఏంటి అంటే వాస్తవికతను మాత్రమే ఎక్కువగా మనకు చూపించడం అనేటువంటిది జరుగుతుంది. ఇలాంటి ప్రపంచీకరణను మనకు కథలలో తీసుకొచ్చినటువంటి కథల్లో తెలంగాణ కథకులు చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు. జి రాములు, గూడూరి సీతారాం, కాలువ మల్లయ్య లాంటి మొదలైనటువంటి కథకులు చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు. ఈ కథ అసలు సమాజంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రపంచీకరణ దీనిలో భాగంగా చాలా అంశాలను ఈ కథలలో చూపించినప్పటికీ నేను ఈ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ లో కొన్ని అంశాలను మాత్రమే నేను చెప్తున్నాను. చదువుకు సంబంధించిన చదువు ఏ విధంగా ప్రపంచీకరణ ప్రభావం వలన అదైంది అని, కుల వృత్తులు, వ్యవసాయం అనేటువంటి
సార్ మీరు స్లైడ్లు మార్చుకోలేదు, తర్వాత మీకు మీ టైం అయిపోతుంది సార్, కంక్లూడ్ చేయండి
మేడం. ఓకే మేడం, రైట్. చదువు అనేటువంటి అంశానికి వస్తే ప్రపంచీకరణలో భాగంగా ప్రభుత్వాలు అనుసరించే విధానాల వలన చదువు వ్యాపార సరుకుగా మారింది. మేడం
మాట్లాడండి
సార్. మనకు చదువు అనేటువంటి భాగంగా మనకు వ్యాపార సరుకుగా మారింది అని చెప్తున్నాము. ఉన్నత సామాజిక లక్ష్య సాధన కొరకు విద్యను సామాన్య జనం దగ్గరకు తీసుకుపోవాల్సి ఉండగా దీనిపై ఖర్చు చేసే వ్యయాన్ని వృధాగా భావించి ప్రైవేటీకరణ చేయడం వలన విద్యార్జన అనేటువంటిది ధనార్జనగా మారింది. విద్యార్థులు చదువుకోవాల్సిన చోట చదువును కొనగలిగే పరిస్థితి ఏర్పడి సామాన్య జనాలకి చదువు అందని ద్రాక్షగా మారింది. ఇలాంటి అంశాలను తీసుకొని కొందరు కథకులు, బిఎస్ రాములు అనేటువంటి కథకుడు వేప చెట్టు కథలో ఒక నిరుపేద విద్యార్థి ఒక ప్రభుత్వ కళాశాలలో చేరితే అక్కడ సరిగ్గా చదువు లేకపోవడం వలన ప్రైవేట్ కాలేజీకి వెళ్ళి చదువు కొనలేనటువంటి పరిస్థితిలో అతను కూలీ వ్యక్తిగా మారడం అనేటువంటి అంశాన్ని దీనిలో మనకు చూపిస్తాడు. ఆ తర్వాత కుల వృత్తుల అంశానికి వచ్చేస్తే ప్రపంచీకరణ నేపథ్యంలో నేడు అన్ని కుల వృత్తులు కూడా చాలా వరకు ఛిద్రమైపోతున్నాయి. సంస్కృతి వైభవ చిహ్నాలైనటువంటి వృత్తి కళాకారుల పనితనం చిన్నబోయింది. కుమ్మరి, కమ్మరి, చేనేత, చాకలి, కల్లుగీత లాంటి వృత్తులు కనుమరుగుతున్నాయి. వీరి బతుకుల్లోని బాధలను వస్తువుగా స్వీకరించి కొందరు కథకులు దీని మీద రాయడం అనేటువంటిది జరిగింది. అయితే ఈ వృత్తులను నమ్ముకొని జీవనం సాగించేటువంటి వారు ప్రస్తుతము యంత్రాలను నమ్ముకొని బతుకును వెళ్ళదీసుకునేటువంటి దౌర్భాగ్యం నేడు మనకు కలిగింది. గంగిరెద్దుల వాళ్ళు, సాధన సూరులు, పంబాలోళ్ళు, ఈ బుడుబుక్కల వాళ్ళు, వీధి భాగవతులు, చిందు భాగవతుల అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు మొదలైనటువంటి వృత్తి కళాకారులు ఈ ప్రసార మాధ్యమాల వలన చాలా వరకు వాళ్ళ వృత్తులు అంతరించిపోవడం అనేటువంటిది జరిగింది. ఈ కూల్ డ్రింక్స్ ప్రపంచీకరణలో భాగంగా కూల్ డ్రింక్స్ రాకతోటి గౌండ్ల వారి కళ్ళు అమ్మకం సగం వరకు తగ్గింది. ట్రాక్టర్లు, యంత్రాలు అనేటువంటి పెరిగిపోవడం వల్ల ఇవన్నీ జరిగినాయి. ఇక ఇదే విషయానికి వస్తే వ్యవసాయం మీద ప్రపంచీకరణ ఏ విధంగా పడింది అనేటువంటి చూసుకున్నట్లయితే అంతర్జాతీయ వాణిజ్య ప్రపంచ దేశాలను కొంత ఒడిదుడుకులకు గురి చేస్తున్నటువంటి వాస్తవం ఇది. దీనిలో భాగంగా మల్టీనేషనల్ భారతదేశం
కంక్లూడ్ చేయాలి సార్, మీకు టైం అయిపోయింది.
1 minute లాస్ట్ మినిట్. వ్యవసాయము సంక్షోభంలో పడటంతో వాణిజ్య సంబంధమైనటువంటి వృత్తులు రావడంతో రైతులు అందరూ చాలా వరకు ఆత్మహత్యలు చేసుకోవడం అనేటువంటి అంశాలు మనకు కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటున్నాయి. వ్యవసాయము సంక్షోభంలో పడడంతో ఆ రంగాన్ని పెనువేసుకొని ఉన్నటువంటి వృత్తులు దిక్కుతోచని స్థితిలోకి మారడం కనిపిస్తున్నది. వృత్తిదారులు ప్రత్యామ్నాయ దారులను అన్వేషిస్తున్న గ్లోబలైజేషన్ విధానాల వలన అన్ని దారులు మూసుకుపోతున్నవి. ఇలాంటి అంశాలు మనకు దీనిలో కనిపిస్తుంటాయి చాలా వరకు. దీన్ని చూసుకున్నట్లయితే ఆధునిక కాలంలో ప్రపంచీకరణ వలన సమాజానికి మేలు చేసే అంశాలు కొన్ని కనిపిస్తున్నప్పటికీ వాటి వల్ల మనకి వీళ్ళందరూ కథకులు, కథా రచయితలు, ప్రపంచీకరణ భాగంలో రాసినటువంటి కథకులు వీళ్ళందరూ దేనికి సంబంధించినటువంటి కథలు, ఎవరెవరు ఏం రాశారు అనేటువంటి అంశాన్ని చూస్తున్నాం. ఆధునిక కాలంలో ప్రపంచీకరణ వలన సమాజానికి మేలు చేసే అంశాలు కొన్ని కనిపిస్తున్నప్పటికీ వాటి వల్ల వచ్చే అనర్థాలను మాత్రం మనం గుర్తించలేక ముందుకు సాగిపోతున్నాం. ఎంత ఎదిగినా ఉన్న నేలను మాత్రం మరవద్దు అనేటువంటి సామెతను దృష్టినందు ఉంచుకొని సాంకేతిక పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని ఎంత ఉపయోగించుకున్నప్పటికీ వాటితో వచ్చే చెడుకు కొంచెం దూరంగా ఉండి కులను సంస్కృతిని అయిపోయింది మేడం, సంస్కృతిని కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉంది. అదే విధంగా మానవ సంబంధాలకు విలువలను ఏర్పరచుకొని మనిషి తన మనుగడను సాగించిన నాడు సమాజం అభివృద్ధి చెందిందని మనం భావించాలి. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
రైట్ అండి, ఆర్టికల్ చాలా బాగుంది.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
గోపాలకృష్ణ సార్, ఎనీ క్వశ్చన్ సార్?
అదే కథా సాహిత్యం తెలుగు భాష యొక్క అభివృద్ధిలో కథా సాహిత్యం యొక్క పాత్ర ఎంతవరకు ఉంది అనే విషయంలో ఈ మీ ఆర్టికల్ దానికి వెళ్ళిందా అనేది కొద్దిగా, అంటే చాలా విషయాలు మంచి విషయాలు చెప్పారు, కానీ కథా సాహిత్యం ఏ విధంగా తెలుగు భాషాభివృద్ధికి సహకరిస్తుంది ఆధునిక కాలంలో ఈ గ్లోబలైజేషన్ లో అనే విషయంలో కొద్దిగా ఏమైనా చెప్పగలుగుతారా?
సరే, అదే ప్రస్తుతం మనం చూస్తున్నాం ఏంటంటే ప్రపంచీకరణ అనేటువంటిది రావడంతో చాలా వరకు కుల వృత్తులు కానీ ప్రతిదీ కూడా అంతరించిపోతున్నాయి. వీటిని వాస్తవీకరించడంలో ఈ కథా సాహిత్యం అనేటువంటి ముందు వరుసలో ఉంటుంది. అంటే ఎక్కువ శాతము కథలు వినడానికి పాఠకులు కానీ శ్రోతలు కానీ ఏదైనా కథలు వినడానికి ముందు వరుసలో ఉంటారు. అంటే ఇది వినడము వల్ల ప్రేక్షకుల ముందుకి వాళ్ళకి ఇది తొందరగా చేరుతుంది, ఇది ప్రపంచీకరణ వల్ల ఇలా జరుగుతుంది అనేటువంటిది కథల వల్ల ఎక్కువగా చేరుతుంది అనేది నా ఉద్దేశం సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ, థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Now I call upon the next presenter. Paper ID IIMC 44. It's a Hindi paper. अध्ययन में हिंदी की भूमिका. पट्टम लक्ष्मी प्रसन्ना from Adilabad, Telangana state.
आज से इस संगोष्ठी में भाग लिए सभी सदस्यों को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं हूँ पट्टम लक्ष्मी प्रसन्ना। मैं तेलंगाना ट्राइबल वेलफेयर रेसिडेंशियल डिग्री कलाशाला बहुत में काम कर रही हूँ, इलाहाबाद। तो आज मेरा विषय है
मैडम మీ పీపీటీ ఉందా మేడం?
yes ma'am, within a few minutes I'm going to
మేడం షేర్ చేయండి.
okay.
అతను ఆర్టికల్ చాలా బాగుంది కానీ దాంతో లింకేజ్ చేయలేదు.
तो आप सभी देख पा रहे हैं। तो आज मैं जनसंचार माध्यम के बारे में बातचीत करना चाहती हूँ। इसमें जनसंचार क्या है, जनसंचार के माध्यम कौन से है और संचार के भिन्न क्षेत्र कौन से है और इनका महत्व क्या है, इसमें हिंदी की भूमिका क्या है, इस बारे में मैं बताना चाहती हूँ। तो हिंदी हमारी राष्ट्रभाषा और राजभाषा होने के साथ साथ विश्व की संचार भाषा भी है। आज संसार विज्ञान के बल पर इस तरह द्रुत गति से आगे बढ़ रही है, मनुष्य अपनी आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए घर बैठे ही विश्व के किसी भी कोने तक पहुंच रहा है और इन सब का कारण है हम जनसंचार माध्यम कह सकते हैं। जनसंचार माध्यम को अंग्रेजी में मास कम्युनिकेशन कहते हैं। तो इसका अर्थ है जहां एक ही समय में भारी मात्रा में लोगों तक जिन माध्यमों के द्वारा हम संदेश पहुंचा सकते हैं उनको जनसंचार माध्यम कहना चाहिए। ये माध्यम कई तरह के हैं, जैसे कि तार, टेलीफोन, रेडियो, दूरदर्शन, ट्विटर, व्हाट्सएप, इंटरनेट, ये सभी जनसंचार माध्यमों के अंतर्गत आते हैं। वे कुछ ही पलों में हमें भौगोलिक दूरियों को मिटाने में मदद कर रहे हैं। इस संदर्भ में जनसंचार माध्यम को लेकर जो परिभाषाएं दिए गए हैं उनके बारे में मैं थोड़ा बहुत प्रस्ताव करना चाहती हूँ। तो डॉक्टर अर्जुन तिवारी जी कहना चाहते हैं कि जन तक व्यापक रूप में जहां भावों का आदान प्रदान हो तो उसे जनसंचार कहना चाहिए। ऐसे ही जॉर्ज ए मिलर कहना चाहते हैं जनसंचार का अर्थ सूचना को एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान तक पहुंचाना है। तो टीड कहना चाहते हैं कि संचार का लक्ष्य समान विषयों पर मस्तिष्क में स्थापित करना, ऐसे टीड के विचार है। तो इन सबसे हटकर डेविड ह्यूम बताना चाहते हैं कि जनसंचार के बताता है कि राजसत्ता या शासन की व्यवस्था का आधार क्या हो और सरकार का रूप कैसा हो, स्वेच्छाचारी राजा या सैनिक अधिकारियों का शासन हो या स्वतंत्र और लोकप्रिय सरकार हो, तो ये सभी बातें जनसंचार माध्यम से ही पता चलते हैं। इस तरह जो है जनसंचार के संदर्भ में जो परिभाषा ये दिए हैं, इनसे जानने को हमें मिल जाता है कि उपयुक्त परिभाषाओं से तो जनसंचार एक प्रक्रिया है जिसमें दो या दो से अधिक लोगों के बीच विचारों को, अनुभवों को है। तो जिन माध्यमों के द्वारा एक दूसरे के पहुंचाया जाता है, तो इन माध्यमों को हम मोटे तौर पर 3 वर्गों में बांट सकते हैं, जैसे कि मुद्रण, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और नई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक माध्यमों के अंतर्गत लिया जाता है। मुद्रण की बात कहेंगे तो यह मुद्रण आज भी सशक्त माध्यम है, जिसके अंतर्गत हम समाचार पत्र, पत्रिकाएं, जर्नल्स, पुस्तकें, करपत्र और पोस्टर्स इत्यादि को देख पाते हैं। ये विश्व का बहुत पुराना माध्यम माना जाता है। प्राचीन काल को यदि हम याद करेंगे तो उस समय जब ये माध्यम नहीं था, मुद्रण भी नहीं था, उस समय गुप्तचरों के माध्यम से या कबूतरों के माध्यम से संदेश पहुंचाने की कोशिश किया जाता था। फिर बाद में सम्राट अशोक के समय को लिया जाता है, तो फिर वहां पर शिलालेख जो है देखने को मिल जाते हैं। इसी तरह भोजपत्र, ताम्रपत्र इत्यादि या कुछ भाषा लिपिक चिन्हों को जो है संदेश के रूप में लोगों तक को पहुंचने का कोशिश किया जाता था। इसके पत्रिकाएं जो है, इनके बिना आज हम दुनिया की कल्पना ही नहीं कर सकते हैं। भी जो है समाचार पत्र है, उनके जरिए समय समय पर लोगों को जागरूक किया जाता था। उस समय के हिंदी समाचार पत्रों की बात करेंगे तो बंगदूत, प्रजामित्र, बनारस अखबार, सुधाकर, बुद्धि प्रकाश, प्रजाहितैषी, हिंदुस्तान, ये सभी प्रमुख समाचार पत्र रहे हैं। और वैसे देखा जाए तो हिंदी में पत्रकारिता का आरंभ जो है हम बंगाल साहित्य से मान लेते हैं, और समाचार पत्रों का श्रेय जो है हम राजा राममोहन राय को जो है दे सकते हैं। इनके अलावा हम कई पत्रों को भी जो है देख सकते हैं, जैसे कि साप्ताहिक, मासिक और दैनिक समाचार पत्रिकाओं के अलावा कई भिन्न क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए पत्रिकाओं को भी देख पाते हैं। यदि हम आज की दुनिया को देखेंगे तो फिर ऑनलाइन के मोड और या ऑफलाइन के इसमें जो है हम कई साहित्यिक पत्रिकाओं को भी पा रहे हैं, जैसे कि अर्गला, आहा, जिंदगी और टाइम्स, कथाक्रम, कथाबिंब, प्रभात पुंज और रंग वार्ता, ये सभी जो है आजकल की पत्रिकाओं के इसमें देख सकते हैं। और इसी तरह दूरियों को मिटाते हुए कुछ ऐसे वेब पत्रिकाएं भी आज संसार में उपलब्ध है, जैसे कि अखंड ज्योति, अनंत अभिराम, भारत दर्शन, भारत संदेश, हिंदी कुंज, हिंदुस्तान बोल रहा है, ये सभी वेब पत्रिकाएं बताए जाते हैं, जो भिन्न देशों में रहने वाले लोग भी इन पत्रिकाओं के माध्यम से जुड़ सकते हैं। तो ये पत्रिकाएं सभी भिन्न क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए हैं। और इसी तरह विज्ञान के अंतर्गत देखेंगे तो फिर जैसे कि आविष्कार, पैदावार, ये वैज्ञानिक क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए प्रमुख पत्रिकाएं माने जाते हैं। इनके अलावा हम पुस्तकें भी देख सकते हैं जो हमारे संस्कृति का धरोहर बताए जाते हैं, जैसे कि हम तुलसी का रामचरितमानस इस ग्रंथ की बात करते हैं, तो यह भिन्न भाषाओं में अनुवाद करके इसका प्रचार जो है हो रहा है। और इसी तरह कवि कालिदास के अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम, रघुवंशम, मेघदूतम, और ऐसे ही रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी की गीतांजलि, और इसी तरह इलियट की वेस्टलैंड, ये जो भी है रचना, ये मूल भाषाओं से हटकर वे भिन्न भाषाओं में अनुवाद करके इनका प्रचार प्रसार होने लगा है। इस तरह देखेंगे तो फिर कई भाषाओं में जो साहित्य समृद्ध है वह हिंदी में अनुदित किए गए हैं, और इसी तरह हिंदी भाषा में पाया गया जो साहित्य है वह भिन्न भाषाओं में अनुवादित हुआ है। अगला जब अगले माध्यमों के इसमें देखेंगे तो फिर करपत्र और पोस्टर से ये बहुत मान्यता रखते हैं। ठीक है मैम। ये भिन्न क्षेत्रों के अंतर्गत जैसे कि हम धार्मिक क्षेत्र, साहित्य के क्षेत्र और ये सभी क्षेत्रों को देख सकते हैं। मेरा कहना है कि उपर्युक्त इससे हमें स्पष्ट होता है कि आजकल के जो व्हाट्सएप जो भी है, ट्विटर जो है, ये संचार माध्यम बहुत सशक्त बने हुए और विचारों की अभिव्यक्ति के लिए हिंदी हमेशा सक्षम रही है। और हिंदी भाषा बोलने वाले संसार में अधिक होने के कारण जनसंचार माध्यम इस तरह सशक्त बने हुए हैं कि आज के युग में हिंदी भाषा को कंप्यूटर से जोड़ा गया है। इसका परिणाम यह हुआ है कि एक समय जो है हम देखते हैं तो फिर अंग्रेजी ही शासन कर रहा था पूरे संसार पर, लेकिन आज उसकी बराबरी करते हुए
भारत के अलावा और अन्य देशों में जैसे कि अमेरिका हो, चीन हो, यूरोप हो, विभिन्न देशों में भी हिंदी का विस्तृत प्रचार प्रसार जो है बढ़ गया है। सो इसे साबित करने के लिए कई न्यूज चैनल्स भी जो है हमें देखने को मिल जाते हैं। सो ये माध्यम, जनसंचार के माध्यम जो भी है, सो वे हर एक क्षेत्र से जुड़े होने के कारण और सशक्त बन चुके हैं, जिसमें हिंदी का हर समय जो है हम उसका योगदान दे सकते हैं। और तो इसके भविष्य की चिंता में जो है अधुनातन तकनीकों को अपना करने इसमें भी जो है हिंदी सशक्त बनी है, ये भी कह सकते हैं। आज हम देखते हैं तो फिर राष्ट्र और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर भी हमारे भारत के प्रतिनिधि हिंदी में संप्रेषण कर रहे हैं। तो इसी से पता चलता है कि हिंदी कितना प्रभावशाली ढंग से जो है काम कर रहा है। सो यह सब अवकाश देने के लिए आप सभी को धन्यवाद।
Gopalakrishnan sir, any questions?
Deepak sir, he is there. He will ask. महोदय, मैं तब तक एक पूछूंगा। तो हिंदी अभी पूरा अंग्रेजी माध्यम चल रहा है, तो हाँ पूछिए।
महोदय जी, आपका जो विचार बहुत ही अच्छा था, संप्रेषण के बारे में, समाचार के बारे में और रचनाओं के बारे में, बहुत सारे पुस्तकों के बारे में आपने बताई, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे। और यहाँ पर मैं एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे। भारत देश में इतने सारी भाषाएं हैं, उन सभी भाषाओं से हिंदी भाषा कहाँ तक न्याय कर रहा है जनसंचार के माध्यम के रूप में? यह मेरा प्रश्न है, आप इसके बारे में विवरण दे सकते हैं?
हाँ सर, जरूर सर। जैसे हम राजभाषा, इसी से पता चलता है कि सर हिंदी को राष्ट्रभाषा एवं राजभाषा चुना गया है, तो फिर इसी से साबित होता है कि हिंदी कितना सक्षम है, क्योंकि हमारे देश के अंतर्गत 80% जनता जो है वे हिंदी से जुड़े हुए हैं। वे इतने भाषा सरल होने के कारण वे अपने विचारों को जो है आसानी से एक दूसरे तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। यदि हिंदी भाषा में इतना सक्षमता नहीं है, तो फिर हिंदी को इतने 22 भाषाओं के जैसे कि भाषाओं के अंतर्गत हम बात करेंगे, तो फिर 22 भाषाएं होते हुए भी हिंदी को ही राष्ट्रभाषा चुनने का सौभाग्य कैसे मिला है? क्योंकि हिंदी में इतनी ताकत है कि लोगों के विचारों को जोड़ने में वह हमेशा समर्थ बनी है। इसीलिए इतने भाषाएं होते हुए भी भारत के अंतर्गत हिंदी को राष्ट्रभाषा बनने का सौभाग्य मिला है। और इसके साथ साथ उसको अंग्रेजी का स्थान देते हुए इतना दर्जा दिया गया है राजभाषा के रूप में। सो यह 1963 में ही जो है इसका राजभाषा बनने का जो है सौभाग्य जो है मिला है। तो इसी से हम कह सकते हैं कि हिंदी जन भाषा है और लोगों के विचारों को जोड़ने में सक्षम है।
बहुत अच्छा है मैडम, बहुत अच्छा व्याख्यान है आपका, आपकी तैयारी भी बहुत अच्छी है, आपके लिए तालियां भी बजनी चाहिए। बहुत अच्छे रूप में आपने जो विश्लेषण बताई, ये सभी को अच्छा लगा, मुझे भी भा लिया। धन्यवाद मैडम।
धन्यवाद सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। यह अवकाश देने के लिए सभी को धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Call upon the next paper presenter.
sir. Then you can point.
It is a Sanskrit paper with paper ID IIMC IC35. Paper title Balanam Samagra Naipunya Panchatantrasya Pramukhyam by Dr. N. Shashidhar.
सर्वेभ्यः नमस्कारः। अहं
उचितं भोः, न श्रूयते किमपि।
श्रूयते खलु?
अधुना श्रूयते उचितम्।
इदानीमेव दूरवाणी आगता। मम विषयमस्ति बालानां समग्रनैपुण्याभिवृद्धौ पञ्चतन्त्रस्य प्रामुख्यम्। अस्माकं भारतीयानां ज्ञानम् अत्यन्तम् अनन्तम् अस्ति। ते उद्दिश्य ज्ञानम् अर्चयत्। विद्याभ्यासं ज्ञानं ब्रह्मचर्यात् आरब्धं भवति। बालकानां कर्तव्यानि किम् अस्ति? नित्यं गुरूणाम् अभिवन्दनं, स्वाध्यायसम्पादनम्, अभिमानराहित्यत्वम्, अक्रोधः, शिष्यवृत्तीनां पालयित्वा विद्यार्जनं पवित्रमाचरणं च इति। यदि लौकिकसाहित्ये परिशीलयेत् चेत् बालेभ्यः आह्लाददायकं विपुलं साहित्यं संस्कृतसाहित्ये अन्यभाषासाहित्येषु च उपलभ्यते। संस्कृतसाहित्ये बालेभ्यः महत्त्वपूर्णः ग्रन्थः इत्युक्ते पञ्चतन्त्रमेव। तस्य ग्रन्थस्य आधारेण विश्वस्य अनेकेषां साहित्यानां निर्माणं जातम् अस्ति। ततः हितोपदेशः, कदा सरित्सागरः, परिशिष्टपर्वः, दिव्यादानं, जातकमाला, भारतमञ्जरी एवमस्ति। पञ्चतन्त्रमेव सर्वं विस्तृतं विस्मयपूर्णं च भवेयुः। बालसाहित्यस्य मुख्यप्रयोजनानि बालानन्दः, भाषाविकासः, मूल्यविकासः, संस्करणानाम् आचरणं, नीतिविषयाः च। तेषु मुख्यतमं तु आनन्दः एव कथ्यते। यतोहि आनन्दस्य माध्यमेनैव बालेभ्यः अन्यप्रयोजनानां सिद्धिः शक्यते। पञ्चतन्त्रस्य कथामुख एव विष्णुशर्मा स्वग्रन्थस्य उद्देशं स्पष्टतया उद्घोषयति। विष्णुशर्मः उद्देश्य बालसाहित्यस्य कार्यं प्रत्यक्षं भवति। बालकानां जीवने बालसाहित्यं विनोदसाधनं, मार्गदर्शकं, कल्पनाशक्ति च भवति। साहित्यं प्रति आकर्षिताः बालाः आनन्देन स्वविकासस्य आधारशीलायाः रचनां कुर्वन्ति। पञ्चतन्त्रस्य प्रमुखः उद्देशः बालकेषु नैतिकव्यवहारशिक्षायाः वर्धनम्। एतस्य कृते एव विष्णुशर्मा कथायां पशुपक्षीणां माध्यमेन रचना अकुर्वन्। पञ्चतन्त्रेय कथाः सन्ति, तेषु लेखकस्य उद्देशः स्पष्टं भवति। पञ्चतन्त्रस्य सर्वासु कथासु वाक्व्यवहारः, करणीयानि अकरणीयायोः उपदेशः, कर्तव्यपालनं, मित्ररक्षाः, वचनपालनम् इत्यादयः गुणाः वर्णिताः सन्ति। विष्णुशर्मा कथायाः माध्यमेन बालकेषु न केवलं व्यवहारबुद्धिं सम्पादयितुम् इच्छति, अपि तु समाजे विद्यमानं दोषाणां प्रति अपि ज्ञानबुद्धिं सम्पादयितुं प्रयतते। अतः एव पञ्चतन्त्रस्य कथासु छल, कपट, अहङ्कारः एतादृशानामपि वर्णनमपि प्राप्यते। विष्णुशर्मा कथायाः माध्यमेन बालकेषु व्यवहारबुद्धिं प्राप्तुं प्रयत्नं कृतवान्। समाजे विद्यमानदोषाणां प्रति ज्ञानबुद्धिं सम्पादितुं महती श्रमः कृतवान्। पञ्चतन्त्रं तु वैदिकपरम्पराः प्रभाविताः ग्रन्थाः। भारतीयपरम्परायां बहुत्र प्रायिकताः प्राप्यते। आधुनिककाले बालानां कृते एताः विद्याः आवश्यकं। भारतीयविद्याव्यवस्था बालानां कृते सकलशास्त्राणि प्रस्तुतसमाजे नैतिकजीवनं दूरीम् अभवत्। पुरातनविद्याः परिचयमपि न ददाति। अतः बालकानां जीवनं सर्वं परिवर्तनम् अभवत्। अस्माकं सम्प्रदायं विषयान् ते न इच्छन्ति, न जानन्ति अपि। विद्यालयेषु पृथक्तया एतादृशाः सद्विद्यायाः पाठनम् आवश्यकं स्थापनीयम् इति मम पत्रमस्ति महोदय। केवलं सारांशमेव उक्तम्।
अस्तु, मम एकः प्रश्नः, कथं वा अन्य विभिन्ननीतिकथाः सन्ति, विभिन्ननीतिकथाभ्यः पञ्चतन्त्रं कथं भिन्नतामावहति?
इदानीं श्रूयते महोदय, किञ्चित्
न श्रूयते? अन्यकथाभ्यः, अन्यसामान्यनीतिकथाभ्यः पञ्चतन्त्रं कथं वा विभिन्नतामावहति?
इत्युक्ते अट्राक्टिव् भवति।
न, अन्यसामान्यकथाः अपि नीतिकथाः अपि, कथाः इत्युक्ते अट्राक्टिव् भवन्ति। पञ्चतन्त्रकथानां वैशिष्ट्यं किमस्ति अन्यकथाभ्यः भिन्नतया?
क्यारेक्टर् सर्वं पक्षिणः पशवः तादृशः भवन्ति।
अस्तु, परन्तु अत्र इतोपि विशेषतया चिन्तनीयमस्ति, तद् नास्ति, यतोहि तदपि अस्ति, परन्तु विभिन्नशास्त्राणां विषयाः मध्ये मध्ये उच्यन्ते। तेन कारणेन पञ्चतन्त्रं वयं पठामः चेत् विभिन्नशास्त्राणां परिज्ञानं भवति, तत्र मुख्य उद्देशः सः। डिफरेण्ट् शास्त्रास्, केवलं पञ्चतन्त्रं भवान् पठति चेत् ज्योतिषशास्त्रस्य परिचयः भवति, राजनीतिशास्त्रस्य परिचयः भवति, एवं विभिन्न आयुर्वेदस्य परिचयः भवति, एवं विभिन्नशास्त्राणां परिचयः केवलं पञ्चतन्त्रपठनेन भवति। सः कश्चन महान् विषयः अस्ति। वस्तुतः अन्यकथाभ्यः एतदेव भिन्नत्वम् आवहति इति वक्तुं शक्नुमः वयं।
सर्वशास्त्राणां रिलेटिव् तत्र बालानामपि शक्यते तत्र। यदि वृक्षस्य विषये भवति चेत् आचार्यः बाटनी अपि वक्तुं शक्यते तत्र।
आम् आम्, तदेव अमरशक्तेः पुत्राणां विभिन्नशास्त्राणां परिचयार्थमेव पञ्चतन्त्रस्य कथनम् अभवत्। ते अध्ययनं कर्तुं न इच्छन्ति इति कृत्वा केवलं क्रीडामाध्यमेन कथामाध्यमेन विभिन्नशास्त्राणां परिचयः कारितः विष्णुशर्मा कविना। अस्तु, धन्यवादः। धन्यवादः।
धन्यवादः।
मैडम।
Sir, shall we proceed, sir?
Okay, madam. Okay, धन्यवाद.
So now I call upon the next paper presenter with paper ID IIMC IC 47. For the higher education sector to address VUCA factors in a pandemic era by Bindya Pithani from Congo, Zaire, Southern Africa. Madam, Bindya madam, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see the screen, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible and you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Bindya Pethani. I am a research scholar at Arki University, Rajkot, and today I'm going to present recommendation for the higher education sector to address BUCF factors in a pandemic era. Yes? Can I continue?
Madam, can you just put your previous slide, madam, please?
This one? First?
Yes, just we want to take one photograph, please.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Okay, can I go ahead?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. As we know that higher education has faced many challenges since it began, and due to this pandemic, the higher education sector is experiencing highest level of inflation and vulnerability at domestic as well as the global level. We know that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, not even the higher education, but starting from the preschool till universities, all of us are facing new challenges. And due to this globalization and all, I have decided here to analyze the VUCF factors in a pandemic era. Especially, what is the problem in my study? Whatever review paper I have prepared, the problem of the study is to analyze the VUCF factors. Where is this problem? So I have selected the area India because Indian universities, due to the lot of population over there, has faced many challenges related to that. And why should this factors should be analyzed and why it should be done in a manner that we can get the solution to make our education, to make our HEIs, our higher education, more qualitative. And how can we solve it? By putting some efforts to change the situation. We can see the VUCF factors will drive the higher education sector to change from linear modes of through to problem solving and creative simultaneous thinking. Since they are crucial, the chances for survival and long-term sustainability. It cannot be ignored. When we talk about the VUCF factors, first we need to understand that what are these factors actually and how it came in the study of research and development. So here I want to mention that this term VUCA, that is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and accountability, it has been used by US Army for the first time, and this is mentioned in the paper of Benins and Nenens in 1985. So this paradigm is addressing various type of external variables as well as internal variables with accountability, different complexity of education system, different modes of changes which has come in globalization in higher education due to the pandemic. If we talk here about the introduction of this, how can we change this VUCA factor in some productive way, like volatility into vision, uncertainty into understanding, complexity with the help of clarity, and ambiguity with the help of agility. So these are the factors we need to consider. As we know that due to COVID pandemic, World Health Organization has declared in December 2019, and from then onwards, every day the situation is changing. As we know that in India nowadays, if you see the news channels of last 2 to 3 days, again the news has picked up that COVID is ready to attack again in 2023. So this is the situation where all the educational areas and especially the higher education system is facing many challenges where this VUCA factors plays an important role. If I talk about the literature review, what I have taken from 2020, 2021, I have tried to take a maximum the reviews of the current scenario because this paper is related to pandemic which has started in 2019. So I have taken, and all the papers includes only one thing, that is how COVID-19 has affected the life of normal people as well as for higher education and all the education system with new normal. Here I would like to mention that in the paper of 2021, Podell has mentioned that the education industry was greatly impacted by COVID-19 and went through a great deal of turbulence during the pandemic. Again, here I would like to mention one quote from Dornet from paper 2020 that many nations, including US, UK, Colombia, Peru, Argentina, Cuba, and many more. If we talk about the developed country, underdeveloped country, or developing country, whichever nation they are, all of them have disturbance in their education system. During this review analysis, my research objectives were to determine the VUCA elements affecting the higher education market in India during the pandemic. And now also I can say it's going on because again, this pandemic era has started. Second objective is to prepare how to purpose how the higher education sector may deal with these VUCA elements in the era of pandemic. So first we needed to find out which are the factors, and then we need to check the solutions on the basis of research which has previously been done by other researchers. So here are the VUCA factors for the higher education. The first one is volatility. In this 21st century has changed the goal of better education to ensure that everyone is able to adapt the changes which has happened due to pandemic. Higher education is having now more schools, more profit-making colleges, and again, this VUCA factors of pandemic is just like a cherry on the cake. If we talk about the uncertainty due to COVID, I can still mention that lack of predictability. We never know that what will happen tomorrow due to this pandemic. Some days when universities are planning something and what is happening next day. That's the reason that I'm able to present online over here. Because of this pandemic era, we cannot do all the conferences offline, and this is happening since last 3 years. If we talk about the complexity, In this 21st century where everything is being global, technology is at the peak. There are some pros and cons of using technology in higher education. We can say that global better training organizations are becoming more and more reliant on technology. And not even only these organizations, but corporate, non-corporate education and all the sectors of this world. Now they are on the technology. Without Wi-Fi connection and laptop, our work is no work at all. And the same thing applies to higher education also when we talk about the VUCA factors. If we talk about ambiguity, it has been defined as a lack of readability, like everything is changing just in a fraction of time. This factor in VUCA can be thought of as the inability to recognize the danger. What threat is coming next, we never know. And that's the reason we are here to study this VUCA factors. On the basis of my study, whatever I have done from the previous papers, I can give few suggestions. That's outcome of my review. That's we need to, as a higher education institution, we need to accept adjustment that is made to combat volatility in vision, as certain unpredictabilities will be there for few years due to this pandemic. We should establish objectives which are actually achievable. Only objectives on the paper are having no use. Again, when we are talking about pandemic and VUCA, first of all, you need to find out, a person needs to find out VUCA factors for their own organization with new concepts and behavioral studies, and then find out the solution for the same. Considering what went well, what will surprise you, and what you can change going to forward. To see how the scenario develops and how it will respond in future. We never know. The goal is to foresee potential hazards in the future and create potential responses. Here, we need to work on scenario planning, we need to do crisis management, role playing, investment priority, examination, and evaluate the company competitive or higher education competitive information regardlessly on considering these VUCA factors. We need to utilize all those ambiguity which encourages agility and adaptability. So again, I would recommend all the higher education institutions to promote VUCA factors at their workplace. This may be empathetic, tolerant of uncertainty and change, and capable of doing much more better during this pandemic era. Here I would like to add that successful employees should be hired, trained, and promoted in the VUCA workplaces. Right now, those who have never used the technology during this pandemic era, even they are learning new things. So why can't we? We could invest our time, our knowledge, and our money in training management to avoid the future outcomes which are going to hazard us for our higher education institution. Here I would like to conclude my presentation with few things that VUCA represents the current state of global higher education, although it frequently lacks a clear aim. I cannot say that only by studying VUCA you can solve all your problems as a higher education institutions, which has occurred due to pandemic. But yes, VUCA is able to give you solutions of maximum of your problems because the VUCA world has seen progress in other areas besides technology hardware. It also considers new kind of value and purpose driven leadership with rapid technological advancement and a truly global economy. The VUCA world will never go away and it will never be an old concept. Thank you for listening me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. VUCA is the current topic. There's more research on this and we are fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
I now call upon the next paper present with paper ID IIMC IC 42, a study on the impact of workplace stress factors towards work-life balance sector by G. Sindhuja from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, you're audible. Your screen is also.
Okay, ma'am. This is Sindhuja and my friend Moon Lakshmi are going to present the paper on a study on the impact of workplace stress factors towards work-life balance in education sector.
Introduction. The world
Start
is
your
full of-
slideshow, ma'am. Sindhuja, start your slideshow.
Okay, ma'am. Can we start, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Your PPT, your screen is visible. Your window is, your PowerPoint window is not visible.
Ma'am? Ma'am, let's switch.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's
Sindhuja. Yeah. Okay, sir. Just.
Introduction. The world is full of stress. The stress is very common to all individuals in all sectors. Now, the study is based on stress in education sector only and to find the strategies to overcome the stress and to maintain the work-life balance. The factors of workloads are working hours, leave policies, job insecurities, and family issues. We have to maintain work-life balance between workload and family issues.
The primary objective is create strategy for balancing work and personal life. The secondary objective is to identify the ways to reduce workplace stress, to investigate the work life of teachers to understand their mindset about work stress. Methodology. We take sample from teachers in our institution for percentage analysis. Use statistical tools, that is SPSS. It means statistical package for service solution for descriptive analysis and correlation. We use the 4 hypotheses for our analysis. That is H1, H2, H3, H4. That H1 is the significant relationship between workload and smart work. H2 is the significant relationship between workload and physical exercise. H3 is the significant relationship between family issues and time management. H4 is the significant relationship between family issue and sleep. Research analysis. We form the questionnaires to overcome the stress by smart work, physical exercise, recreation, meditation. The majority respondents choose smart work and physical exercise. We got more correlation values to smart work and physical exercise, and to face the family issues by time management, sleep, reading books, listening music. The majority respondents choose time management and sleep. Therefore, we conclude the stress by workload and family issue among teachers overcome by smart work. physical activity, time management, and well sleep to maintain work-life balance. It helps us to correct decision and become more proficient in the sector and be happy in the personal life. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions, sir? Thank you, ma'am. Now we call upon the next paper presenter. IIMC IC 54 is a paper ID. A study on the efficacy of soft skills training in the job market by Saida Banu from Ernakulam, Kerala.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. We have PPT?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, you can see.
Ma'am, can you see my screen?
No, ma'am, it's not visible.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am. Can you
Ma'am, I
click
think
on the upwards arrow, which is there in the menu?
yeah, then it is showing like share and cancel, but my share thing is not getting. Now, can you see, ma'am?
Can you present with?
So please speak out.
Yes, it is. Now it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes. Today you can start and your time starts now. Within 5 minutes, tell about your objectives and conclusions, please. Do it fast.
Okay, I'm Saira Banu, Assistant Professor, Tokachi Institute of Science and Technology, Ernakulam, Kerala, India. Good afternoon to all esteemed members of the IIMC and all the delegates present in here. My topic is the study on the efficacy of soft skills training in the job market. My objectives are to examine whether the soft skill training is effective to develop the students or the individual's competencies for the job market and to evolve a suitable model for training. These are my objectives after my research. Now, soft skills are considered to be the most important skill in the profession. We all know that. So students must become proficient in acquiring that. The job market scenario is entirely different now. It's challenging and dynamic. The earlier notion of hard skills have paved the way for the soft skills because the entire job market demands have changed the entire business world. The employer's demands are not met, and the basic reason behind this is the students who are graduating from various institutions are not equipped with the employability skill and lack of proper training. Only 30% of the candidates are getting selected after the interviews. This is because of the lack of proficiency in English language too, and the lack of employability skills which are necessary for the professionals today. Now, the employability skills are the most skills needed in the era of globalization. We all know that approximately 75 million young people in the developing nations are unemployed. Other than the technical skills, the new generation lacks soft skills, which are essential for industry and the prospective employer. More than 50% of the stakeholders were not able to find the right candidate according to the prevailing vacancies. The job seekers dejectedly failed to a lack of employability skills. The reason for this is the higher employment level is the failure of the education system to equip the students not only with technical but with the employability skills too. Now, the equation should be like industry, institute interaction plus training should lead the entire student community to a job equation. The students receive the education they receive from the institute along with the training and soft skill should definitely lead to employability. So it play a vital role in getting a job in the global market. Our HEIs support the students for their career success as they are acting as a link between the industry and the institution. Now, the industrial growth of India in the last few decades, due to the least cost of the workforce and globalization, has attracted many multinational companies, thus providing many employment opportunities across sector. This opportunity has resulted in the remarkable growth of engineering educational institution in the last few decades. But according to the AICTE statistics that shows that the enrollment of youth for technical courses in India is lower than the available capacity. That is less than 40% of the graduating students get job in the industry. This clearly shows a mismatch between the industry requirement and the academic skill development. That is what we understand from that. And after the literature review, I found that we need intensive profession, that is soft skill intensive professions will account for 2/3 of the
Sorry,
job
can
by
you present?
2030. Hello, ma'am. Did you say anything, ma'am? Hello.
We were asking to conclude, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Now, this is my conclusion. In spite of the emerging demand, the employees find it difficult to recruit applicants with skills. These skills enable the prospective employees to find, to appeal, to influence, and stimulate and hold the business clients. So both public and private institutions invest more money in training programs in firming up the soft skills. Hard and soft skills are equally important for the corporate sector. Persons with excellent soft skills are assuredly chosen in the corporate sector for being armed with the 21st century skills. And the future belongs to soft skills. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Upon the next paper presenter with the paper ID IIMC IC62. Topic: a study on customer experience payments by Srimati Purnima from Mysore, Karnataka.
Thank you, madam. I'm going to share my screen. Just a minute. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I hope my audible and my screen is visible to you people. Yes, madam. Can I go with the presentation? Madam, can I go with my presentation?
Yes, madam, you can go.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. So today I'm going to do the presentation on the topic. Just a minute. That is relating to my title of the paper is relating to a study on customer experience on digital payment. Myself, Purnima S, Assistant Professor, PG Department of Commerce, Vidyavardhaka First Grade College, Mysore. Before going to the introduction slide, I would like to congratulate the IIMC for organizing the international conference as well as providing an opportunity to present my paper on this occasion. We all know that today the digital payment is digital banking is the new buzzword, and we're all using this one. So keeping in this one in the mind, I'm setting two objectives. One is regarding to analyze the growth of digital payment and to measure the customer satisfaction level towards the digital payment. Everywhere the digital payments is going on. So I'm going to be see what is the customer satisfaction level towards the digital payments. Here, the study was conducted for 4 months, that is between June to October 2020, and it is a descriptive study. And I collected the data with the two sources. One is the primary source as well as the secondary source. The secondary source is the primary source data is collected with the help of the questionnaire form, with the help of the Google form. Coming to the sample size, here my sample size is 520 and my area is restricted only to the Mysore city. I'm going to be used two important tests, that is relating to the percentage, one sample statistical test and the t-test. These are all the two tests, three tests are required to be used. Coming to the demographical profile of the respondents, here the male respondents are more, that is the 60%, and the age group is 86% or the more, and the 80% of the respondents occupation are employees, but is including both the public sector as well as the private sector. While conducting the studies, I am going to be consider the 20 variables. The first variable is at any time service. Second one is at anywhere service. Next one is availability of the manufacturing service at one's convenient place, easy to access, easy to use, efficient service, effective service. Next, free from cash carry transaction. Ninth one is instant result transaction, and we have the 20 variables will be there. Out of these 20 variables, what I am going to be measure is the major findings is the four important thing is regarding the effective service, saves energy, trustworthy, and the user friendly. Why? Because the mean of these things are four. It means that they are giving much satisfaction for these four, and at the same time we can also test that the mean of the other variable is also more than 3 will be there. If the mean will becomes more than 3 and between 4 means they are also satisfied with the service relating to the digital payment. Coming to the conclusion, finally I conclude my topic by saying that digital payment is satisfying the customers as well as the consumers, but the thing is somewhat the banking institutions or it may be the educational institutions has to be give some of the orientations programs to the customers so that they will get to know each and every transaction or each and everything in the banking sector so that they can do the transaction very much easily. So thank you, sir. These are all my presentation.
Sir, any questions, sir?
Okay, I have a question for you.
Okay, sir.
What is the percentage of population in this country at present doing this, the digital payments after the post-pandemic?
Yes, sir. The population is very much more. It means that everyone that is in the village level also people are using. But I am restricting to my area is relating to the Mysore city itself. I'm going to be concentrating only on the 520 people.
Okay, out of 520, it appears that you have selected the
Yes, sir.
age group of
Is
15 to 30 years.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Naturally, they would use more digital
Yes, sir.
payments than.
Yes. Yes, sir. Of course, the youths are very much aware about the digital payments when compared to the other, and the institutions, that is especially the banking people or it may the educational institutions has to be concentrate on the above 50 years or it may the above 60 years old age people to go for the digital payments. That has to be done.
Good.
So,
Right. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Right, ma'am.
Thank you for your precise and clear presentation. So we are all having one half an hour break for lunch, and we join again at 1:45.
Excuse me, ma'am. I was ahead of the schedule. Sorry to interrupt in between. I am IIMC 60 paper number. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
called upon 62 number. So I just wanted to.
Yes, Pooja madam. Actually, madam was having an important meeting. She has to go by 1:30 to her college back. So that's why. Yeah. So we are having one lunch back by 1:45 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you everyone for your cooperation and 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Santosh Shashi madam and Raghavendra sir uన్నారు sir. Okay. Good afternoon, all the participants present in the meeting. We are continuing with our technical session, afternoon session, after the lunch break. Now I call upon Priyanka Maru with paper ID IIMC IC 41. Priyanka, are you there? Priyanka? 41, sir. Priyanka? Am I audible, ma'am? Please check once. Priyanka, are you there? Priyanka? So without wasting time, I call upon the next paper presenter with paper ID IIMC IC 55. Paper title Towards a Strong Role of Public Transport System in India by M.V. Praveen from Kozhikode, Kerala.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Let me share my screen.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Priyanka, please, because
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
not 1 minute, Priyanka, just after Praveen sir, you can present. Please wait for 2
Okay,
minutes.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I request all the presenters that you should concentrate more on your objectives and conclusions, and please complete within 5 minutes. I will
Yes.
alert you at 4 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Is it my screen is visible, ma'am? Screen is visible?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I congratulate IIMC team for organizing such a wonderful international conference, and thank you for giving an opportunity to present my paper. Myself and my guide, Dr. K. Ravana, present here a paper towards strengthen the role of public transport system in India. A developed country is not a place where the poor have cars. It is it's where the rich use public transportations. Public transport systems exist to bring social and economic connections, whereas it is acclaimed as a major contributor of pollution. It is worth noting that India ranks fourth in the world's transport-related emissions. Okay, it is acknowledged that the region which is successfully improves the sustain networks can build a more vibrant, reliable, sustainable cities. While many developed countries switching from private modes to public transport modes, Indian cities are moving in opposite directions. Now it is significant to have a look over the catalyst role of public transport system towards sustain. So objective of my study, the main objective of study is to ascertain and analyze significant economic, social, environmental, and community health benefit offered by the public transport system in India as a catalyst towards sustainable transport systems. The methodology, this paper purely based on secondary data published by important authentic sources. The study followed a descriptive research designs and qualitative approach as it not dealt with any qualitative data. Percentage and ratios are used for analyze purpose. Results are presented in the form of simple tables, charts, and diagrams. Instead of using a traditional three-dimensional model of sustain, I added a new model, community health perspectives, community health dimensions. So the present study uses a model, four-dimensional models of sustain. These are the important concepts: sustain, public transport system, four-dimensional model, and traffic calming. Analysis and discussions. These sections of the study analyze and reveals the significance of public transport system in various perspectives such as economic, social, environmental, and community health. In other words, it describes the economic, social, environmental, community health benefits offered by public transport system in India. Thus, it portrays public transport benefits through 4D sustain model. First one, economic dimensions. Using public transport system can save up to 4 to 10 times of money required for commuting through personalized modes of transport like bikes and car. The supporting tables are given. A train which carries an average of 1,400 passengers, it just intake 0.18 fuel liter per 1,000 passenger kilometers. Similarly, according to DMRCL data, around 4 lakh crores annually lost by India due to inadequate public transport sustainable system in India. Next is social dimensions. Public transport system assures social inclusions because of the provisions of equitable, low-cost, productive, social, and friendly commuting exposure to all. It offers equity and equality in the accessibility to education, health services, and employment. People reports for more friendly social interaction when walking, bicycling, or riding public transport than when traveling by private automobiles. In environmental dimensions, public transport system usage instead of private modes can reduce GHG emission by around 16 million metric tons per year. A bus which carries around average 40 passengers emits same amount a bike which carry only 1 passengers. That is an exciting things. And while considering the global data, we can compare this GHG emission by public transport mode and private transport mode. The light shade belongs to public transport mode. The dark shade belongs to private transport mode. So we can make out that public transport system produces a little amount, a meager amount of carbon, GHG. And community health dimensions, urban cities with the efficient public transport system with a lesser traffic fatality are the best indicator of curtailing several community health related challenges. From this diagram, we can make out that buses causes only 70% of total fatalities. Cars and bikes causes a majority of traffic accidents. Other public transport modes cumulatively causes only 11% fatalities. So in community health perspective also, public transport system is favorable. Then coming to conclusion, strengthening sustainable public transport alternatives, especially in low and middle income vulnerable regions, is a powerful step for nations to increase their human development and ensure social inclusion. So sustainable public transport, by adopting climate conditions, play an important role in inclusive growth and expanding access to essential services. Traffic calming policies, that is a policy minimizing private modes and maximizing public transport modes, is closely and significantly related with improving economic, environmental, and social health of a country, as well as physical and mental health of commuters. So we have a huge potential to develop a public transport system. Here, as stated in the figure 6, Indian cities have a huge gap between desirable public transport share and present public transport share. We can easily visible in this. Okay. So, let me conclude my topic. A fine-tuned public transport system in India can meet the basic transport challenges put forth by the Indian cities, such as traffic congestion, parking congestion, traffic accident, increased road and traffic infrastructural cost, automobile cost to consumers, inadequate mobility for non-driving people, massive energy consumption, and increased pollution. And all this will pave the way for sustainable transport system. Thank you. Thank you for giving a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Once you strong.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So now I call up, sir, I'm calling the next, yeah. So now I call upon the next paper presenter with the paper code IIMC IC 64, the impact of COVID pandemic in enhancing sustainable banking practices and operations by GGN from Vadakara, Kerala.
Hello, ma'am.
Madam, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. 1 minute.
Sir, paper ID 63. 63. Sorry, 64.
Ma'am, can I present the next
Yes,
section?
yes, madam. You can present this paper. 64, sir. Thanks. ఆయన ఫోన్ ఎత్తట్లేదు ఈయన ఫోన్ ఎత్తట్లేదు
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, madam, it's visible.
So, good afternoon. It's my privilege to get an opportunity to present in such a session. And my topic is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in enhancing sustainable banking practices and operations. And this paper is co-authored by my guide, Dr. Uday Kumar. And we all know that conventional banking and traditional investment practices prioritize profit. So money makes the world go round, goes the old age adage. Yes, as the world continues to grapple with the harsh realities of climate change, so too are banks and their customers. In the process, many are realizing profit isn't everything. Sustainable banking is a solution for all these things. We can just look at the different sustainable banking practices followed by different banks. That is use of internet banking, use of mobile banking, use of debit and credit cards, use of UPI apps, availing green car loans, availing green mortgage loans, use of green channel counters at bank. These are some of the important sustainable practices followed at bank, which once were chosen rarely by many customers, but has marked rapid increase in its usage after the outbreak of pandemic. My objectives of this study are to identify the factors that compel people to shift from traditional banking practices to sustainable banking practice, to evaluate the influence of COVID-19 pandemic in enhancing sustainable banking practice by respondents. The statement of the problem and the need of the study are: sustainable banking products and services are being initiated for more than 2 decades in the banking sector of India. At the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, there has been an upheaval to the social and economic life of the country. The fall in the global economy resulted in far more contraction than the Great Recession that entered in 2009. The effects of pandemic navigated an increase in the usage of sustainable banking services with a view of enabling social distancing across the country. Thus, this study focused on the influence of COVID-19 pandemic on enhancing sustainable banking practices. The scope of the study is confined to semi-urban areas of Kozhikode district. The study includes respondents of age group 18 to 34, 35 to 59, and 60 and above. The data collection, it includes both primary and secondary data. Primary data is collected with the help of questionnaire and secondary data using websites, reports, etc. My sample consists of 20 respondents from each age group. So a total of 60 samples were collected. Then The limitations of the study are the pandemic has restricted on a wide range of collection of data due to social distancing. The sample size was not enough to generate the result. Lack of knowledge on the technical aspects of the respondent. The major findings of my study are most of the customers are not aware of the concept of green banking or sustainable banking and its benefits irrespective of awareness. There is a high amount of usage of green products or sustainable products and service. The study also observed that young generation contributes the largest in the category of awareness and use, whereas the middle-aged and senior citizens are contributing less on the basis of awareness and usage of green banking products and service. And the study also indicates there is no difference in awareness of green or sustainable banking with regard to different age groups. It is also perceived that during the COVID-19 pandemic period, to ensure social distancing as a part of prevention of pandemic, there is an increasing amount of usage of various green banking or sustainable banking products and service. A high increase in the usage of various products like online bill payment, mobile banking, etc. The study also outlines the usage of ATM as high during the pandemic period. In the study, it is also being outlined there is a significant difference in the use of sustainable products and service between the pre-pandemic period and during the pandemic period. The study also shows a decline in the usage of sustainable products and service occasionally during the pandemic period, in large percentile, a notable escalation to weekly and daily usage of green products or sustainable products and service during the pandemic period. The suggestions to the study are, as the study found there is not much significant difference in awareness of green banking products and service, but the usage is high among the various age groups. It is suggested to provide much awareness and promotion on the concept of sustainable banking and its benefits by the banks through emails, SMS, campaigns, training of the customers, through rewards, etc. Based on the study, there is a positive impact on the usage of sustainable banking during the pandemic period. This shows the increase in the likelihood of sustainable banking in India. The banks have to identify the factors that increase the customer's interest and thus promoting sustainable banking and achieve the goal of a sustainable environment and economic growth. The pre and during the pandemic period suggest a significant difference in the usage of sustainable banking products and service. Ma'am, it's all.
Over?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I call upon the.
Hello, ma'am.
1 minute.
Can I present now?
1 minute, Priyanka.
Yes.
Next, I call upon the next presenter, paper presenter with the paper ID IIMC IC41, Priyanka Maru, with the paper title Clean Development Mechanism, a mechanism to earn carbon credit in India from Rajkot, Gujarat.
Thank you, ma'am.
నంబర్ ఎంత అండి?
41 ఐసి 41 రెండో పేజ్ నుండి చూడండి. క్లీన్ డెవలప్మెంట్ మెకానిజం
41
వన్ పేజ్ ఎందుకు సిడిఎం క్లీన్ డెవలప్మెంట్ మెకానిజం కార్బన్.
Can you see, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, madam.
IIMC 41.
No, right.
My presentation, I am Maru Priyanka and I am research scholar of Saurashtra University. My presentation topic is clean development mechanisms, which is known as CDM, a mechanism to earn carbon credit in India. Why I have chosen this topic? Because in recent years, we can see the impact of global warming and greenhouse gases are increasing day by day on its extreme levels in the global. That's why the concept of Kyoto Protocol under the UNFCCC was adopted in 1997 to tackle the problem of global warming. Mainly, many researches and surveys says that mainly due to industrialization, the release of greenhouse gases in the environment is increased extremely after analyzing the dangerous impact of global warming. Many scientists have suggested to take required actions related to this problem of global warming and climate change immediately. That's why in 1997, under the UNFC, Kyoto Protocol was adopted, and due to complexity in its rules and regulation, it came into force in 2005. Now, what is a Kyoto Protocol? Kyoto Protocol is an international treaty which binds only developed countries to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. Now, what is greenhouse gases? Greenhouse gases includes carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, perfluorocarbon, hydrofluorocarbon, sulfur hexafluoride, and nitrogen trifluoride. It is a combination of 7 gases included in greenhouse gases. The emission of these gases can harm the environment. That's why for reducing the impact of global warming, this concept of Kyoto Protocol was established. The Kyoto Protocol differentiate countries into 3 groups. Total 144 countries had signed the Kyoto Protocol initially. Annex 1 parties is the first, which includes developed countries, and non-annex 1 parties includes developing countries. Now, what is carbon credit? Carbon credit is a certificate or a permit, we can say, which allows a country to emit certain amount of carbon dioxide or any other greenhouse gases, which can be traded, sold, or retired if the full allowance is not used. For example, we can say if company A or country, we can take, if country A has given target to reduce to emit till this level, then if it has unused credits of carbon credit or any other greenhouse gases, the country can sell it to another country who is needed. In this way, concept of carbon credit trading was generated in the Kyoto Protocol. 1 carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of carbon dioxide. The Kyoto Protocol has established 3 mechanisms for countries to meet emission limitation target or earn carbon credits. The 3 mechanisms are international emission targeting, trading, the green development mechanism, and the joint implementation mechanism. The first is international emission trading. It is a market-based mechanism. Under this mechanism, the countries that have excess emission units can sell these units to the countries that are over their limits. The allowed emissions to Annex 1 countries are divided into assigned amount units. As I said before, Annex 1 countries includes only developed countries. The clean development mechanism, it allows countries with emission limiting commitment to implement emission reduction projects in non-Annex 1 countries or developing countries to earn tradable certified emission reduction units. The carbon credit earned with the help of CDM is called certified emission reduction units. Joint implementation mechanism, it is mainly used by developed countries. It is same as CDM, but the emission reduction projects were established in developed countries by developed country itself. Now the main topic is the clean development mechanism. What is the clean development mechanism? Under the clean development mechanism, the developing countries can help developed countries to reach their commitment of emission reduction. With the help of these projects, developing countries can earn carbon credits and sell it to developed countries. And with the help of these, developing countries can promote the sustainable development. As the CDM is flexible mechanism to earn carbon credit and the number of developing countries is large, the CDM projects are registered more. To earn carbon credit from these projects, an entity has to set up and register a CDM project under the CDM Executive Board of UNFCCC. It has a process of now this is a CDM project cycle process of registering a project under CDM UNFCCC, project activity design, notification of CDM prior consideration, proposal of a new baseline or monitoring methodology, use of an approved methodology, validation of CDM project activity, registration of CDM project activity, certification and verification of the CDM project activity, issuance of CERs. Now the status of CDM, total 7,844 projects were registered under the CDM as on 31st October 2022, out of which 83.7 projects were registered by Asia and Pacific. Among that, almost 70% projects are registered by China and India in CDM. From this data, it can be concluded clearly that the most of the projects are being registered by Asia and Pacific, registered projects by host party. In this diagram, we can clearly see that China and India has the highest ratio of registering projects under the CDM. India has 1,685 projects registered as on second number, while China has registered 3,764 projects. After that, Brazil, Vietnam, Mexico, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Chile, and Republic of Korea. These are the top 10 countries who have registered highest projects under CDM. Total 99 countries have registered projects. Among that, 59 countries are have less than 10 projects registered under the CDM of UNFCCC. The CDM and India's first CDM project was registered by GFL, Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited in Vadodara, Gujarat. GFL has become the first Indian company and third in world who has an emission reduction CDM project which is certified by CDM Executive Board. And India is on, as I said, India is on second position in registering top CDM projects. Now, distribution of registered projects of India by scope. 14 different scopes are identified by UNFCCC for registration of projects. India has the highest project registration under the scope of energy industries, almost about 82.2%. It is clear that the energy industries contribute the highest percentage in CDM projects. Out of 1,755 registered projects of India, 1,005 are registered under the manufacturing industries, 97 under energy demand, 41 under handling and disposal, 19 under afforestation and reforestation, 13 under agriculture, 11 under chemical industries, 10 under transportation, and 5 under fugitive emissions from fuel and from production consumption of halocarbons and sulfur hexafluoride. 3 under metal production. Yes,
Please
sir.
conclude.
Yes. Not a single project is registered under the sectoral scope of construction, mining, and mineral production of solvent use. Now, this is the CERs issued to India. In 2015, India has highest CER issued among all countries. In conclusion, I would say after the commencement of Kyoto Protocol, CDM was highly successful and beneficial as a flexible market mechanism for reducing greenhouse gases. As a developing country, India is getting notable benefits from this mechanism. After China, India stood at second position in getting this benefit from CDM and CERs from this project. Now, this is my conclusion. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Right.
Thank you, Priya.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, next we call upon paper ID IIMC IC65, Work-Life Balance, Stress Management by R.V. Lakshmi Devi from Narsapur, Andhra Pradesh. Madam, are you there?
Work-life balance. Work-life balance.
R.V. Lakshmi, madam? So, meanwhile, we will call. I'm going to call. Next paper, that is IIMC IC66, G. Ashwal P. Are you there, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
So now the presentation will be with the paper ID IIMC IC66, a study on measurement of financial literacy level of mutual fund investors and its impact on their investment decisions by G. Ashwati from Anantapuram, Andhra Pradesh.
Good evening, one and all. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Can you see the screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Good evening, everyone. This is G. Yashwanti, a research scholar from Sri Krishnadevaraya University, Anantapur. So my study for today is on the measurement of financial literacy level of mutual fund investors and its impact on investment decisions. So coming to the introduction, when we study about what is financial literacy is the ability to understand and effectively use various financial skills. It is basically the mix of one's awareness, knowledge, behavior, skill, and attitude towards financial matters. And financial literacy of an individual is their level of understanding of financial matters, which enables them to process financial information and make informed decisions. So I've studied various reviews of my literature where a few of them studied about financial literacy on women in various districts of Andhra Pradesh, and also among college students, among high school students, and various individual investors. And the objectives of my study are to measure the existing financial literacy level of the mutual fund investors, to understand the association between socio-demographic factors and the financial literacy level of mutual fund investors, to analyze the determinants of financial literacy level, to check the influence of financial literacy level on investment decisions. So the hypothesis for this study will be, first, the null hypothesis is there is no significant difference between financial literacy among socio-demographic factors. And the second null hypothesis will be financial literacy has an impact on the investing preferences and decisions. The research methodology which I've used is descriptive research is used for this study. And since this study is based on one company, the respondents I could collect were only 60. And to study the financial literacy, the questions based on financial literacy, that is divided into financial behavior, financial skills, financial knowledge, and such questions were passed through structured questionnaire. So coming to the first two objectives, that is to measure the existing financial literacy level of mutual fund investors and to understand the association between socio-demographic factors and the financial literacy level of mutual fund investors. Firstly, the respondents' characteristics are studied, that is the demographic factors. What was found in this study was most of the respondents out of 60 were males, that is 40. And the respondents were 26, which were from the age group of 45 to 55, and 44 respondents were unmarried, 34 respondents were undergraduates, 40 respondents are employees, and 20 employees were among the annual income of above 4 lakhs. And coming to the second objective, that is to understand the association between socio-demographic factors and the financial literacy level of the mutual fund investors. Here, the socio-demographic factors and the financial literacy level, both are categorical variables. So chi-square analysis has been done. And what has been observed is the p-value for gender, educational qualification, occupation, and annual income, which is highlighted, is less than the value of 0.05. Therefore, it is significant, which means there is a significant difference between financial literacy level among gender, educational qualification, occupation, and annual income. Therefore, we reject the null hypothesis, that is, there is no significant difference, which we accept the alternative hypothesis. But whereas coming to age and marital status, the p-value is greater than 0.05, so there is no significant difference. And we reject the alternate hypothesis, that is, accept the null hypothesis. Coming to the objective 3 and objective 4, that is to analyze the determinants of financial literacy level and to check the influence of financial literacy level of investment. I have come up with a path analysis where the association between dependent variable and independent variables have been studied, and the model fit indices have been studied. And here the dependent variable is financial literacy, and the independent variables are financial awareness, financial knowledge, financial attitude, financial behavior, and financial skills. Through this path analysis, the dependency of these independent variables have some effect on financial literacy, and at the same time, how much influence does financial literacy has on its investment decisions have been studied. So coming to the model fit indices, looking at the p-value, which is 0, that is less than 0.05. This determines model fit indices, goodness to fit in index is 0.986,
which is greater than 0.9. This denotes that the sample population fits the sample fits the population. And at the same time, adjusted goodness to fit index is 0.8, that is greater than 0.9. And also the RMSEA, that is which is less 0.02, that is less than 0.8. So this indicates that the fit is suitable and it is perfectly fit. Coming to the standardized regression weights, as we studied in the path analysis here, financial awareness determines financial literacy at 0.86, that is 86%. Financial knowledge determines financial literacy at 38%. Financial attitude influences financial literacy at 50%. Financial behavior at 67%, and financial skills at 64%, which concludes that financial awareness is highest and the biggest determinant of financial literacy, and financial knowledge is the least determinant of financial literacy. Also, the regression weights determine that financial attitude, financial behavior, and financial skills have a p-value which is less than 0.05. Therefore, they are highly significant, and financial knowledge is closer to the value 0.05. Therefore, it is only just significant. Coming to the limitations and conclusions, the respondents are collected from very few respondents, that is only 60 respondents. The gender, education, qualification, occupation are significant, and age and marital status are not significant. The highest and biggest determinant of financial literacy is the financial awareness, that is at 86%, and it is leastly determined by financial knowledge at 38%. The influence of financial literacy on investment decisions is 76%, and the rest of it is influenced by the factors other than financial literacy of their investment decisions. So what I would like to conclude is financial literacy is very important for among the college students and high school students, and many measures have to be taken by schools, colleges to conduct seminars and awareness classes for students so that their financial literacy will be increased. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Now, I call upon.
The ready-made projects will take week.
Yes, now I call upon the next paper presenter, IIMC IC60. The title, in Present Era, a Study of Integer Region by Pooja Narad.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible enough?
Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. I'll be starting. How many minutes I'll be having, ma'am? How many minutes I'll be having, ma'am?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. I had to wind it up in 5 minutes, right?
Yes. Concentrate on objectives and conclusions, ma'am.
Fine, ma'am. Sure. So my topic is emotional health of the youth in present era, a study of Chandigarh region. Okay. So according to the National Center of Emotional... Ma'am, I'm not getting you. What are you saying?
Sorry, please go ahead.
Okay, fine. According to National Center of Emotional Wellness, people can minimize the difficulties and responses, the feeling of control, in order to function healthily by having an awareness of the emotion one feels. So what is emotional health nowadays among the youth? It is an understanding, awareness, and acceptance of the individual emotions that we feel nowadays. So it is the potential to manage these emotions effectively through changing and challenging times, as comfortable or aching emotions and overpowering thoughts may make people go crazy. And they can be carried away easily. They can even lose control over their own emotions. So it's a very a hot topic nowadays, emotional health and emotional wellness, which means an efficiency accepting and managing your emotions. And it also means coping with its challenges throughout your life. So emotional health can affect the day-to-day functioning and ability to deal with the challenges in our everyday life. So we can have an adverse impact of it. We can have an adverse impact on our relationships also if our emotional health is not well. Emotional and physical health, they can be a problem in our problem with our breathing, weak immune system, panic attacks. We can get that. We can have muscle aches, we can have headaches, chest pains, high blood pressure. There are a hell lot of problems which we can have. My paper focuses on examining this emotional health of the youth, which is in the age group of 18 to 29 years. Emotional health issues, and I'll just suggest the coping strategies. It could be an advancement. So the study has been taken from these authors. These are some author views. I'll be winding it up fast. Goleman is most influential and the popular author to promote this emotional intelligence, emotional literacy, and emotional wellness. What Sir had said in 1996, he outlined various terms of emotional intelligence. He said that self-esteem, feeling good about oneself, being aware of one's own emotions and about other people's emotions, and being able to regulate these own emotions. So he diverts slightly. He includes these awareness, leadership, teamwork, and collaboration along with this emotional intelligence, which he has taken. The next literature review, I had taken it from Eccleston and Haynes. He called the remedial education as profoundly dangerous. Like remedial education is a key argument in his study. He said that there's a problem of emotional health in an individual, as the people is not having any knowledge about the concept. This highlights one feelings over the knowledge, which creates a belief that everyone is vulnerable nowadays. Every single person is vulnerable, and every person needs support. There are many challenges. They outline that in primary schools, and the evaluation of the concept emotional literacy and the skills associated with this emotional well-being, and the child preoccupying themselves at the very young age. They learn about the life making them vulnerable, and offer the perspective, ritual scripts, and the appropriate ways of behaving emotionally, right? Then next is Mayer and Salve. He had also developed these emotional variables, self-control, self-expression, empathy. Then Baron had developed 15 interrelated emotional and social competences to determine how we can understand ourselves and how we can relate to others and how we can cope with this in daily lives. And there is Matthews also, the later half of the 20th century. What had he done? He saw the change towards recognizing the positive role of emotions in an individual's life, right? And a response to the credit accrued on the intellect. Then Zenather and Matthews in 2000 says that the person who has academic acclaim can be envied, but at the same time will be looked upon with disapproval, and he can become a butt of ridicule, with even television programs mocking him as a nerd who lacked even the basic social skills and was never in this tune with this reality. So these are some of the author's views. Then what is the need of the study? The need is psychological and emotional well-being, is when you are mentally fit and healthy and feel positive in your life, and has shown a sense of wellness includes this is the wellness and physical benefits with lower incidence of cardiovascular diseases, stroke, and sleeping problems. This is emotional well-being. Opposite to it is, if it is affected, we are not well in. It also ensures increased productivity and creativeness, both in our personal life and in our employment level also. It also associates with the improvement in our physical health and our life expectancy. So emotional wellness can be easily achieved through increased learning. It can be increased learning also, creativity also, and productivity also, and having a more pro-social behavior and building a positive social relationships, right? So people who prioritize their psychological well-being have less physical health risk, and they rate their happiness higher. So these are the objectives. I'll be enumerating the emotional health causes among our youth. Will be, or I'll
Madam,
be
please conclude it, madam. Your time is up.
okay. So due to short of time, I'll slightly be. So these are the variables I studied. There is a lack of, I'll be concluding after these variables, ma'am. I'll be taking 1 more minute for it. So these are the variables I have studied. That studies anhedonia, that is feeling
Madam,
less.
just 2 to 3 points because
Yeah, okay. There can be depression in some people, insomnia, poor appetite can be the problem, trouble concentrating can be the problem, feeling bad about oneself, self-harm and self-injury can be a problem. There can be a problem of moving on, speaking very slowly. So I'd studied on the gender issues. These are the demographic variables which I have taken it. I had taken taken the data of 118 young students. 50 were the males and 68 were the females. And according to education, the 87 were doing graduate degree and 30 were doing postgraduate degree, and one is also doing the research degree. Have done this postgraduate degree, 30 had done, and ages 95 are from 18 to 21 years, 22 to 25 are 19 people, and 4 are from above that. And after these variables, what I conclude in my studies, ma'am, I'm straight away going to the conclusion. Please give me 1 more minute.
Madam, please, we can't.
Yes, I'll be going to the conclusion, ma'am. Give me
Yes,
1
yes,
minute.
do it, because we have lots of participants waiting.
Right. I'm understanding your problem.
Yeah.
Now, coming to the conclusion, to the results, coming to the findings, the study concludes that 59.35% of the females feel very less interest in doing the things in comparison to men. 70.33% of the females are feeling down and they feel insomnia. 70.19 feel insomnia in relation to 29.88 of the males. 62.5% feel tiredness. 57.9% have the poor appetite or they overeat, and 54.84% of the females have trouble concentrating in relation to 45.6 percentage of the male. 64.13 females are feeling bad about them, and these are all the data which gathered according to the variables. T-test reveals that the variance of the means between two sets is very less. So we can conclude that the males and females have different means. Alternately, difference between two means is significant, right? So the way which to improve the health, I'll be straight away moving to conclusion part as due to short of time. So existing research on my emotional health and emotional well-being includes summarizing the key knowledge areas and the key variables. So it identifies the key gaps and the directions for the future research. Identifying the key further research done on these topics, we can take more mental health concerns like depression or anxiety, and the program evaluation assessing the effectiveness of interventions aiming to improve this mental well-being of an individual. To improve this mental health, the quality of the care given to might facilitate support from the government and the policymakers also. We believe that the large-scale intervention that can be given to the work effectively can utilize an upstream research and was conducted on the group of youth ranging from 18 to 29 years, shows that the male and females have different approach while facing with all these problems like insomnia, anhedonia, tiredness, and depression. So concluding it, I can say you can't control everything. Sometimes you just need to relax and have faith that things will work out. Let's go a little and just let face a life. That is a quote by Coty Kepler. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Now I call upon the next paper presenter with paper ID IIMC IC63, Gender Budgeting for a Sustainable and Just Society, Comparative Study of Kerala State and Union Budget by Anag from Kasaragod, Kerala.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
Hoping that my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity and taking all the pain to making me present this paper. So, as Madam has already mentioned, the title of my paper is Gender Budgeting for a Sustainable and Just Society: Comparative Study of Kerala State and Union Budget. So, development policies in Kerala, without directly going to my paper, seeing the time constraints, development policies in Kerala generally responded more positively to issues of gender equality and ensured gender equality in education and health, which is very much aware. However, the social transformation in Kerala was profound but uneven. So the best example of this was the existence of feudal patriarchal structures and institutions for the society. Monogamous marriages and nuclear families reinforced patriarchal values in households. So, but at the same time, the productive and reproductive role of women was further demonstrated. So, prohibition of daughter-in-law and the growth of patriarchy in all social classes were important factors in this process. So, this type of patriarchal form has given rise to the popular acceptance of women's place in the family and the general desirability of women in the public sphere. High female literacy and growth in female education did not lead to women's labor participation and advancement. So bridging this gap was very much important for the household work, and national income does not add value to the same. At the same time, it should be remembered that domestic work also include elements that related to the economy, such as maintaining a kitchen garden, rearing sheep and chickens, etc. So the new labor structure does not reduce women's workload. Poor uneducated women work in traditional industries and agriculture, IT. So these informal forms of unemployment emerging in new sectors such as, while it is true that the new labor structure had changed the forms of unemployment. So directly going to the topic, when we see that this particular gender budget, so when we look at this particular diagram, we can understand that there are women who work in the several informal sectors and unidentified sectors like household work or gardening work, other related domestic laborers. So unemployment of uneducated women is unique to Kerala. The labor force participation rate of the technologically trained is also very low. Violence against women, issues of dowry, mental illness, etc. limit the achievements in terms of mental health development in the state. At the same time, women have turned to creative means of self-sustenance through neighborhood groups and self-help groups. So we can see that this particular photograph is a political participation of women in the educational institutions. We can see that women in Kerala, women come to the higher education institutions to learn, to educate themselves, and they also indulge in several other co-curricular and extracurricular activities such as politics, NSS, NCC, and other stuff. So like mass planning, decentralized forms of planning have paid more attention to the needs of women. Kerala is the first state to ensure 50% of women participation in local self-government bodies since 1995, soon after the Panchayati Raj Acts and other related activities. Women came in front of the politics. But at the same time, we can understand that state and market dominated forms of development are against women's interests. Therefore, there's a debate about women's rights. In the document called Vision 2030 by the Planning Board of Kerala, the issues related to women are discussed in the 23rd chapter. The title of the chapter is Socially Disadvantaged section. In this, the disadvantaged people such as women, the elderly, the transgender, the physically challenged, and the minorities living here as part of interstate or international migration have been grouped together. So here we try to analyze only the part about women. At the same time, Kerala is the first state to come up with transgender policy soon after the Nalsa judgment. In 2015, Kerala came up with a Kerala state policy for transgenders in Kerala, which ensured several programs and schemes, including reimbursement of the sex reassignment surgery and other related factors. At the beginning, an explanation is given as to why Kerala's 52% of female population is considered disadvantaged and subject to social neglect. There are a number of figures in the explanation. There are collections of information. The analysis compares Kerala with India and women in India with women in Kerala. So we can see that there is a division between the union or other other women of the other states as well as compared to the women of Kerala. So Vision 2030 is seen as motivational program to choose Kerala as a place to live, work, raise a family, and also do business. One of the areas I identify the planning board for this is protection of socially disadvantaged. By saying that women are to be protected, the validity of the analysis diminishes. it is denied that a woman is a whole person with equal participation and equal rights. As we all know, equality, justice, and freedom. These are the three things that every woman or marginalized population other than Brahmanical men are needed. At the same time, the document proceeds with complete disregard for the basic need for economic protection. I don't know how many of you have noticed there is something known as Kudumbashri in Kerala, which has brought the women who work in the household, not domestic laborers, but women who do not have any kind of freedom or justice, who do not enjoy any justice, or who do not are disregarded with equality, have been brought to the forefront of the society from their household, and also they are working in the mainstream of the society now. For instance, the pink taxi by the government of Kerala is being run by women of the Kudumbashri unit. So when it is said that women are backward in the decision-making process and that we need to create a way for women to actively come forward in the decision-making process in local politics, a natural doubt arises in our minds. This happened in Kerala and many other decisions taken in the last planning board were implemented. The skepticism is reinforced when one goes through the achievements of women in Kerala. While talking about the achievements of Kerala women, taking into account the backwardness of the labor sector and the increasing violence against women, we understand that the studies conducted by the planning board itself, which was repeatedly stated in the past that Kerala has achieved very formal equality. The figures put forward by the planning board itself through the Riyasha Nalsalam are denied on the record. Even more than Riyasha Nalsalam, she says that Vision 2030 is validated by studies conducted by the NGOs and media. At the same time, in Kerala, since 2011, the Social Justice Department and later on the Department of Women and Child brought out one such in the entire world called Gender Park. In India, Gender Park is one such thing which has been supported by UN Women and for the collaboration and working together for 7 other South Asian countries. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Also in Kerala, we can see that there is gender neutral uniforms in Kerala. In several government institutions, the government of Kerala under the Department of General Education has brought gender neutral uniforms. Also, Department of Women, as I mentioned earlier, Department of Women and Child is continuously coming up with several social media campaigns. So financial empowerment is that I would like to mention lastly. The analysis of Vision 2030 goes on to say that the economic backwardness of women is due to women's work in the domestic sphere and that the implementation of the plan should focus on 3 areas: scheduling of women's domestic work, ensuring women's access to resource and mobilization, and finally restructure of education. So as I mentioned, this is Kudumbashri. Also, local participation and other security given to women are to be taken into consideration. Finally, concluding, policies and programs have different impacts on women and men. Therefore, it is imperative to empower gender-responsive budgeting. A gender budget does not mean a separate budget for women, but rather an emphasis on gender status. The gender budget statement is an important tool to bring together all the information on the amount allocated for women. It is now considered a tool for detecting gender inequality, also used as a reported method and to indicate funds earmarked for women. This alone is an important step towards empowering partnership development. With this, I'm concluding. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you for the presentation. Now I call upon the next paper presented with paper ID IIMC IC 71. P. Raghavendran sir. Title of the paper: A Conceptual Study of Implications and Solutions for Digital India, from Madurai, Tamil Nadu.
Thank you, ma'am. I am audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Thanks to all for kind information. Due to time schedule, I go to my topic. A conceptual study on implication and solution for digital India. I am taking this topic as an aspect of government to the digital India concept from our PM Narendra Modi sir. That's a newest information to the technology of our advantages to go to the goal settings of the each and every corners of our nation. This thing we have to either to an application with the 2 simple example of digital technology and transformation environment. It is a main focus of our rural environment things. That's why we take the objectives of the studies and remove obstacle for the discussion. So many solution for that. That's a obstacle given to that. What are the obstacles? There's a lot of obstacles in due to our section itself. The first lecture I made out that some schedule issues, power issues network issues. We are announcing a digital India, but so many issues are going for today online process itself. That's why we have to study that electrical accessibility of all system rights to stand of living with the e-processing things. And actually, out of the findings will be taken to our accessibilities are go there. What are the things the player of the lessons and DIPs and supporting service of finance, governance, health, education. So lot of things are there. So on behalf of this meeting will be an greatest source of digital unit, because this is a very biggest gift, a very
To give some
bridge between the each and every corners of the students and scholars and things, develop things. Then, what are the things we have laid out through the pillars of the digital India? These are the 9 pillars of the digital India. So, what are they? Broadways, universal access, the access of e-governance, electrical manufacture, IT jobs, highest harvesting programs. So, kindly point out everything is a corner of the city centers and the main contents of the business. But what about the rural area people? Learning, education, and the processing works. So each and every person want to come forward to the digital plans, and now they recently arranging for the e-currencies. The e-currencies will be leading to the another stage of their performance. That is the main thing to be laid as a pillars of Indian digital. So this digital will be even great opportunity to lead a next stage in the world, next stage of India in the world. That's I come to then my simplest conclusion of digital India to transfer country to the knowledge and society. Without knowledge, there is no more thing to be an explicit. So what is we have to learn? We have to reach our knowledge to each and every corners of their our nation through this digital media. So once upon a time, it is very tough. What we have to learn, what we have to grow, everything is a tough and each corners, because no more good knowledge and good education. But it is very tough between them. The place of education is stagnant. One place itself. Nowadays it is not, because the each and every possibles are created by now we are entering into 5G and we are entering into e-currencies. Everything will be in a digital world, digital globalization. DGCS options will be laid down to that. That's digital India is a word slogan of power to empower ourselves. This empower will be a very gifted things. And finally, the digital invite the positive steps towards our contribution. We have to get on positive. Each and every pros and cons on every process of work. We have to leave that positive approach, avoid the negative, and negotiate, be an Indian, and always be support to digital India. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for each and everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Raghavendran, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So next we shall call upon the next presenter with the paper ID IIMC IC 72. Fuzzy topological AI structure on NumPy by Annalakshmi Madam and Karthikeshwari. Madam from Virudhunagar, Tamil Nadu.
Hello, ma'am. I'm ready to present.
Yes, yes.
Number
72 IT. NumPy and Python. Python make in this.
Hello, ma'am. My screen is visible.
Screen is not visible, madam, but you are audible.
Audible.
Break your screen presentation. Share the presentation.
Share them. I will put it as a chat, but it does not share it.
And your voice is also not clear, madam.
Voice is clear.
Yeah.
My aim is to produce a logic in the format of a fuzzy logic.
No, madam, it is not at all clear. Please set your audio.
Okay, ma'am. Wait a minute, ma'am. Audio not clear. Hello, ma'am. Is it audible?
Yes, yes. Now it is clear.
Now it is. Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
My screen is visible.
no, madam. Share your screen.
Now it was okay, ma'am.
Yes, now it is present.
Okay, ma'am. I myself am
But
Kartheshwari from
set your mic properly, madam. Sometimes it is breaking.
Okay, ma'am. I will try to. Okay, ma'am. My topic is first topological linear structure on NumPy in Python. My base paper is taken from Dr. M. Annalakshmi, ma'am. He was mathematical professor in our college. So first is it was introduced in the year 1965. It was introduced by L.A. Jatak introduced the notation of a fuzzy set. It was used in our computer topic for related for taking decisions. The decision may be in the format of true or false. So we will consider it is in the format of zeros and ones. The implementations of this paper is also focusing the same point of view. It was introduced in 2010 as a TM algebra because the fuzzy is only considered for the zeros and ones values, but it was related to the real world. We have to consider it was the format of a TM algebra also. Now I solved this one by using our Python by the NumPy package, that is a linear array of a structure specifically used for numerical values. Now this is a small introduction about the fuzzy logic. It was introduced in 1965 by L.A. Jadak. So first it was used for uncertainty in real physical world. Next it was implemented through the TM algebra by 2010. For algebraical notations of the fuzzy, it was introduced within the fuzzy logic. Next, it was increasing. It was formed as a fuzzy in the format of a it is a TM subsystem. Here I have to consider the fact and also implemented the fuzzy in the format of a topological with TM subsystem, because many mathematical professors they have to work the fuzzy logic within the paper itself. So I have to consider it was in the format of a system. For that, I will introduce the fuzzy logic in NumPy array. There are many definitions. It was included for proving fuzzy logic in the format of a algebra and also a topological. The first definition I have to took is let X be a non-empty set. Then it was belongs the values either 0 and 1. Then only it was considered as the fuzzy set. It was proved by following example. Next one, the union of fuzzy two sets, that is considered as the A and B, or the both are in the fuzzy set. It was considered as the maximum value of which among A and B. It was considered as the union value of the fuzzy logic. Then it was considered for the intersection. It was considered the for A and B both are the fuzzy logic. Then it was considered as the minimum value among the fuzzy set of A and B. These are the basic condition I have to taken from the fuzzy logic. Then if it is possible, if the value is present in the fuzzy logic, then automatically it was making it form it as a topology. So that is our consideration of the implementation. Here some logics are for concern the corresponding fuzzy logic work. I have to take example from this. This is our Calais table for making the algebraical structure. So this example is implemented by NumPy package in the Python. Okay, so consider the elements. We have to token the values from the Calais table is the 0, 1, 2, 3. So the value is belongs within the range of the values there. So I have to consider the conditions for mu1 to mu8. So that is our example values taken from that. So this is the basic idea. We have to consider the fuzzy logic in TM algebra and also follow a topological subsystem using the fuzzy system. So if it is satisfied, that is a mu of from 1 to 8, it was forming within the limit itself, then automatically it was called by TM fuzzy topological TM system. Suppose if any value does not belongs within the range of value, again it does not follow the logical fuzzy topological system within the system. So here I have to took the language as the Python. It was object oriented as well as the structured and also the easy language for implementing nowadays research workers. Now I have to consider the Python in the format of import numbers as NP. So it was the numerical array in Python. I have to name it was alias as the NP. So some examples, there is examples I have to taken from the Galley table. Already I mentioned in the implementation section. So these values are considered in the format of A and also A to H. Then it was formatted as the array with the formation of A to Z in the considers the each value in the array. Then now my system is produced to fuzzy topological structure in the Python. So I have to consider the each and every value of the first array comparing with the second array. Then it was existing conditions for fuzzy set intersection. If it is consider the set of intersection values find out, then again I have to check it out whether the value is belongs within the range of A to H. Suppose it was having means it was forming the fuzzy topological system on the TM algebra. Suppose it is not able to follow it. Suppose the value is out of our taken array means the system does not belongs to the fuzzy topological system. So this is my implementation for intersection and also for the union section. So just the comparison statement is differ, but I have to token that logically in the format of a array structure. So this same one here it was for less than condition, above one is for the greater than condition, because fuzzy set intersection find the maximum value from the among the array elements. For union it was considered for the minimum value among the array elements. The value within the array again exists within the given example values, then it was formatted as a fuzzy topological system on the TM algebra. This is our consideration and implementation that was checking through our online compiler in the Python. I have to produce my answer within the screenshot also. So it was checking every data set, comparing with finding the intersections and also union for that. If the intersection value exists within the already assigned area, it was produced the result as the what is TM fuzzy topological system. Suppose it does not having the value within the range, it was produced the result as the false. So it was does not form it as a fuzzy topological system on TM algebra. This is my simple example, and I have to implement it through the Python language for useful of the mathematical purposes like our number array, like a pandas. Next, likewise, my aim is produced as the fuzzy in the format of a topological structure within the combination of all the definitions within the system. So in future, the students researchers may use as the fuzzy is as the import like a number array. They have to use as the fuzzy within the Python easily, and also they have to check the definitions for all the conditions. Likewise, the help topic itself. So this is my concept. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Now I call upon the next paper presenter with paper ID IIMC IC 73, Sustainable Investing, a study on the prospects and challenges of ESG funds by Ashwin Prakash and Dr. Uday Kumar from Vadakara, Tamil Nadu. Ashwin sir, are you there?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. I'm here. Is it audible, ma'am?
You are audible, sir, and you are also able to present your screen.
Yeah. Okay. And once again, I'm thanking all the organizers of IIMC for giving an opportunity for me to present on the topic Sustainable Investing, a study on the prospects and challenges of ESG funds. In total, I would say use several strategies to build and diversify their portfolios to ensure financial success. And one of the emerging trends is changing the way the business and investing think about the concept of sustainable investing. Okay, let me say what is the sustainable investing. Sustainable investing refers to a range of practices in which investors aim to achieve financial return while promoting long-term environmental or social value. In short, we can say it's a combination of traditional investment and more socially committed kind of investment. And this paper studies how ESG mutual funds promote sustainable investing and the different prospects and challenges brought by ESG funds. And this paper also attempts to analyze the impact of this ESG, sustainable investment in Indian economy. The study are to create an understanding and awareness about concept of sustainable investing. And the second objective is to understand the need for sustainable investing in India. And the last one is to understand the prospects and challenges of ESG funds. Let me first say what is this sustainable investing. Sustainable investing can be defined as a type of investing that involves seeking financial returns through investment intended to generate measurable social and environmental impact via market-based solutions. And investment's sustainability impact is evaluated using ESG factors. And if we break down this ESG, it is environmental, social, and governance. Okay, let me explain it more. That is the meaning of ESG funds. The ESG funds are thematic funds that invest in socially responsible companies, wherein the investment process has included evaluation of factors like environmental, social, and governance. ESG funds invest in organizations that are ESG compliant. That means they won't use wood, or they won't manufacture, sell, or trade some things which are illegal or which are not immoral, like tobacco, alcohol, etc. And the need for sustainable investments in India. Okay, there is a little surprise that sustainability is taking the center stage in the world of finance and economics. Investors are looking to invest in environmental friendly companies, protecting their returns over the long time and at the same time contributing something to the society. And on the demand side, we can say that recent surveys show that the Generation Z prefers sustainable products more than all the categories. In India, there has been 190, that is more than double growth in online engagement on environmental issues, and about 20% of our customers saying that they are willing to shift to more sustainable brands. And that means this shifting means they are not only focusing on the returns, but also they are socially committed also. And this chart shows that the NASDAQ, the American-based rating, shows that the need for, the demand for this sustainable investing has recently grown over the last 10 years. There is a hike in the demand for the sustainable investment funds. And telling about our country, India has a huge opportunity ahead, because the adverse effect of climate change has affected our country, and it is also one of the most polluted cities in India. And even the cyclones, many cyclones, floods, all these are coming into India. So in order to protect our environment, it's mandatory that people should not only stick on to the traditional investment, but also they should focus on the sustainable investment, thereby securing the environment. And once again, as someone says, it's the name or the word sustainable investment is not about transforming economies and not just energy. And it is, for example, we can say that there is recently a chip shortage, like for mobile phones as well as for computers, there is a chip shortage. The chips or the sensors are not producing more throughout the world, especially from Taiwan. The chips are getting delivered to other companies, and it is simply because of the lack of fresh water. This is happening, right? And recently, many studies say that the pollution or the harmful effect that is happening to the environment is due to the lack of the human beings are not bothered about how this preservation of environment is done. And if we move on to the ESG fund, ESG investment may develop from market now. Even you can say that during the COVID pandemic and all. And it is a potential to help the environment and solve the climate change, as I already mentioned. And it also understand and manage portfolio risk with strong governance and ethical companies. Another way to give back to the community and promote social responsibility. And at last, the companies with sustainability plan may be better prepared to meet long-term investment. As I said, the sustainable investment is not for short-term, it's actually for long-term. The returns or the benefits can be achieved either through the long-term only. And these are the challenges. The companies can get a passing grade even when you disagree with their policies because of this practice of ESG funds. And the ratings are, even though the evaluation of ESG funds are done, but the ratings are not standardized. And the last one is that the fees can be higher and diversification can be less. The cost of the ESG fund is higher compared with other traditional form of investment. And it's slightly different from most of the themes since it's forward of many companies who want to target sustainable growth. This can be mean better profits and therefore better returns for the investors. However, there is not enough data to evaluate the fund performance, okay, and to measure the risk and the volatility that you might experience. So you can't decide whether these funds are in line with your portfolio, and this can be done only through long term. At present, it is not advisable, or we cannot say that this ESG funds is more beneficial to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for presenting the paper. Next participant, IIMC IC80, Fatima Sajida. Influence of career awareness on future endeavors among undergraduate students. A study with special reference to Mallapuram district, Kerala. Fatima Sajida, madam, are you there?
One more presentation. Can I
from Kerala.
Ma'am?
Ma'am, Fatima Sajida, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I present after one more presentation? I have to make ready for my laptop.
Okay, ma'am. It's okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Next presenter is IIMC IC 82, Innovative Methods for Research. Innovative Methods for Research, Analysis and Design, a study. Dr. Achay Babu Undrakunda, Bhimavaram, Andhra Pradesh. Sir, are you there? Achay Babu, sir. Hello.
As they are not ready, we are moving to the next presenter with the paper ID IIMC IC 81, Telugu paper by titled Sri Bhagavad Gita Jeevana Naipunyalu by C.H. Sai Krishna. Sai Krishna, sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Can I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible. You are audible, sir.
Okay, ma'am. భగవద్గీత జీవన నైపుణ్యాలు. భగవద్గీత అనేటువంటిది మహాభారతము వంటి పెద్ద ఇతిహాసంలో చెప్పబడినటువంటిది. ఇతిహాసము అన్నప్పుడే మనము సాహిత్యంలో చెప్పుకుంటాం ఇది ఈ విధముగా జరగబడింది అని. కాబట్టి భగవద్గీతని శ్రీకృష్ణుడు చెప్పేటప్పుడు ఇది ఒక జ్ఞానసాగరం అని, ఎంతో పేరు మోసేటువంటి పండితులు గాని తత్వజ్ఞులు గాని అందులో ఉండేటువంటి సారాన్ని పూర్తిగా గ్రహించలేరని ఆయన తెలియజేశారు. గీత అనేటువంటిది ఒక పెద్ద భావసాగరం అయితే గనక ఆ సంద్రములో ధైర్యముతో మునకలు వేసి లోతుకు చేరితే అందులో అమూల్యమైనటువంటి రత్నములు మనకి లభిస్తాయి. కాబట్టి మనకి ఆకాశములో బలహీనమైనటువంటి దోమ, బలమైనటువంటి గరుత్మంతుడు ఇద్దరూ కూడా సంచరిస్తూ ఉంటారు. ఈ రెండు ప్రాణుల యొక్క సుఖానందముల స్థాయి మాత్రము వేరుగా ఉంటుంది. అదే విధముగా భగవద్గీతను ఎవరైతే చదువుతారో వారు తమ తమ భావ పరిధులను అనుసరించి ఆనందమును అనుభవిస్తారు. అందుకే మనకి భగవద్గీతను గురించి సాధు గీతాంబసి స్నానం సంసార మలనాశనం శ్రద్ధాహీనస్య తత్కార్యం హస్తి స్నానం వృధైవ తత్ అని తెలియజేయడం అయినది. అంటే గీత యందు స్నానము చేయడము అనేటువంటిది ఉత్తమమైన కార్యమని, అది జీవమాలిన్యమును నశింపజేయగలదని తెలియజేశారు. అదే విధముగా ఆసక్తి లేనటువంటి వాడు గీత వల్ల ఎటువంటి ప్రయోజనాన్ని పొందలేడు. అది ఎటువంటి పని అవుతుంది అని అంటే గజస్నానము వంటిది అవుతుంది అని తెలియజేశారు. అంటే ఏనుగు ఏ విధముగా అయితే స్నానము చేసిన తరువాత మళ్ళీ బురదను మీద వేసుకుంటుందో భగవద్గీతను చదవడం పూర్తి అయిన తర్వాత తన ప్రవర్తనని మళ్ళీ ఆ విధముగానే కొనసాగిస్తాడని అర్థం అన్నమాట. అదే విధముగా ఒకానొక సమయములో వల్లభాచార్యుల దగ్గరికి ఒక శిష్యుడు వచ్చి భగవద్గీత శాస్త్రములు ఏ శాస్త్రము గొప్పది అని అడిగితే ఏకం శాస్త్రం దేవకీపుత్ర గీతం అని వెంటనే చెప్పడాన్ని బట్టి భగవద్గీత ప్రాధాన్యం తెలుస్తోంది. అంటే వల్లభాచార్యుని దృష్టిలో శాస్త్రాలన్నిటిలోకి కూడా దేవకీపుత్రుడైనటువంటి ఆ కృష్ణుడు చెప్పినటువంటి గీతమైన భగవద్గీతయే గొప్పది అని చెప్పి తెలియజేయడం అనేది. ఈ భగవద్గీతలో ప్రతి వ్యక్తి కూడా తన జీవనాన్ని అద్భుతంగా ఏర్పరచుకోవడానికి కావలసినటువంటి సోపానాలన్నీ కూడా వివరించబడ్డాయి. అందులో మొట్టమొదటిది అందరినీ కూడా సమానముగా చూడవలని, ఎవరిని తిరస్కరించకూడదు అనేటువంటిది. లోకంలో ప్రతి వ్యక్తి కూడా ఎంతో అంత ఆదర్శాన్ని కలిగి ఉంటాడు కాబట్టి ఏ వ్యక్తిని కూడా తిరస్కరించరాదు. అదే విధముగా భూతములన్నిటిని కూడా ఏ ప్రాణులైతే ఉన్నాయో లోకములో వాటన్నిటినీ కూడా సమానముగా చూడవలను. అంటే సర్వభూతస్థం ఆత్మానం సర్వభూతాని చ ఆత్మని, ఈక్షతే యోగ యుక్తాత్మ సర్వత్ర సమదర్శన. అంటే భగవద్గీతలో కృష్ణుడు ఏమని చెప్పాడంటే, లోకములో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రాణులన్నిటిలోనూ కూడా నేనే ఉంటాను, కాబట్టి ఏ ప్రాణిని కూడా హింస చేయకుండా సమదర్శనంతో చేయాలి అనేటువంటి భావనని మనకి భగవద్గీత కల్పిస్తుంది. అదే విధముగా ఏదైనా ఒక పనిని చేసినప్పుడు ఆ పనిని మనము చేస్తున్నంతసేపు కూడా దాని ఫలితాన్ని మనము త్యాగము చెయ్యాలి అనేటువంటి త్యాగబుద్ధి, కార్యము మీద మాత్రమే దృష్టిని పెట్టాలనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని భగవద్గీత మనకి తెలియజేస్తూ ఉన్నది. సర్వకర్మ ఫలత్యాగం ప్రాహుత్యాగం విచక్షణాహ. అంటే జీవులందరూ కూడా ఏది అయితే ఆచరణ యోగ్యమై ఉన్నదో ఆ పనిని మాత్రమే చెయ్యాలని, ఫలితాన్ని మాత్రము విడిచిపెట్టాలనేటువంటి విషయము మనకి తెలియజేసింది. అదే విధంగా ఒక వ్యక్తి తన వికాసాన్ని అభివృద్ధి చేసుకునే క్రమములో ఏ విధముగా ఉండాలనేటువంటి విషయాలను గీత బోధిస్తూ కోపాన్ని ప్రతి వ్యక్తి కూడా త్యజించాలి అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని తెలియజేసింది. క్రోధాద్భవతి సమ్మోహ, సమ్మోహాత్ స్మృతి విభ్రమ, స్మృతిభ్రంశాత్ బుద్ధినాశో, బుద్ధినాశత్ ప్రణశ్యతి. అంటే గీత ఉపదేశం యొక్క అర్థం ఏమిటి అని అంటే, క్రోధము చేత మానవులందరూ కూడా తమ పరిధిని మరిచిపోతారు, దాని చేత జ్ఞాపక శక్తి నశిస్తుంది, ఆ ఫలితముగా బుద్ధిని కోల్పోయి చివరకు అధోగతికి చేరతారని, కోపము వచ్చిన వెంటనే ఆ గీతా శ్లోకములను జ్ఞాపకము చేసుకున్నచో ఆ కోపాన్ని తరిమి కొట్టవచ్చుననేటువంటి విషయాన్ని మనకి భగవద్గీత తెలియజేసింది. అదే విధముగా ఈ భగవద్గీతని చదవడం వల్ల మనుషులకు మారణ భయం అనేటువంటిది కూడా తొలగించి ధైర్యాన్ని కలిగిస్తుందని చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. ఎందుకని అనంటే, మరణాన్ని అంత బాధగా తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం లేదనేటువంటి తత్వాన్ని భగవద్గీత మనకి బోధిస్తూ ఉన్నది. ఎలాగా అని అంటే, శిథిల వస్త్రాన్ని అంటే పాడైపోయినటువంటి వస్త్రాన్ని తొలగించేటప్పుడు మనం ఎలాగైతే దుఃఖాన్ని పొందమో, అలాగే దేహము జర్జరమై క్షీణించినప్పుడు, మరణావహమైనప్పుడు ఈ వివేకులు ఎవరు కూడా బాధని పొందకూడదు, ఆత్మ నాశనము కానిదనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని మనకి భగవద్గీత తెలియజేస్తూ ఉన్నది. అదే విధంగా త్రివిధం నరకస్యేద్యం ద్వారం నాశమాత్మనః కామక్రోధస్తదా లోభస్తస్మా దేవత్రయం త్యజేత్. అంటే కామము, క్రోధము, లోభము అనేటువంటి మూడు కూడా నరకానికి ద్వారముల వంటివని, ఇవి మనిషిలోకి ప్రవేశిస్తే గనక జీవునికి నాశనాన్ని కలిగజేస్తాయని, కాబట్టి వాటిని విడిచిపెట్టాలనేటువంటిది భగవద్గీత తెలియజేసింది. అదే విధంగా ఒక వ్యక్తి తన జీవితములో నిషిద్ధమైనటువంటి కర్మలైనటువంటి దొంగతనము, అసత్యమాడము, కపటము, మోసము, హింస మొదలైనటువంటి శాస్త్ర నిషిద్ధ కర్మలన్నింటినీ కూడా పూర్తిగా వదిలిపెట్టాలనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని భగవద్గీత మనకి తెలియజేస్తోంది. అదే విధముగా ముఖ్యముగా ప్రప్రథమముగా కర్మణ్యేవాధికారస్తే మా ఫలేషు కదాచన మా కర్మ ఫల హేతుర్భూహు మాతే సంగోస్వ కర్మణ. అంటే ధర్మమునందే మనసును నిలిపి కర్మ ఫలితాన్ని మాత్రం విడిచిపెట్టాలనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని నొక్కి గట్టిగా భగవద్గీత మనకి వ్యక్తపరుస్తూ ఉన్నది. ఈ విధంగా గీతలో ఉండేటువంటి శ్లోకాలన్నీ కూడా మంత్రమై, భక్తి ముక్తిదాయకములై, ఉపదేశములతో కూడి జీవునకు చిత్తశుద్ధిని కలిగిస్తున్నాయి. అందుకే మనకి గీ అంటే త్యాగము అని, తా అనంటే తత్వజ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి భావాన్ని తెలియజేశారు. అంతేకాకుండా గీతామే చోత్తమం గృహం అని భగవద్వాక్యము కనిపిస్తూ ఉన్నది. అంటే భగవంతుడు గీతని ఆశ్రయించుకొని ఉన్నాడని, గీత ఆయన నివాస గృహమని, ఈ గీతా భవనము అతి విశాలమై సుందరముగా ఉంటుందని, అందులో ఒక్కొక్క గదిలోనూ ఒక్కొక్క విచిత్రమైనటువంటి అమూల్య పదార్థములు ఉంచబడ్డాయి. జాతి, మత, కుల, లింగ వివక్షత లేకుండా ఎవరైనాను ఆ భవనంలోకి ప్రవేశించి మహనీయ పదార్థములను గ్రహించి దుఃఖము నుండి విముక్తి పొందవచ్చనేటువంటి జీవిత సత్యాలను, నైపుణ్యాలను మనకి భగవద్గీత అందిస్తూ వ్యక్తి వికాస సోపానాలను గ్రహించి వాటిని అనుసరించి పరిపూర్ణులై ధన్యులై అవ్వడానికి భగవద్గీత మనకి తోడ్పడుతుందని నిస్సందేహముగా చెప్పవచ్చును. కాబట్టి భగవద్గీత జీవన నైపుణ్యాన్ని మనకి అందిస్తున్నదని నిస్సందేహముగా మనము చెప్పవచ్చు. ఈ అవకాశాన్ని నాకు కల్పించినందుకు ధన్యవాదములు.
చాలా బాగుంది సార్, మంచి ప్రెజెంటేషన్ చేశారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సాయి కృష్ణ సార్.
మ్యామ్, ఐఎమ్ ఇన్ జర్నీ మ్యామ్, దట్స్ వై ఐఎమ్ నాట్ ప్రిపేరింగ్ మై ప్రెజెంటేషన్ మ్యామ్, స్క్రీన్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ మ్యామ్.
పర్వాలేదు సార్, యువర్ మీ ఆడియో ప్రెజెంటేషన్ చాలా బాగుంది, చాలా బాగా చెప్పారు.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్. థ్యాంక్
Ma'am, shall I present now? Number 80. Ma'am, shall I present now?
Fatima Sajida madam, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am presenting now. Okay. Thank you.
One second, madam.
Yeah.
RV Lakshmi, madam. RV Lakshmi, madam, మీరు కూడా ప్రెజెంట్ చేస్తారా?
అవును మేడం, చేస్తాను మేడం.
ఈ మేడం తర్వాత రెడీగా ఉండండి.
ఓకే మేడం, థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
Thank you. So now we are having the paper presented with a paper ID IIMC IC80 with the paper title Influence of Career Awareness on Future Endeavors Among Undergraduate Students, a study with special reference to Malappuram district of Kerala. Madam is from Manjeri, place from Kerala. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and your presentation is visible.
Okay. Because of the time constraints, I am directly going to the objectives
Yeah,
of
better, madam. Objective and conclusions, please. Thank you.
the objectives of the study are to identify the influence of career awareness on future endeavors among undergraduate students, and also to understand the availability of career guidance and how accessible it is to the public. The research methodology consists of population consists of undergraduate degree holders in Malappuram district. Sample size 32. Convenience sampling method is used. Both primary and secondary data collected. Questionnaire method used for collecting the data, and I use the tools of analysis, percentage analysis, and weighted mean. And data analysis and interpretation. The first part consists of aims to understand the demographic composition of the respondents. So there are both male and female respondents. And the findings are 56% male and female and 44% male. And part 2 consists of, it aims to understand the employment situation of the respondents. So I have asked so many questions regarding the employment situations. Are you currently employed or involved in any entrepreneurship? And when did the temptation for a job or entrepreneurship start in you? And what prompted you for a job or entrepreneurship, etc.? Then the important findings of this study is majority of the respondents are currently employed or involved in entrepreneurship, and 34% are not engaging in any act. Out of the unemployed, only 32% have more than 1 year experience, and 16% have 2 year experience, and 21% have more than 5 year experience. And out of the unemployed respondents, 90% says they did not try for a job, and for 10% they tried but didn't get a job. And 50% of them, the temptation for a job started in them after completing their degree courses. And for 50% of them, it started before joining the degree program. And for 19% of them, it started during their study. And 50% were thought of employment due to persuasion by parents. And 44% were persuaded by the achievements of seniors. And the remaining 6% were persuaded by teachers. And the third part consists of, third part is not the aim of understanding the viewpoint of the respondents on career guidance based on their experiences and the impact it has had in their lives. Of course, these are some of the questions that were included in order to analyze this part. Did your teachers provide career guidance in the classroom? Do you think that the awareness a little earlier would have helped you more? Do you think that career awareness sessions should be a regular practice in colleges? Do you think that your career brought you better status in life? Are you interested to share your experience with your juniors? So these are the findings. 56% says teachers didn't provide career guidance in the classroom, and the remaining 44% says that the teachers provided career guidance to them during their study. And majority of the respondents believes that awareness a little earlier would have helped them to get a better position. And the majority of the respondents suggested that career awareness should be a regular practice in colleges. And a majority of the respondents opined that career has brought them better status in life, and for the remaining 60% didn't. And the majority of the respondents show interest in sharing their experience with their juniors, and the remaining 22% do not show interest. And the part 4 is the aim of understanding the availability of career guidance and how accessible it is to the public. In order to analyze this part, I have used a 5-point Likert scale. Certain questions were asked to them in order to get the opinion of the respondents. So these are some of the statements, and the weighted mean I have used for analyzing this part. The career guidance is popular among college students. Your peers have good career awareness. Resources for career guidance is easily available. Career guidance is not expensive to avail, and the nearest guidance center is easily accessible to you. In all these cases, the weighted mean is more than average. So I have concluded with the findings that career guidance is quite prevalent among college students. Some have good career awareness, while some do not. They have fairly good accessibility to various means of career guidance, and career guidance is generally available at an affordable price. They need to travel a distance which may or may not be far to career guidance centers. So the conclusion is the study shows that the awareness of careers at the time of their college itself have helped the respondents to look for a career in right time. However, the awareness program should be made available a little earlier so that they could prepare a little early and reap the benefits. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Brian, for your nice presentation. It was very informative. Hope we had good time to watch all your slides.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for the good presentation, ma'am. Now I call upon the next paper with the paper ID IIMC IC65, Work-Life Balance Stress Management by R.V. Lakshmi Devi Madam and Sheikh Alisha from Narsapur, Andhra Pradesh. R.V. Lakshmi Madam unnara?
మేడం ఆర్వి లక్ష్మి మేడం అయితే లేరు మేడం. డాక్టర్ కేవీఆర్బి వరలక్ష్మి ఉన్నాను మేడం.
సరే మేడం, మీ ఒక్కసారి మీ పేపర్ ఐడి నెంబర్ చెప్పరా?
ఐఐఎంసి ఐసి 83 మేడం.
83. ఓకే మేడం, చెప్పేసేయండి మేడం.
ఓకే
నేను
మేడం,
ఫాలో
థ్యాంక్
అప్ చేస్తాను మేడం. ఒక్కసారి మీరు ప్రెజెంట్ చేయండి ఇప్పుడు.
ఓకే మేడం.
So as Varalakshmi Madam is not available, we are proceeding to the next paper with paper ID IIMC IC 83. It's a Sanskrit paper with the title Balanam Samagra Naipunyabhivruddhi Panchatantrasya Pramukhya
ప్రాసంగికతాచ. ధన్యవాదాలు.
కొంచెం ఏమైనా తప్పులు ఉంటే మళ్ళీ మీరు స్పెల్ చేసి దాన్ని కరెక్ట్ చేసి మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేయండి మేడం.
ఓకే మేడం, థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
అంతర్జాలీయ అంతర్రాష్ట్రీయ సమారోహే సముపస్థితేభ్యః సర్వేభ్యః విద్వజ్జనవరేభ్యః నమాంసి భూయాంసి. అంతర్రాష్ట్రీయ సమారోహం పురస్కృత్య ఏతావత్ పర్యంతం అహర్నిశం శ్రమాం కృతవర్త్యాః ఆచార్య పద్మప్రియాన్ మహాభాగాన్ సాదరం ప్రణమామి. మమ నామ డాక్టర్ కేవీఆర్బి వరలక్ష్మి. మమ విషయః బాలానాం సమగ్ర నైపుణ్యాభివృద్ధౌ పంచతంత్రస్య ప్రాముఖ్యం ప్రసంగికతా చ ఇతి. The relevance and importance of Panchatantra in all-round development of children. వైదిక సాహిత్యానంతరం లౌకిక సాహిత్యే రామాయణ మహాభారతేతిహాసౌ సుప్రసిద్ధౌ. తతః కథా సాహిత్యమపి విశిష్ట స్థానం అలంకరోతి. సహితస్య భావః సాహిత్యం హితేన సహితం సాహిత్యం ఇతి శ్రూయతే. అత్ర పంచతంత్ర నీతికథాః సామాజిక హితకారికాః సకల విజ్ఞాన సమన్వితాశ్చ భవంతి. పంచతంత్ర కథాసు ప్రాయేణ పక్షిణః పశవశ్చైవ పాత్రాణి. తేషాం వ్యవహారः ఏవ మార్గదర్శకः యుక్తాయుక్త విచక్షణకారకాశ్చ భవంతి. సర్వేభ్యః మందామంద బుద్ధి పాఠకేభ్యః ఉపాదేయాః ఇమాః సంస్కృత సాహిత్యస్య ఔన్నత్యం వర్ధయంతి. విష్ణుశర్మణ సకలార్థసారం జగతి సమాలోక్య విష్ణుశర్మేదం తంత్రైః పంచభిరేతశ్చకార సుమనోహరం శాస్త్రం ఇతి కథాముఖే కథితం. అనేన సకల శాస్త్రార్థసార సమన్వితం సుమనోహరం గ్రంథం పంచతంత్రం ఇతి అవగమ్యతే. అపి చ విష్ణుశర్మణః సదాశయః నాహం విద్యా విక్రయం శాసనకథేనాపి కరోమి ఇతి. విద్యా విక్రయం అకృత్వా త్రికరణ శుద్ధ్యా సత్య సంకల్ప సమన్వితః గురుః విష్ణుశర్మ. రాజ్ఞః ప్రార్థనా విద్యార్థం ఏవ సహ సరస్వతీ వినోదమితి మత్వా పంచతంత్ర గ్రంథం చకార. పంచతంత్రే పంచభిః తంత్రాణి అస్తి. ప్రథమః సుహృద్భేదః మిత్ర సంప్రాప్తిః కాకోలూకీయం లబ్ధ ప్రణాసః అపరీక్షిత కారకమితి పంచతంత్రాణి సంతి. अत्र तन्त्रशब्दस्य राजनीतौ कुशलः इत्यर्थः। पञ्चतन्त्रस्य निर्माणं मन्दबुद्धीनां राजकुमाराणां षण्मासाभ्यन्तरे राजनीतिनिपुणान् विधातुमेव बभूव। अत एव अत्र मानवबुद्धिकल्पितः बुद्धिमन्तवः पशवः पक्षिणः पात्राः भवन्ति। तैः पात्रैः नीतिशास्त्रं धर्मशास्त्रं व्यवहारज्ञानं च प्रायेण उपदिश्यते। ग्रहणधारणपटुः बालः इति वदन्ति। बाल्ये वयसि ये बीजाः निक्षिप्ताः भवन्ति तान्येव प्रवर्धमानाः भवन्ति। सत्यं, धर्माचरणं, दानं, क्षमा, सत्सङ्गतिः इत्यादयः अवश्यं पालनीयाः भवन्ति। पञ्चतन्त्रे मित्रमाहात्म्यम् अत्यन्तं प्रीतिकरं भवति। तथापि पंचतंत्र मित्रभेदः मित्रसंप्राप्तिश्चेति तत्रापि मित्रसंप्राप्तिः मित्राणि यत्नतः कर्तव्यानि इति उपदिष्टम्। अत्र उक्तं यत्येव मित्रं कुर्यात् यस्य चित्तेन वित्तेन विकारः न समुद्भवेत् इति। मित्रस्य परीक्षा विपत्काले भवति, वृद्धिकाले तु दुर्जनः अपि सुहृत्येव भवति। अन्यञ्च उक्तम् आपत्काले तु सम्प्राप्ते यन्मित्रं मित्रमेव तत्, वृद्धिकालं तु सम्प्राप्ते दुर्जनोऽपि सुहृद् भवेत् इति। अपि च मित्रामित्रयोः भेदमेव कथितं। यः उपकारं करोति सः मित्रमिति, यः अपकरोति सः अमित्रमित्युच्यते। एवं रीत्या मित्रामित्रयोः अन्तरं सूचयित्वा सस्नेहः सुखावहः भवेत् इति अबोधयत्। तैत्तिरीयोपनिषदि सत्यं वद धर्मं चर इति श्रूयते। सत्यविषये एवं कथितः कामक्रोधादि षड्रिपवशो भूत्वा असत्यं यः वदति सः नरकं याति। अपि च पशुबन्ध विवाद विषये असत्यं करोति सः पञ्चपशुहत्यां च समदोषं प्राप्नोति। सदा सत्यनिष्ठा तत्परः भवन्तु इति अबोधयत्। सत्येन साकं क्षणमपि अवलम्बनीया आचरणीया च भवति। क्षमा मनुष्यस्य दृढतरं शास्त्रम्। न केवलम् उपकारिषु अपकारिषु अपि यः उपकारवान् भवति स एव क्षमावान् भवति। उपकारिषु यः साधुः साधुत्वे तस्य को गुणः, अपकारिषु यः साधुः सः साधुरुच्युच्यते। आदिशंकराचार्यः भजगोविन्द श्लोकेषु सत्संगत्वे निस्संगत्वं, निस्संगत्वे निर्मोहत्वं, निर्मोहत्वे निश्चलतत्वं, निश्चलतत्वे जीवन्मुक्तिः इत्यवदत्। सत्संगः एव निर्मोहकारकः, निर्मोहः निश्चलतत्वकारः। तद्वारा मानवः जीवन्मुक्तिं प्राप्तुं शक्यते इत्यकथयत्। एवमेव पंचतन्त्रे सत्संगतिः एव सर्वेषाम् उन्नतिकारकं भवति इति पद्मपत्रस्थितं जलबिन्दुः मुक्ताफलश्रियं वहति इति उदाहरणपूर्वकम् अकथयत्। दुर्जनसाङ्गत्येन साधुजनाः अपि विकारं प्राप्नुवन्ति। अतः सर्वदा सज्जनसङ्गः सुखावहः इति उपादिशत्। पंचतन्त्रे दानस्य औन्नत्यम् एवं कथितं। तटाकस्य जलस्य प्रवाहं नास्ति चेत् दूषितं भवति। तथैव धनस्य गतिरपि त्रिविधं भवति, दानं, भोगः, नाशः इति। यो न ददाति न भुङ्क्ते तस्य तृतीया गतिः सम्भवति। यथा मधुकरीणां मधु अन्ये एव हसन्ति, एवमेव पंचतन्त्रे वृत्यानां गुणाः मित्राणां गुणाश्च अभिवर्णिताः। पंचतन्त्रे धर्माचरण विषयाः बोधिताः। यतो धर्मः ततो जयः इति श्रीमन्महाभारते कथितम्। अतः मानवेन प्रतिनित्यं धर्मसंग्रहः करणीयः। एतत् शरीरं नश्वरम् इति, तथैव वैभवानि अपि शाश्वतानि न भवन्ति इति, सदा मृत्युः सन्निकटं प्रवर्तते इति, धर्महीनानि दिनानि यः यान्ति सः स्वसन्नपि न जीवति। धर्मं विना पाण्डित्यमपि निरर्थकमेव। परोपकारः पुण्याय पापाय परपीडनमिति वचनम् अनुसृत्य परोपकारः पुण्यप्रदः, परपीडनं पापप्रदमिति ज्ञायते। सर्वधर्माणां सारः अहिंसा एव। अतएव अहिंसा परमो धर्मः इति कथितः। अपि च सर्वधर्माणाम् आत्मनः प्रतिकूलानि परेषां न समाचरेत् इत्येव प्रतिपादितम्। एवं रीत्या पञ्चतन्त्रे बालानां समग्रनैपुण्याभिवृद्ध्यर्थं विविधशास्त्रविषयाः कथिताः। अत्रैव मनोविज्ञानं, ज्योतिष्शास्त्रं, पशुचिकित्सा इत्यादयः कथिताः। अधीते च इदं नित्यं नीतिशास्त्रं शृणोति च।
కంక్లూడ్ చేస్తారా మేడం?
ఆ కంక్లూజన్ లోనే ఉన్నాను మేడం. నా పరాభవమనోత ఆప్నోతి శక్రాదపి కదాచన. వివిధ శాస్త్రాణం జ్ఞానం ప్రదత్తం అనేన విధినా వర్తమానకాలేపి శాస్త్రాణం శిక్షణం कर्तुं शक्यते. तद् अवकाशं दत्तवद्भ्यः सर्वेभ्यः आयोजकेभ्यः तमांसि भूयांसि धन्यवादाः.
आनन्दकरविषयः सम्यक् अस्ति. तथापि यद्यपि उक्तमेव भाति तथापि पुनः पृच्छामि, कथं वा सामान्यनीतिकथाभ्यः एतत् पञ्चतन्त्रं कथं वा भिन्नताम् आवहति, भिन्नत्वं दर्शयति? सामान्यकथाभ्यः एतत् कथं वा भिन्नं भवति?
कथमिति चेत् पञ्चतन्त्रे पशुपक्षिणः एव पात्राणि भवन्ति. पशुपक्षे मुखतः एव किम् आचर्यं किम् अनाचरणीयम् इति विषयम् अबोधितमस्ति.
अस्तु अस्तु भगिनि, धन्यवादः, महान्तः धन्यवादाः.
साधु साधु धन्यवादाः.
यद्यपि उक्तं विविधशास्त्राणां विषयः अपि अत्र उच्यते, तत्र एकः मुख्यांशः अयम्, अनन्तरं पक्षिणां द्वारा उच्यते. उत्तमं, धन्यवादः.
धन्यवादः. साधु साधु धन्यवादः.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for the good presentation.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. I call upon the next presenter with the paper ID IIMC IC 86, Digitalization and its Impact on Indian Economy by Dr. Meghana Jain from Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh.
ఇప్పుడు మనకి అక్షయ్ బాబు వస్తున్నాడు, వచ్చారా? ఆయన వస్తున్నారు.
Madam, Megha Jain, madam, are you there?
Nitin Kumar Jain is there.
Megha Jain is also there. Meghana Jain, madam. Next, we move upon to the next paper presenter, with the paper code IIMC IC 97, Solid Waste Management at Narsapur Town, West Godavari District, a case study by Dr. P.V.Y. Satyanarayan Garu and G. Sunita, Narsapur, Andhra Pradesh.
Yes, madam. Is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Thank you. So, presentation.
Sir, madam?
So, you can share your PPT, sir.
No, madam. Just.
Okay, sir. Oral presentation.
Okay, madam. I am from Narsapur. I am Dr. Satyanarayana. Regarding solid waste management at Narsapur town. See, there are in Narsapur 17,000 houses in Narsapur are identified, and out of the 17,000 of Narsapur area, so majority of the waste management per day, nearly 32 tons per day is collected, and per year nearly 384 tons of waste generates. And regarding this, the solid waste generated from Narsapur municipality, that consisting of paperboard, waste, plastics, metals, food waste, glasses, woods, as well as other miscellaneous items. So anyhow, regarding all those things, we have collected the data from day to day in Narsapur municipality area. So here the functional activities that includes door-to-door collection regularly by means of a community bins, and after that community bins, they are transported to the disposal sites. So third one, zones for collection. Here, regarding this zones, particularly some of the zones are identified, that is market area, households, hospitals, restaurants, and vegetable shops. Here, there are many varieties of municipal solid waste, such as food waste, rubbish, commercial waste, and street sweeping waste, industrial waste, and construction waste, and sanitation. So, majority of food material or major the waste that consisting of vegetable waste and food. So here the vegetable waste that contains 30% and food waste that also 30 and plastic 20% and remaining 20% food waste. So regarding this, we are regularly checking up and give awareness campaigns also here conducted. So some of the environmental problems. Here, I would like to inform some of the environmental problems because of the dumping of waste material in Narsapur municipality. The blockage of canals, wastewater causing more flooding, air pollution due to burning of waste at dump sites, and water pollution associated with the discarded areas. And in some cases, rainwater carries the rubbish into the waterways, and street litters which affect aesthetical appeal of the town. So in Narsapur town, agencies lack the ability to adequately cope with the surge in volume of municipal solid waste generated, and in this led to the creation of transportation, recovery, recycling, and disposal of solid waste. So, and next thing is disposal of solid waste and what are the methods we have been followed. So particularly in Narsapur municipal area, we identified the methods regarding the disposal, composting, landfilling, incineration, and recovery and recycling. So here we have been observed the recycling process, that is the environmental principle, reuse, reduce, and recycling methods, and various sources of solid waste, particularly residential and industrial, commercial and institutional, and construction and demolition areas, municipal services, agriculture, and biomedical waste. So this refers to the biomedical waste, refers to the hospitals and biomedical equipment and chemical manufacturing firms. Some of the solid waste including syringes, bandages, used gloves, drugs, paper, plastic, food waste, and chemicals. So by collecting all those information, finally, I would like to inform the result and conclusion. So the collected data shows that the maximum proportion of the refuse causes by food and vegetable waste, and second highest was fruit waste and plastic. So percentage of plastic carry bags was higher, whereas glass, ceramic, and metals were nearly equal with each other. So provision of litter bins at public places shall be made, and there will compulsory segregation of all these sources. As the disposal site is nearly 3 kilometers away from the collecting area, and that is used for the transportation of solid waste. Recovery and reuse of material such as metal, plastic, glass, and rubber, etc. should be done throughout the year. System should be based on environmental protection rules, that is reduce, recycle, reuse, and return. So here,
Conclude, sir. Please conclude.
okay, sir. Public awareness, political will, and public participation essential for the successful implementation of legal.
Sir, time up, sir. Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. So anyhow, finally, due to improper waste disposal systems, particularly by municipal waste management, here government also, particularly municipal commissioner, has taken steps to prevent the such kind of spreading of waste material, and it should be carefully observed by the government, and acts should also be maintained. Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now I call upon the next paper presented with the paper ID IIMC IC 86. Paper title Digitalization and its Impact on Indian Economy by Dr. Megha Jain, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I'm just sharing my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
86, sir. 86.
86, digital analyst. Nitin
Yes,
Kumar
sir.
Jain. Nitin Jain.
Present in this conference So the topic which I've taken up is digitalization and its impact on the Indian economy. And the authors are Dr. Nitin Jain and Dr. Meghna Jain, that is I. So first of all, let me introduce the internet and e-commerce sector in India has emerged as one of the fastest growing sectors in the country. Rapid growth in internet penetration and increasing smartphone usage are driving growth in online activities such as e-commerce and digital payments. Now let's understand about digital infrastructure across different countries. Like in USA, China, Southeast Asia, and India, we just compare about the internet penetration and the internet users. India has a good position as compared to the other countries. Indian consumer internet and e-commerce in 2021. So we can see that our consumers are actually, they are rising. There has been a rise of the digital consumers, digital first businesses, emerging entrepreneurs, and digital India. The research methodology that we have adopted in this study, it is based on secondary data, which we have collected from internet, magazines, journals. It is a conceptual paper, and it has been focused mainly on the qualitative data. Basically, there are different sectors, so we can understand that in different sectors, e-commerce has actually working very hard to encourage the consumers to use everything digitally. So we can understand that there is edtech that is challenging the traditional, fintech building that is for future ready banks, then agri-tech, hyper-local, gaming competition, health tech, B2C e-commerce, social commerce, travel and hospitality, logistics tech, online classifieds, and mobile gearing up. So basically, in every sector, we can see that there is a good growth of e-commerce. Then let's understand about Indian internet startups of this age. There are different emerging themes that have come up in the e-commerce industry. There has been an increase in the average ticket size. There has been a ramp up in place of larger deals, broader capital deployment, then continued momentum in sectors such as fintech or hyperlocal. There has been a future growth engines for e-commerce and consumer internet in India. There are some innovative models, broad-based growth, going global, and collaborative growth. So there are different factors that will actually fuel growth of digitalization. That is high level of digital illiteracy, connectivity to remote areas, compatibility with central state databases, cybercrime, interdepartmental coordination for digital India, finance, net neutrality, changing the mindset, and exchange of information. So I would like to conclude here. New digital ecosystems are already visible, reshaping consumer-producer interactions in agriculture, healthcare, retail, logistics, and other sectors. Opportunities span such areas as data-driven lending and insurance payouts in the farm sector to digital solutions that map out the most efficient routes and monitor cargo movements on India's highways. In healthcare, patients could turn to teleconsultations via digital voice or HD video, and in retail, brick and mortar stores would find value from being part of e-commerce platforms. So thank you so much for giving your precious time and listening to my presentation.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, madam.
Next.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Next, I call upon the next presenter with the paper ID IIMC IC82, Innovative Methods for Research Analysis and Design, a study by Dr. Achaya Babu Undrakonda from Brimbaram, Andhra Pradesh.
82.
Sir, are you there? I request all the presenters and the participants in the meeting to stay tuned as we'll be continuing the valedictory session online and we'll be announcing the best papers after the rapporteur's report. Please be with us.
Next year onward.
Mediation effect of transformational leadership by Anisha
చెప్పండి Madam, next. Madam, next. Roll number.
Akshay Babu sir, are you there? Akshay Babu sir? Akshay Babu sir is not there, so I think I'm calling upon the next paper presenter with paper ID IIMC IC 104, Mediation Effect of Transformational Leadership, Anisha Esterita from Chennai.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please, madam, please.
Excuse me, ma'am. This is Akshara. You, my name is not being called.
Madam, now we are doing only with 104. Yours is 109. Please stay online, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks, again.
Yeah, yeah. Anisha, madam, are you going to present?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Madam.
Ma'am, I hope my screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, madam, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second, ma'am. I'll just start my presentation.
Keynote speaker ఏమైనా నోట్ చేసారా పాయింట్స్ keynote speaker ఏమైనా నోట్ చేసారా పాయింట్స్ సందేశ్ మేడం నోట్ చేసారా
So, good afternoon to all. I'm
Madam,
Anisha.
before you start, one request,
Yes,
madam,
ma'am.
please straight away go with objectives and conclusions, madam.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
As we are running short of time.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, the topic of my study is mediation effect of transformational leadership between telecommuting and innovation in work behavior. Telecommuting is nothing but work from home, and transformational leadership is a leadership that supports change and innovative ways of doing the work. And then innovative work behavior is enhancing creativity in idea generation and execution. This is my conceptual model. The objectives, these are the literature reviews, a few of the literature reviews that I've taken. The objective of my study was to do an entrance literature survey. This is secondary review article. So the objective was to do an entrance literature survey on the mediating effect of transformational leadership between work from home and innovative work behavior, and also to analyze the analyze how the transformation leadership mediates between telecommuting and innovation in work behavior. The results I found out that was for promoting innovation in work behavior, transformation leadership plays a major role because transformation leadership leaders welcome change and innovation. So innovation in work behavior is great when the leadership is followed. Leadership followed is transformational. During telecommuting, leaders undertaking especially during work from home, if a leader undertakes a transformational approach, he will find his team more innovative and creative. And then the transformational leadership approach will make this much easier for the leaders to promote innovation among their teams. The study also found out that during telecommuting, when a leader follows a transformation approach, the innovation is set to increase among their team or in their organization. And next one, so I conclude my study. In this dynamic environment, change is happening every day, and the companies need to brainstorm for continually new and innovative ideas so that they'll be able to survive in the long run. So when an employee is working from home, they need to be stimulated and they need to be motivated and encouraged to bring out their innovativeness, so that will promote their innovation and work behavior, and also it will help the company to gain a competitive edge over the competitors. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anisha, madam. Now I call upon the next paper presenter with the paper ID IIMC IC 107, Impact of COVID-19 on Shares of IT Sector by Dr. Kavita Sarkar from Kolkata, West Bengal.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you can start, ma'am. Are you presenting, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Hope all of you have looked at the World Health today that the China COVID surge infecting
37 million people per day. And within a week, it would likely to peak. So I'm not here to afraid you. Rather, let us see that how the IT companies gained during the lockdown period. So the title of my work is Impact of COVID-19 on Shares of IT Sectors. The COVID-19 leads a transformation to digital era. The information technology sector played a pivotal role in such a transformation to the digital era. In this work, we examine whether Indian IT share prices relate with the COVID-19 infection rate or not. Our primary objective is to observe whether any correlation between COVID-19 daily infected cases and daily price of ITs like TCS and Infosys exist or not. Secondly, we'll do regression analysis to quantify the changes of IT share with COVID-19 cases during the pandemic period. Our methodology, some statistical analysis, we have found the correlation coefficient for TCS and Infosys with this formula, where X bar and Y bar are sample means, and X takes the values of COVID-19 daily infections, and Y takes the values of TCS or Infosys daily share prices from 2nd March 2020 to 28th February 2022. Source of the data, daily share price data of TCS and Infosys taken from NSE, and daily COVID-19 infection data has been taken from the daily bulletins Family Welfares of Government of India. The result is that the correlation coefficient between COVID-19 and TCS share prices is 0.91. So it implies that TCS share price during the COVID-19 pandemic period is strongly correlated with COVID-19. Similarly, we have found the correlation coefficient for Infosys as 0.94, and it also raised during the lockdown period. Here, the figure shows the daily share price of TCS, how it increased with the infection of COVID-19 in India. Similar figures for Infosys also. And here, along x-axis, we have taken the COVID-19 cases.
Madam, please straight away go for.
We have taken
Yes,
the
madam,
curves
please
of
do it
TCS
fast,
and
madam.
Infosys. Here the regression analysis. Yeah, I will finish it, ma'am. Don't worry, I will finish within 5 minutes. Here the regression analysis for TCS with COVID-19 cases in India. We found the intercept and the slope. And here we found for Infosys the slope and intercept. So the Indian-based IT shares significantly gained during COVID-19 pandemic period. Regression analysis suggests TCS is more benefited than Infosys during COVID-19 pandemic period. And the present analysis shows that the polynomial fitting describes the share price versus COVID cases data better than the linear fitting. As COVID-19 cases starts falling in 2022, the share price of TCS and Infosys start saturating. Thank you. I hope I have finished before my time.
Thank you very much, madam, for the empirical presentation. Now I call upon the next presenter with paper ID IIMC IC 108, the mediating role of risk tolerance in the relationship between behavioral factors and investment performance, by B. Harini and Dr. S. Subramaniam from Chennai, Tamil Nadu.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start sharing my screen.
Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Coming to the topic, yeah, the mediating role of risk tolerance in the relationship between behavioral factors and the investment performance. Going to the introduction part. Investment decisions are critical for any organizations or individual. Different assumptions and factors influence investment decisions, and the investment influence may also influence the decision. If the organization makes an appropriate decisions for the investment, it will result in an increase for the firm outcome. Next, coming to the dynamic changes where the investment take place. So the decisions are to be made very according to the factors that is influencing, which is a component of behavioral finance. Complete understanding of behavioral finance enables the investor to make a best and more appropriate decision that maximize profit. The investment in the stock market is always uncertain because of the stock volatility. These uncertainty in the stock market is more appealing to the investors and the interest of the academic investors and professional. To make an informed investment decision, the investors employ a variety of tools and measures. Research shows that different tools are affected differently in decision making, such as daily experiences, overconfidence, and optimism. All the factors have positive impact on the investment decision given by Jerris et al. 2002. On the other hand, there are some researches that shows a negative impact of different factors on the investment decision making, such as culture and other factors. Going to the study, this study is like discovering the shortcoming of prior study by the following ways. This research focuses on the detailed analysis of behavioral factors such as heuristic and prospective theory, which covers both theoretical and observed involvement on the factors in the decision making of investment. There's a variety in decision making brought out by the variation in daily stock market experiences and its favorable impact on the choice of the investment. This study examined investment performance of Chennai investors, but it makes a valuable contribution to the body of knowledge in the field of behavioral finance by taking into account mediating factors including the investor's risk tolerance. The current study utilized quantitative research design for the data, was collected using a structured question, which were sent to 200 individuals, 200 investors actually, and out of those 189 complete questionnaires were received. The study framework had construct namely heuristic and prospect theory were independent variable, while investment performance is dependent variable and risk tolerance was a mediating variable. This study set out the relationship between behavioral factors and investment performance of the individual investors with a mediating effect of risk tolerance. Going to the model, as I told you in the earlier slide, these are my independent variable, mediating variable, and dependent variable. Coming to the operational definition, heuristic means it is like a rule of thumb, which make the decision easier, and prospective means some statement of mind affecting individual decision making. Here it includes loss aversion, regret aversion, and mental accounting. Coming to the objective, the main objective is to identify the behavioral factors influencing the investment performance, to measure the association between demographic factors with investment performance, and to analyze the mediating effect of risk tolerance. Here the hypothesis given is there is no significant relationship between the heuristic of the investors and the investment performance, and the relationship between prospective theory and investment performance, and there is no significant difference between the demographic factors on investment performance. Risk tolerance does not mediate the relationship between behavioral factors and investment performance is my hypothesis 4. Coming to the research methodology, checking to the Cronbach alpha, which is the reliability based on the consistency among the questionnaire, it indicates that all the scores are above 0.7 given by Nunnally. Here it proves that the reliability of the question is proved. Next is correlation as analysis. At the bottom, it is given that 0.01 level. This implies that a Pearson correlation of all the heuristic factors is above 0.05 with a sample size of 189, which statistically significant, which of course is also significant at 0.05 level. Thus, null hypothesis rejected. In other words, to say there is a significant relation between heuristic behavior of the investment and investment performance. Second is, here we are going to check the relationship between the prospect theory and the investment performance, and to see here the table, everything's beyond the level of 0.05. Here also there is significant relationship between prospect theory of the investors and investment performance. Going to independent sample test. 11th test status follows a standard statistical distribution called F distribution. Higher values of F statistics are associated with a lower likelihood that the sample did indeed come from the population in which null hypothesis is true. In this case, IPv1, V1, IPv4 and V5 is 2.034 and V3 is 0. Calculate the corresponding p-value. This p-value is less than 0.05, which gives enough evidence to reject the null hypothesis. And here the relationship is also, there is a significant association between gender and investment performance. We have checked with the ANOVA for the age and the investment performance, where ANOVA is not significant because the value is higher than 0.05. So we accept the null hypothesis and shows that there is no significant difference between the age and the investment performance. Going to other thing, this is multiple comparison. The table shows that there is a significant influence of occupation on investment performance. The ANOVA is significant at F where the value falls below 0.05. So we are rejecting the null hypothesis. It is concluded there is a significant difference between the occupation and the investment performance. We have checked the mediation analysis where we are going to check the mediating effect of risk tolerance in relationship between behavioral factors and the investment performance. It is from the table we can see that it's 0.67. There is an indirect effect of 0.12 and the total effect is 0.078. All these values are significant at the P of 0.0, which indicate the mediation effect to be partial. Hence, it's concluded that there is a significant positive relation between behavioral factors and the investment performance. So, that is alternative hypothesis for H4 is accepted. This is a structural equation.
Madam, can we go directly for conclusions if you don't mind, please?
Okay, ma'am. I'll go, ma'am. The structural equation model from the above table, it is calculated that the point is 0.36, which is greater than 0.5, which is indicated as a perfectly fit. So the structural equation model says that the model is actually fit. Going to the conclusion, this research work appears to be the first study to explore the mediating role of risk tolerance in relationship between behavioral factors and investment performance. Therefore, it is contributed to existing body of literature. The main limitation is the study is included only in Chennai. These studies can be examining the role of financial literacy also, where this model can be taken and the mediating effect can be financial literacy. And finally, the phenomena examined in the study can also be explored qualitatively through in-depth interview for understanding how investors perceive risk tolerance and differ in evaluating their own investment performance. Thank you so much, ma'am.
For this, thank you, madam, for this wonderful empirical presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
We appreciate your analysis.
Thank you so much.
Very nice. Now I call upon the next paper presented with the paper ID IIMC IC90. Role of employee resilience on I repeat, role of employee resilience on engagement among faculty members of business school by Reshma Sridharan, Mumbai, Maharashtra.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You are audible and your presentation is clear. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Today I'm here to present on the topic role of employee resilience on engagement among faculty members of business school. As we know that in this present dynamic environment, there are lots of studies which are being happening with employee engagement. And from the literature review, it has been found that there are antecedents of employee engagement, which is like from individual factors, organizational factors, and job-related factors. But employee resilience as a topic has not been explored in the organization context. It has been studied in the clinical psychology. That's why like this study has a more scope for study, and like a lot of researchers can be contributed in this topic. And my objectives of this study is to study about the engagement of faculty members of business school in Kerala, to find out the effect of employee resilience on engagement, and to find out whether there is any significant difference on engagement of faculty across their position level. The population is the faculty members from these schools of Kerala, where like 150 faculty members were selected as sample, out of which like 4 were rejected because of the incomplete information, and the final sample of 146 faculty members was taken for the further analysis, where the analysis was done with the statistical tools which were used as correlation, regression analysis, and one-way ANOVA. From the correlation, it was found that there is a strong and positive relationship between the employee resilience and employee engagement. And when like considering the regression analysis, individually the 3 dimensions of engagement, employee engagement was considered, where like all the 3 dimensions had a significant relationship with employee resilience, and employee resilience is a strong predictor of engagement. That was like around 63% of change in engagement happens because of employee resilience. And from the 3 variables of employee engagement, dedication was considered as the strongest predictor. With the help of one-way ANOVA, like the 3 dimensions were explored, and it was tried to find out whether there is a difference in the 3 dimensions, that is vigor, dedication, and absorption of employees across the 3 position levels of faculties, which is assistant professor, associate professor, and professors. So only like vigor of the employees, there was a significant difference across the 3 position levels. And further, like there was a 2K post hoc test was conducted, which showed that the vigor of professor group was statistically higher than the assistant professor and associate professor group. Finally, there was no statistically significant difference in the vigor of the associate professor and assistant professor. So I would like to conclude that resilient employees will be able to bounce back from difficult situation, and it keeps them engaged at workplace. Especially the B school teachers have to work in a very dynamic environment, for which resilience is a vital trait required by them to deliver their duties efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your short and clear presentation. Now, thank you very much. Now I am going to call upon the next presenter with paper ID IIMC IC 109, Impact of Urban Green Space on Cognitive Aging and Quality of Life, by Akshara Usman, Chennai, Tamil Nadu.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Are you presenting, Akshara?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Share your screen. You got muted. 109. Last. That may be children. Akshara, you are muted, please. Unmute yourselves.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just a second, ma'am. I'm sharing the screen, ma'am.
Yes.
A technical issue. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Akshara?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what. Are you there or you left me?
No, ma'am. I'm there, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am.
Give
I'm
your oral
starting.
presentation, Akshara, no problem. If your presentation is not working.
There's a technical issue in putting the PPT, ma'am.
That's what you can give your oral presentation. If you don't have PowerPoint outside, is it?
Okay, ma'am. On that case, can I switch the video off, ma'am? And I can present it?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I start presenting?
Yes. Yes, ma, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
So,
we are already running short of time.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
This is Akshara. PhD research scholar representing the Department of Psychology from Tamil Nadu Open University, Chennai. My topic for the presentation is impact of urban green space on cognitive aging and quality of life. So before I start presenting, I would like to mention a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, which says, "Earth provides enough to satisfy a man's need, but not to satisfy a man's greed." So just as I get reminded of the quote, I'm indebted to explain in detail about the topic, what is green space? So before I talk on the impact of urban green space on cognitive aging and quality of life, it makes a huge sense for me to debrief on what is green space. Green space is nothing but a land that is covered partially or completely by shrubs, trees, grass, or other vegetation. In urban areas, maintaining a green space becomes very mandatory, especially in an era where we are living amidst lot of pollutants. We find pollution everywhere. Every food that we eat, every drop of water that we drink, and every droplet of moisture in the air that we breathe is polluted today. So on such an occasion, having a green space maintained in urban areas becomes very mandatory for the very existence of human survival. Now, what is the urban green space? Urban green space is nothing but a land that has been allotted for usage as parks, community gardens, playgrounds, and schoolyards. There are various benefits of green space in general, such as relaxation, physical activity, reduced atmospheric temperature, and slowing cognitive decline. While talking about the topic, it is equally vital to talk about two important schemes of the central government which focus on urban green space, namely Amrut 2.0 and Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0. While all of us are aware of the latter, which is Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, under Amrut 2.0 mission, under the SLIP scheme, which is a service level implementation program scheme, it is mandatory according to the law of the central government to have one urban green space in every 500 urban local body. Why such an implementation is being put to use in our country is because urban green space, as I've already said, provide a great source of relaxation to people. It serves as a great stress buster where people get to re-experience life after all the day-to-day hassles that they go through. There is a clear atmosphere which aids us to think rationally and logically and make a decision twice after proper thinking. Relationships are better when in an urban green space. When two people talk in an open gathering which is surrounded by greens, they are better able to understand the conversations of each other, wherein there is absolutely no ambiguity in the interpretation of the message. Further, while talking about the psychological benefits, it would be lesser if I don't talk about the
Talk about
anxiety
your
that
objectives
can
and
be.
conclusions, ma, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Objectives and conclusions, please.
Objective of this paper is to uncover the impact of urban green space on cognitive aging and quality of life in a positive light. And ma'am, I'm presenting the conclusion part only. So in all, the paper focused on the impact of urban green space on cognitive aging and quality of life, wherein cognitive aging includes all the basic cognitive functions of human beings, ranging from attention to executive functions. So all these are better uh, enhanced when in an urban when in an open green space rather than being claustrophobic. Also, the quality of life is improved, wherein people are able to have a better relationship with each other. People are more creative, productive, are able to think logically and analytically before making a decision. And they also serve as a proper mood stimulant, thereby enhancing the happy hormones in the brain and making people feel good about themselves. Summing it all up, urban green space also enhances the life expectancy of people. I'm done, ma'am. Thank you.
అవి రాసుకుంటాం, అవి ఫైల్ చేసుకుంటాం.
Ma'am, I've completed the presentation.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much.
That's okay, ma'am. My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All the participants. So with 109 paper ID, we have finished our presentation parts now. So we request all the participants to stay online for the rapporteur's report and the valedictory session. Now I request Srimati G. Santoshi, Head Department of Business Administration, to give her rapporteur report on the Commerce and Management theme research papers.
Good evening, everyone. I take immense pleasure to give rapporteur's report for the Multidisciplinary International Conference on 21st Century, a global scenario for sustainable growth. In these 2 days, total 45 papers were presented in Commerce and Management stream in blended mode, where majority of the papers used primary data, statistical tools like factor analysis, regression, ANOVA, t-test, chi-square. The papers are analyzed by SPSS and structural equation modeling. So the majority of the papers use snowball sampling techniques and convenience sampling techniques, and also hypothesis for the study. The sample sizes up to 1 to 520 as sample size. So even few papers have used a reliability test, Cronbach alpha, and they have used for all the primary data. The questions were made with few 5-point Likert scale. So majority of the papers have focused on various skills, particularly the history, like also taught great skills in the present scenario, where Ramayana and Mahabharata are not only epics but also as a medium of instruction. And in particular, computational thinking skills are playing a predominant role in finance and accounting firms in India. Not only technical skills, but also soft skills play a vital role in global scenario for the job seekers. Both hard and soft skills are important for the corporate sector. And few papers have been emphasized on recent developments in innovations in electric vehicles, which has been covered from 19th century to 21st century were emphasized. The few papers have also analyzed the role of NABARD through bank linkage programs in supporting self-help groups. And the significance of UCA factors is also playing a vital role in higher education sector in a pandemic era, which the paper we have received from the Central Africa. And the entrepreneurship skills and digital skills are also becoming a necessary survival in the global scenario. A few papers also have emphasized on the financial literacy, which is the need of the hour for the students to enhance the financial literacy. On the paper on the clean development mechanism, that is through clean development mechanism, the developing countries can promote sustainable development. And the globalization and technological trends have also increased the importance of commerce education among stakeholders. That is an alternative for STEM in commerce field, that is chartered accountants, company secretaries, ICWA, business analysis, etc. have emphasized, where students are getting more employability skills in the global scenario. And with respect to the employability skills, the one paper also enlightened on the efforts to be taken to guide and monitor the young women through proper gender equity to excel in STEM fields from family to society. And some of the papers have been focused on the challenges which are faced by small-scale craft entrepreneurs who are emphasized, which they need design innovation to update the crafts and need promotion setup. And few papers on the work-life balance have also been presented in the online mode. The physical activity, where it has been concluded that physical activity and time management play a vital role to balance the work life in the present century. Even social media platforms also becoming a new hub for the future, where most of the respondents use social media for promoting their products and services. And marketing influencers are also playing a vital role in the present century. Even the papers on digitalization and digital India, they have emphasized that Digital India initiative is a positive step towards creating the India as for the 21st century, which that is fueled by connectivity and technological opportunity. The papers on organizational ergonomics, that is interaction among people and technology, is very significant in the present century. The papers on sustainable investing is about transforming economies, which is important that sustainable needs to be embedded in every sphere of the economy. And one of the paper was very informative, which was found that career awareness should be a regular practice in colleges. And even the innovative skills, the innovative ideas will make everyone to survive in the longer run. The paper on employee resilience, the results indicated that there is a significant relationship between employee resilience and vigor of faculty members, as well as a significant relationship between employee resilience and vigor of faculty members, a significant relationship between employee resilience and absorption of faculty members. Particularly, the paper was concluded that the B school teachers have to work in a very dynamic environment for which resilient is a very trait required by them to deliver their duties efficiently in the global scenario. Even urban green spaces also enhances the life expectancies in the present century. So all over the papers which were presented in these 2 days multidisciplinary international conferences were very informative, conceptual papers, quantitative papers, qualitative papers have been presented in this 2 days international conference. Majority of the papers were very emphasized on the various skills like employability skills, digital skills, innovative skills, technical skills, hard skills, soft skills, and entrepreneurial skills and historical skills. So the various skills have been covered in all the papers, and finally all the papers which were presented in the commerce and management streams were informative, descriptive, quantitative, qualitative, conceptual, and research oriented, which gave more knowledge towards the theme of the conference. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam. Am I audible, madam? Yeah. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Santoshi, madam, for giving the excerpts of the 2 days conference proceedings of various papers in the streams of commerce and management. So let me give my report on the other streams of the subjects like IT, languages, literature. So the yesterday and today we have received so many papers on these kind of domains. So yesterday it was totally offline presentations. So the presentations actually were started with one good paper discussion called as Life Skills from Ramayana Mahabharata. So the presenter has given more information about what kind of life skills that we have to obtain from the epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana, and the presenter is of strong feeling that the current generation has to learn so many skills from those kind of epics so that they can lead their life happily and with values. Also, there was one more presentation on digital literacy by using ICT and digital tools. So the usage of the digital literacy will make the people to convert the weakness into strength. And because we are all living in VUCA world, and especially after the pandemic, the literacy, the digital literacy has been an important concept here. And how to integrate the ICT and other kind of digital tools to learn the things online or through any other kind of modes is very important. One more paper which was discussed is the LSRW skills, which are very important in modern trends in teaching the English language. The presenter has given a very good tools like dramatization, gamification, etc. to make it how the students can really learn the skills here and learn the language, and they will be more affected by the English language. There are three papers. Basically, there are three special papers I can call. This is translation and transformation of the regional languages into desired languages using the cloud computing and other softwares. So the three papers were presented by the staff from ECIL, Electronics Corporation India Limited. So these three people, even though they are non-academicians, they have given a very good example of how the railways are actually converting the languages into different regional languages, the announcements or the informations and all. And the presenters have also given some information about the cloud transformation of the languages. Whenever we feed anything, how the Google is able to access that language and converts into your desired language. So they have given very good examples of the regional languages conversion. And there was one more important paper called as the machine model building to predict the foreign university admission opportunities. The presenters have given one good machine model which they are actually building, how to predict if any student is actually applying for the foreign universities or overseas. So out of the variables that they usually look into, and based upon these variables, what are the chances of getting the admission into the foreign universities? And also we have got some papers like mobile networks in wireless communication. Apart from these things, we also got various papers from Telugu, Hindi and Sanskrit domains. This is about the yesterday, and today we have received a very good amount of good papers, and let me conclude them. Let me make them in a very brief and stratified manner. There are some papers which are relating with the face recognition and the audio feedback system. So whenever you want to take the attendance, you can use you can go with your face recognition as well as the object detection with audio feedback. So these are the two good papers which are related to technology part. Next one is, since we are already faced the VUCA pandemic period, and one more pandemic is expected to come here, what is the technology integration should be in teachers education? So these are the two papers that I have just collected the information here. And there is one more paper with regard to the employee engagement strategies as well as the moonlighting strategies. The presenters have given a very good presentation on how to make the employee to be there in your organization, how to engage the employee, as well as whenever the employee is working on moonlight, so how to prevent the employee. So here it is not only the responsibility of the employee, but also the responsibility of the employer not to lose the employee, as well as not to make him to work for the another company. And there is one more very good paper called as the imparting primary education in Indo-Bangla border area, where the presenter has given a very good information on how the children are actually losing the education in those areas because of the various restrictions. So what are the challenges for getting the primary education? Because we feel that education is the basic right, and without education, the development will not take place. So the people who are actually living in these sensitive areas, what are the challenges that actually they are facing? This is one more important paper. And another important paper is the impact of COVID-19 on the IT share prices. The presenter has given a good analysis of correlation analysis, and the presenter has taken the IT share prices as well as the COVID-19 infections, and the presenter has found that there is a kind of positive relationship between these two factors, as well as one more presenter has given a structural equating model using SEM. So there is a relationship between risk tolerance and investment behavior. So how the investor is actually behaving in the stock market according to their risk tolerance. So these many papers we have received here. Apart from that, we also received the papers from Telugu, like the development of Telugu language in the era of technology, or the websites which are used for the Telugu language, and how to improvise the Telugu language, as well as in Sanskrit and Hindi also. We have received good papers here, like what are the various 21st century skills in for the students to be taken, as well as from the various Vedas and all, how to get the various skills for the upcoming area. So I thank all the paper presenters here for giving your valuable inputs as well as your contributions for this 2 days international conference. Hope all these contributions have pulled up and will definitely give a greater value addition for the upcoming 21st century skills, and definitely the global scenario will get some kind of benefit from all these contributions, which will be reaching the public in the coming days. So I thank the convener of this conference for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, Raghavendra sir, for the report. Now we have the inferences of the judges. First, we will take the reviews from Dr. R. Rajeshwar Rao sir.
Good evening to all the participants. I consider it a privilege to speak a few words at the end of this 2-day international conference on 21st century skills, a global scenario for sustainable growth, conducted by IIMC Hyderabad. Let me at the outset congratulate all the participants for submitting research papers. Probably you might have worked for not less than 10 days to prepare a paper of this magnitude. As judges, we have gone through nearly 70 papers that have been presented yesterday and today on various topics. Some of the papers are really outstanding, and some of the papers are good. Some of the papers have not made a mention about 21st century skills. However, those papers are also considered to be good, and they have enhanced our understanding on various topics. We, the judges, are immensely benefited by the papers presented, and some of the topics are new to us and more informative. All of you know that judging is a difficult task. However, we have to fulfill the responsibility. We have judged the papers on the basis of 3 criteria. Number 1, relevance of the subject and methodology adopted. 2, content and communication. 3, the way it has been presented in a systematic manner. Accordingly, we have awarded the marks, and the results will be out in a day or 2. I once again congratulate all the participants and IIMC for conducting this 2-day international conference on 21st century skills. According to the latest information, the results will be declared on 28th of this month, and the same will be put in our college website. Please go through our college website. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon CM Prasad sir, judge for 2-day sessions. Thank you, sir.
Jose మాట్లాడొచ్చు. Judges మాట్లాడొచ్చు ఇప్పుడు. Hello, good evening to all of you. It is easy to present a paper, but very difficult to judge. And to do justice, we want to go through all the papers once again. And in a day or 2, we'll announce results. Okay? Wish you all the best.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good man.
Now I have closing address by Vice Principal Dr. D. Tirumal Rao sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good evening, Principal, dignitaries, convener, co-conveners, and my dear participants. At the outset, we congratulate the convener and the organizing committee of IIMC for coming forward and conducting international conference 2 days on online and offline mode, that is on 21st century skills for a sustainable growth. In the context of technological advancement, artificial intelligence, machine learning, innovation, and startup era, this concept has been taken in view of giving a holistic development to the teachers and students in view of the NEP 2020 and also for tomorrow's nation. The conference has been conducted on a very wider way, covering all the aspects of 21st century skills, communication, collaboration, participation, creative thinking, critical thinking, ability, innovation, and also we have received 109 full papers and 71 papers were presented. I congratulate the team for their continuous efforts and support, and also we come forward with many more such conferences on various aspects as per the scenario of the economy, of the circumstances, technology, what is going on par with the industry and academics. Also, the abstracts are published with ISBN, and the rapporteurs have given an elaborative report on all the aspects covering. We thank them, and also we thank the convener for her continuous efforts. Padma Priya Madam has done a wonderful job, and also the co-conveners Ramadevi Madam and Preeti Rani Madam, and also none less we have to thank our principal for giving his continuous support and guidance. And definitely all the participants have actively participated and presented the papers very well. Definitely there is an overwhelming response from all the paper presenters. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now the whole program would be concluded with convener's report and a formal vote of thanks. First of all, I want to present my convener's report for the current Multidisciplinary International Conference. Respected Vice Principal Dr. D. Thirumal Rao sir, Vice Principal Admin Srimati Sarita Madam, Principal Sri K. Raghuveer sir, judges, acumen representatives, and all my dear colleagues. With immense pleasure, I put on records that two-day multidisciplinary international conference on 21st century skills, a global scenario for sustainable growth as grand success. In this valedictory session, it is reported that out of 111 abstracts received, 36 research articles were presented offline on 23rd December 2022, and approximately 40 papers are presented online, that is today, 24th December 2022. The conference is attended by international delegates, industry experts, academicians, research scholars, and curious participants. The session witnessed the inferences on technically advanced informative technology papers, skills to be inculcated through various domains that may include commerce, management, LSRW skills, technical skills, and on record it could be further on record it is validated and can be furthered and put into practice. It is evident from the conference that enthusiastic participants from all sectors are striving for global sustainability. It is concluded that academic curiosity brought all the stalwarts together to the common platform. It is concluded that academic curiosity brought all the stalwarts together to this common platform and diversified views and conclusions of various study can be concluded with new policy. At the end, I want to report that the conference results for the best papers would be declared on 28th December 2022, and the results would be declared through calling individuals as well. It would be uploaded in the website. The conference certificates, even though the conference is blended mode online and offline, the certificates will be sent through post. Make a note of it. Thank you. Now, it's time to propose formal oath of thanks. I profoundly propose this formal oath of thanks. We express our soulful thanks to management and special thanks to Principal Sri K. Raghuveer sir for having trusting and shouldering such huge responsibility of convening the conference on us. Sir, your guidance is like lighthouse, and sir, it's definite to reach the destination. Our heartfelt thanks to Vice Principal Srimati S. Sarita and Dr. Thirumal Rao for their continuous support as organizing secretaries, that may be in arranging the keynotes and introducing the keynote speakers, as well guiding us whenever we required their help. It made us to swim this ocean easy. We express our sincere gratitude to judges, Dr. R. Rajeshwar Rao sir, Sri C. N. Prasad sir, Sri Prashant Kumar, Sri Gopalakrishna, Sri Ramakrishna, Sri Deepak, Srimati Kalyani, Srimati Sushma, for their relentless efforts in listening to the papers as well. Their minute vision has made it easy for judging the papers and to select the best papers for the conference. And once again, I repeat, the best papers will be listed in the college website on 28th December 2022. The rapporteurs. We need to thank our rapporteurs for reporting each and every paper presented in the conference. Their report is actually the validate for conducting of the conference and putting forth the on record the inferences of the conference. We thank even our faculty for supporting us in the crucial time of examinations, as well various other activities going on in and around the college. Thank you one and all. We thank the technical team for supporting us to convene the conference without any technical glitches. Even we thank our supporting staff individually because of their relentless efforts. We are there, here sitting, and does our work without any interruption. Thank you one and all. We thank all the distinguished paper presenters, curious participants, academicians, and the persons present in the meeting. Because of you, the conference is declared to be a grand success. Thank you one and all. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, for joining all of us. Thank you very much. And we all stand up together for national anthem. And if you can switch on the videos, please, you can. Yes.
On yes. ఆన్ చేసుకుంటూ వస్తుంది.
Let us start. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता
तव सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड गंगा हिंद उच्छल तरंगा तव शुभ नाम जागे तव शुभ समागे गाहे तव जय गाथा गणनाथ जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय जय
Thank you one and all. And we sign off from this meeting, from this conference. Thank you.